Well, it's an absolutely stunning day here at Tatahi Bay, 30 minutes north of Wellington, for the Swift Racing 2024 Rowing New Zealand Beach Sprint National Championships, courtesy of Milford Asset Management. Yes, simply stunning location it is indeed for an event. Well, it's pretty much still in its infancy. In saying that, it is an Olympic sport in 2028, the sport of ocean rowing. And so a lot of these athletes that you're going to see here today, well, pioneering. They will be the pioneers in 20 years from now. People will say, do you remember those early events at Tatahi Bay? So looking forward to having your coverage throughout the day as we bring you all the action in one of the most exciting sports on the planet. Really, it is a hybrid version of your traditional rowing on the lake and maybe the old time of the big surf boats that you see competing around the country through the surf clubs. Conditions, well, pretty idyllic. A lovely little swell coming in, which should just offer a little bit of everything that this exciting sport does present. We will have the under-19 doubles first up, and it will be time trial for them as we just run through those crews. Coastal Mavericks, the Fluoro Flash, Mad Dog, Rotorua Roaches, and then we've got a full field of 8. Sobros will start in 6. Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club also taking part. As we do just have a look at these boats. And got quite a high frontage on them, which can be affected by the wind. And it is up to the rowers themselves to turn the boats. No rudders as such, so it's all about distribution of power through the oars from one side to the other. When we do get into the finals, it'll be 250 metres, a slalom course, around 3 marker buoys. It'll start with a run along the beach and a run up the beach to finish. So it does have a unique skill set, one that all these crews will need to master. And I'd imagine with a sport that's in its infancy, it'll only be a matter of time before we see crews, not just here in New Zealand, right around the world, really mastering the starts and the finishes, and that side of the sport evolving dramatically. So Mana Island in the background as well. We'll bring that into shot shortly, but it is Altitude HD bringing you all the images, and what a wonderful job they do. Jet on the drone, world class. And we are underway in the first of the time trials. And you can just see here at the running start, got a couple of handlers and helpers. Now need to lock themselves in. So it is Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club. Might be a combination, in fact. So let's just have a look here. Don't quite get the connection on the strokes that you tend to get in flat water rowing. Now starting to get into their work. No cocks, of course, so they will need to use their peripheral vision. They will have instruction potentially helping them from the beach in terms of some of the navigation. So through that first marker. And then just subtle little left-hand turn. Opportunity here for the crews following too, to make sure that they sit back, observe, watch for any environmental factors that might be of concern or they need to be aware of. Conditions will change throughout the day, clearly, as the tides come in, tides go out. But really good. First up effort here from this crew. And so once they do come around this, 180-degree turn, and then it's a straight sprint back up the beach. Yeah, so coming quite wide, just trying to allow themselves a little bit of momentum here, not coming around too tight around that 180-degree marker. So coming across the back and then straight down. So in fact, slightly different for the time trial here versus what we will see in the 2-on-2 final. Now trying to get it back up to full speed, so high stroke rate. Second of our crews have got underway, just out of shot at the moment. But this just gives you a really good sense of the setup here for these ocean boats. As we said, a lot wider, a lot heavier than your traditional skiff. But unlike a surf rowing boat, you've still got the sliding seats. In fact, it looks like a member of the Tauranga Rowing Club, part of this crew. And now, this is one of the interesting aspects of it. They'll run the boat up onto the beach, and then it will be the bellman gets off, runs up, has to run up through the flags. And touch an electronic button, and that will stop their time. That will be the benchmark now for the rest of the cruise. So again, good momentum being shown here. Just struggling a little bit to maintain that momentum coming out of the turn. Again, like I say, a lot of these crews, experienced rowers up to this level, but certainly not experienced when it comes to this particular swift boat. The setup, all about communication, all about timing. And then trying to just pick up those little runners. Looking for the break directly in behind. Nice thing here, it's such a short event by rowing standards that it is just all power. They've gone quite wide here to come in though on the finish, so they're going to have to make up some serious time with the run. They've gone off course considerably. And so they've come in wide. Now they're going to lose time because they've got to come up between the two swift flags on the beach and then punch the timing button. And we'll have a look here, just stumbling a little bit. And we'll stop the clock. Next of our crews set to go. It does look like Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club, certainly. So to Tahi Bay, Mana Island there in the background, that is the course. And they are underway, so you'll see coming in. A couple of handlers here. Now, easy to overthink it, over panic, to slow it down, get the technique right. They would have done a little bit of visualisation in this area, just visualising exactly how they need to get underway. Much better start here, so good here from the crew from Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club. Probably the best start we've seen so far, just punch through this initial swell. And this is the difference, making sure that they do get those blades nice and high out of the water. Do not want to catch a crab because they haven't got the blades high enough out. And then getting that re-entry correct. Again, just slightly going off course again. So having to, again, steer these boats purely through distribution of power from one side to the other. No rudders as such. And of course, no coxswain there to guide them either. And as we said, with the infancy of this sport, it's all a bit of a learning curve for a lot of these athletes, particularly at under 19 level. Come finals time, more experienced crews, you'll see them probably cutting a much tighter line through the slalom type course. Not a particularly high stroke rate at the moment. Certainly good distance per stroke. So now how to negotiate the top end part of this course. You can just see the difficulty here, being able to turn these boats. They say the four, where they do have the cocks, that the steering system on it is almost a hairpin trigger. These, well, they've gone quite high, quite wide. Now trying to maintain that momentum. Want to try and straighten up as quickly as they can. Take the straightest line into the beach. Follow this yellow marker line all the way back in. Not be too wide. And we see them also tending to go a long way off course. They're going to need to straighten this boat up. Shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Now, after starting to make that correction, as I say, it requires a distribution of power from one side of the boat to the other to turn these. And that's a really good correction coming here from this crew from Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club. And as these crews progress throughout the day, they will start to gain a greater understanding of how to manoeuvre these craft, and also just gain that understanding between each other, and also being able to use their peripheral vision to sight correctly. And making a big correction now, so coming in on a really, really good angle onto the beach here. They'll be hoping just to pick up on this little runner. This is where they need to talk to each other, just increase that stroke rate, try and pick up these little swells. Might just see a really good example of it here. Opportunity just to use the hydrodynamics. Need to just keep rowing. Don't want to get too side on. Natural inclination in any sort of white water sometimes, or counterintuitive, is to stop rowing, and in fact it needs to go the other way. And that's there, just a little bit of a rookie error, not quite knowing where the stop clock is. And those athletes should be doing a bit of an environmental scan before they start, knowing exactly where the ultimate target point is. And there is the famous Tahi Bay Surf Club in the background. Produced some wonderful athletes over the years, and I'll tell you what, some, as we see another one of the Aramaho Wanganui rowing clubs about to get underway as well. You can just see them launching themselves into that stroke seat. Oh, just have to punch through that first wave now. Got to get their timing right. Just, that's it. Talking to each other. Now punch hard through these first swells. Still haven't got their timing right. As I said, for a lot of these young athletes, this is an experimental boat, basically rowing a science project. Yeah, it's still... Now, plenty of opportunity just to settle down, find that cohesion. Had the benefit of being able to watch some of the other crews, maybe talk to their fellow teammates. What did they see out there? What did they feel? What's the tides doing? What are the currents doing? How do we need to negotiate this? And as you said, as the day progresses, they will get better. And you can just see this crew here going well and truly off course. Going to cut back in. No, that's in fact very good through the slalom part of the course. So nice angle. We'll be looking to try and just tighten it up a little bit here. Still out of sync. Just have a look, looking over there. And every time they're looking over there, that's clearly going to mean that there will be perhaps a drop-off in form. So it's not just about being able to look around, but it's being able to maintain that stroke in good form as you do it. Might have missed that marker. Now they're going to have to come in really, really tight here. Okay, so they have missed that top mark. So they will need to go back around and complete it. Or do they just wave the white flag at this point and go, you know what? Not our day today. Let's see if we can just make some subtle adjustments and improvements as the day does progress. So, as we said, the sport very much in its infancy for a lot of the crews out here. Maybe the first time they've been on one of these boats. Now coming back to make that adjustment. Not dissimilar to America's Cup racing. And have missed it again. I'll just give you an idea there. Lovely shots coming from the drones. Just giving you an idea of the setup, the steering mechanisms. Next of our crews are underway on the water in this time trial type format to determine starting order for the match racing, which will follow these individual time trials, where crews will either draw the left-hand side or the right-hand side of the course, and it will literally be 180-degree turns at the top of each mark before they run their way back into the beach. So that is the format traditionally, a match race. You are watching individual time trials here in the girls under 19 double. That's better. I'm just seeing this crew here again in terms of cohesion, starting to gain some greater understanding from what we saw maybe over the first 200 metres. Just going considerably off course here. We'll need to make the adjustment. A lot of the crews heading down to the right hand side of the beach, and they need to be coming a little bit more left. Absolutely stunning day here at Tahi Bay. So men's under 19 doubles got underway as well. It'll be interesting to see how they tackle this particular time trial course. As see, they have had the benefit of being able to watch the under 19 women's double. As we watch this Aramaho Wanganui crew just come in and finish their time trial, it'll be a wonderful learning experience for all of them. Just getting a little bit sideways in the swell. And now the bowman jumps off and will run all the way through and touch the timing system. And now the first of the under 19 men's double underway, and you can just see much tighter immediately. Now They will want to try, like a slalom skier, just look to get as close to those yellow marker buoys as they can as the next of our under-19 women's crews. In fact, the last of our under-19 women's double crews coming in. Doing a really good job too, just picking up this runner. I said natural intuition or counterintuitive is to actually stop rowing, and what they actually need to do is keep rowing. So they avoid going sideways and can control the boat right up onto the beach. Preferably they want to come in bow first rather than side on. And now under 19 doubles for the men. First of those boats is out on the water, and then we have a look at it. So we've got the Ninjas, we've got Aramo Wanganui Rowing Club there as well. We've got the Porirua Rowing Club. Got the Avon Rowing Club as well. This is the Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club, and in background here, the first of our under-19 men's doubles coming in. And let's just have a look here. Now watch them maintaining that momentum all the way on that swell, looking to try and pick up that runner, keep the blades going, keep the oars going. Don't stop at any point all the way through, trying to run this boat right up onto the beach. Just out of shot at the moment as we go back to Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club. Doing a nice job here, reasonably tight through the slalom type course. So it's the Swift boats. It is brought to you by Swift Racing, the 2024 Rowing New Zealand Beach Sprint National Championships. Special thanks to Milford Asset Management. Want to acknowledge them too. Been wonderful supporters of New Zealand rowing and the different regattas and events over the summer in terms of bringing you the live stream. Okay, so this is the difficult bit, just turning these boats on a dime rather than 180 degrees. This is a lovely little 90-degree turn. Good speed, back up to speed quickly. Yeah, slamming the handbrake onto turn. And now looking to straighten up, but come pretty wide. Need to come in on that slight angle just to try and see if they can pull back a little bit of time. And there is Tatahi Bay Surf Lifesaving Club in the background. Beautiful day down here. Porirua in the background. Porirua Rowing Club, of course, holding this event. And special thanks to them and all of their volunteers. So as one crew starts to get into that last 100 metres, next crew off the beach is through the first 100 metres. Now let's see how they negotiate this little run up onto the beach. So you basically got to run it up onto the beach, slide it up onto the beach. As we said, when you get into the swells and you get into the breakwater, it's about keeping on rowing, not to stop. Power up the boat. Nice job being done here. Again, bow forward. Now the bowman will get out. That can be quite tough too sometimes. You can tend to sit a little bit on the sciatic nerve and you start to run and your leg can feel a little bit numb. There are those timing buttons next to the yellow marquee on the sand. The racing can be so tight at times it literally comes up to the runner. As we have a look here, really good start. So Porirua Rowing Club here. Good cohesion initially. Oh, great start here. Plenty of power. Great coordination. Boy, this is a very, very good start from Porirua Rowing Club. High stroke rating initially. Absolutely just punching through the swells here. Superb. Now, the key thing is navigation. The key thing here is turning these boats, getting nice and tight, nice and close. This is a great performance. So far, so good for the locals. Nice and tight too. Really good here in the slalom format. So round 2. Just got to cut back inside. Key thing though is the turn at the top here, this 90-degree turn. When it comes to finals time, it comes to a match race, it'll be a 180-degree turn. Bow nice and high out of the water. Good long waterline length on this craft. And now I put the handbrake on. Good momentum still. Got to get this boat back up to speed quickly, and they do. Now this other little left-hand turn, they put the brakes on. As I say, as the sport begins to evolve and starts to gain a little bit more history in this country, we will see the technical side of the sport continue to evolve as well, and we will see certainly progression in those technical areas. As I said, for a lot of these rowers, it's pretty much rowing a science experiment for them. So Porirua, they'll be putting a number on the board here, looking to try and get themselves into a good position later for these match racing finals. Men's double. Let's have a look at the bellman here, just taking his time, not stressing out. That is a really, really good performance. So next of the Porirua Rowing Club cruise underway. Big gnarly swell hits them front on. But you've just got to punch through it, got to hit it head on. Keep that stroke rate nice and high. So it's a wonderful shot. Some crews going out, other crews coming back in. You do sense come finals time, it'll come down to navigation. It'll come down to who can maintain that speed through the slalom type course, and in particular who can hit the top mark and then make the 180-degree turn, which will be the case come the match racing, will ultimately take out these national titles. And weather conditions will change too. You can just start to see things already just starting to not chop up, but just starting to see a little bit more of a swell starting to roll through. Not quite as glassy as it was at 7 o'clock this morning or even half an hour ago. Of course, it'll be affected by tidal changes as well. Podiums are coming quite high past this final buoy. Now looking to try and angle across and maintain some good speed and not having to make too much of a correction. So automatically we see there one of the tactics go a little bit further past the first turnaround marker and then not having to make the big 90-degree turn around the second marker back into the beach. So while they might lose a little bit in terms of distance going out, it allows them greater speed coming around that second top mark. So really good here from Podiums. Ryan have thought this out nicely and great momentum, and they will pick up some valuable time for that manoeuvre. And now let's have a look here at this little run up the beach. That's the key thing about being able to keep that bow nice and straight. It just means that your runner's not having to suddenly run around a boat that's gone side on. Can just get off and take that shortest line through to the finish line, and don't underestimate that some of these races could come down to a second, less than half a second. We might not see it today, but as the sport continues to evolve and the rowers start to understand their craft a little bit more and some of the technical sides of it, it'll be all those little things that will add up and be the difference between maybe first and second, or reaching a final or not reaching a final. As we have a look at another one of the crews from the Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club. Again, this is what I'm liking to see too, so a little bit higher on that first set of buoys, then just having to make the one difficult turn and then basically having a diagonal run to the second across the second buoy across the back, maintaining that momentum. But they're going to need to straighten up here. They're going to need to suddenly almost tack, if I can use a yachting comment. So they're heading down to the right. You can see the surf club there, so they're going to need to just come back across as we look at what would be their starboard side. Good performance here from this young crew from Aramaho Wanganui. Again, those he's nice and high. It really is an opportunity, I think, for the surf clubs around the country too to pick up on the sport, and maybe for Rowing New Zealand Surf Lifesaving, possibly looking at trying to come together here, because it really is a combination of everything. Certainly it is a wonderful amphitheatre. As we look at these pioneers of ocean rowing in this country. So another one of these hybrid teams that have come together, wearing the colours of their country, slamming that handbrake on. Let's have a look at how they negotiate it. So this very much looks like a mixed crew. So they'll go a little bit, no, they've decided that they're going to put the handbrake on. slow the boat down, but then take the straightest line in, try and get back up to speed quickly. So they'll have to get that stroke rate up nice and high, talking to each other. Now as they straighten it up, you can just see the communication. That is just a wonderful shot coming off the water here from the drones. So it's interesting, isn't it, in terms of the tactics you take on board to try and keep the momentum of the boats going versus maybe taking the shortest way around the course. Sometimes the shortest way is the tightest way, which means that at times the boats do have to slow down, go slightly wider, but you do maintain that boat speed, and that will be the challenge and I guess the equation that the coaches and athletes will figure out as the day progresses here at Tatahi Bay. But really good momentum coming in, looking to try and just pick up on some of these runners. To try and just pick up on some of these waves. Ride the white water, keep the boat going. Deciding to get off a little bit early here. Risky strategy. Primarily, whether it be in open water swimming or in surf life saving, you really don't want to be getting to your feet if you're having to wade, say, wade into the beach. You want to try and make sure the water depth is probably halfway between your knee and your hip. You don't want to be any deeper than that. So halfway between your knee and your hip. And that should allow the runner to be able to get their legs nice and high out of the water and maintain some good running speed. So these are just little things that Bowman and the crews will figure out in time. As I said, there is a nice crossover between traditional rowing and what we see in the surf boats and surf life saving. Another good performance here across the back. Let's have a look how they negotiate this. They've decided again to slam the handbrake on and do the tight turn. And then look to take a straight line straight back in for this 250 metre drag back into the beach. So certainly a lot shorter than 2,000 metres than what a lot of these rowers are used to. But there are a lot of other factors. You can't just go and lock yourself in the hurt box, because you have to be able to concentrate. You have to be able to turn these boats. You have to be able to navigate them. And that requires often looking over your shoulder, using your peripheral vision. If your heart rate's too high and you've absolutely buried yourself too much, sometimes that's quite hard to do. So again, the level of intensity they will figure out in time. There'll absolutely nothing left now. Now they will be putting themselves into the box. Great coverage. Courtesy of the boys at Altitude HD. Special thanks to Milford Asset Management. So this is the open mixed doubles you are watching. The Barbarians from Rags to Victors, the Hungry Hippos, the Kilo Foxtrot. Oh, I love some of the names there. Again, we've got the Aramo Wanganui Rowing Club. We've got the Dunstan Arm Rowing Club there by the looks of it. Members of the West End Rowing Club. And as we said, some of these teams, because of its infancy, there will be some hybrid teams put together. So athletes from different clubs coming together under a name and looking to try and pick up these national titles. When this does become an Olympic sport in LA in 2028, the sport is only going to continue to grow and be a lot more competitive. Anytime there are Olympic spots up for grabs, the game does change. But you can see the appeal of it already, the excitement, and you can understand why perhaps a lot of rowers that come out of maybe Māori Cup perhaps, who say, look, you know, I don't necessarily want to be an elite rower or I want maybe something slightly different, a little bit more visual stimulation, perhaps the excitement of maybe being at some iconic beaches around the country might be the reason why perhaps a lot of rowers might end up staying on in the sport. So, member of the Waikato Rowing Club. Might be the Invercargill Rowing Club, is it, I think? And nice job done by that mixed double crew. So another one of the hybrid teams making their way. Might be the West End Rowing Club, just trying to pick up some of the different colours. And it's cool here too, that's why you see a lot of the long sleeve undergarments. Really nice job of turning there. You just see the power being put on one side of the boat. Absolutely just monstering this. This is a really good performance. So North Shore Rowing Club by the looks of it. Really good performance here. Have put a very, very good number on the board. Keeping that bow nice and straight. Now just have a look here. We talked about the depth of the water, and that's a really good exit point. And coming through and touching the timing buzzer. So as they come up towards this top of this 250 metres. Negotiated beautifully, really nicely done here. Good performance. So the Wild Owl Rowing Club in the stroke seat. Dunstan Rowing Club here, the Bellman. So great to have athletes from these different clubs coming together, tapping into each other's talent. A little bit wide coming into the beach, but now got to keep rowing here. Go all the way up. Still be faster to take it up onto the beach than getting off and running. Run it up onto the dry land. Really good exit here. This is a great performance. Nicely done. Great display. Getting those arms, driving those arms, drives the legs, basic biomechanics of running. And it's nice to have rowers from the Dunstan Arm Rowing Club. And look at the water conditions, absolutely idyllic. Stunning, stunning day here at Tatahi Bay. Hope you are enjoying coverage of the Swift Racing 2024 Rowing New Zealand Beach Sprint National Championships. Again, just acknowledgement of Milford Asset Management for their wonderful support in terms of allowing the live stream. So Aramaho Wanganui back out onto the water. Again, see now, and have a look here, they've gone a little bit higher on that first set of buoys, which means they can attack this one on a bit more of an angle, but they've gone too far past it and now need to make the correction. Needed to come in on the angle just a little bit tighter and then look to just straighten up, and now maybe too much of an overcorrection. And they're going to have to correct again. So cannot come back inside the course, must stay down this side of those buoys. Famous Tatahi Bay boat sheds in the background. Of course, Tatahi Bay's most famous athlete, Michael Campbell, of course, winning the US Golf Open back in 2005. Just struggling a little bit with the manoeuvring of this boat, this crew from Aramaho Wanganui. As we said, a lot of these crews in their infancy, a lot of these girls will be out on these boats almost for the first time, might have had a practice in one of them. They raced in them before, not necessarily. So they are the pioneers, they are the ones that are basically trying to take out the guesswork for future generations. But really nice finish here. So you can just sit on that sciatic nerve a little bit, and that can just deaden the leg. You see it a lot with surf ski paddling particularly. So still a number of crews still to go in this time trial, and basically the time trial here is to basically seed the day for the later finals, for the match racing that we will see, where crews will get given one side of the course, and rather than racing in a rectangular format like we're seeing here for these time trials, it'll literally be get to the top of your marker on your side of the course, 180-degree turn, and then a straight sprint back into the finish. And you just see just how much power is required on one side of the boat when you are trying to turn these boats on a 90-degree, 180-degree turn at times. Now straightening up, much better cohesion. Just going to have to watch here that they don't hit these markers with their oars. Just see the hurt going on too. Tough sport. But you can just see the potential in all of these crews. They just a little bit more time in the boats, a little bit more experience, and it'll just get cleaner and cleaner. The standard will get better and better as we get throughout the day, as we progress over the years. And so really, really good performance from all of them. Can't underestimate. I say it is a sport very much in its infancy here in New Zealand. So North Shore Rowing Club here in numbers as well. Great to see them. So the time trials still continue in this mixed double. Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club. Boy, this good performance too. Look at that. Absolutely beautifully smooth. Great lines. Looking to try and put another really good number on the board here. Difficult too, just to set up these boats, particularly in the mixed sexes boats in these categories, the mixed doubles. That weight distribution, contrasting size of the rowers, contrasting weights, heights, all of those little dynamics that they need to factor in terms of setting the boat up. And just see here, that salt water slightly heavier, but also a little bit more buoyant than what you get with fresh water. So the boats will just sit naturally a little bit higher. Of course, a lot more bulk in these boats. And just came out, maybe just exited a little bit too early. We talk about that, just maybe taking that boat just a little bit further up the beach. Good wading though, good surf skills being shown. And good gutsy performance through to touch the timing buttons. Just see the corrections being required there. Just powering up on one side versus the other. Turn these boats. We've all been out in kayaks. We've all been out on rowboats at some point in our lives. I'm pretty sure we've all experienced what they've had to do. No rudders, of course. Still just trying to get that, connecting those strokes, trying to keep that boat as balanced as they can. A little bit of that rocking movement. Get that bow nice and high out of the water. This crew here, I'm not sure is going to benefit from any breakers coming in behind. No real swell to look at, so they're going to have to take it all away on their own. Not going to have the momentum of the waves to propel them forward. Now let's just have a look at how close they bring this up onto the beach. Seen that a number of times. Crews just coming out, just losing their footing a little bit. And beautiful day here in Tahi Bay. Mercury slowly beginning to rise. Very cool this morning. So the Star Boating Club in action, really struggling with the mechanics of the boat. So a bit of a leveller. This is not through a lack of rowing or athletic ability. This is just understanding this craft and understanding the technical side of it and what's required. As I said, very much an experiment for a lot of these crews. It's going to be exciting when we do get to the match racing side of it. We've got two crews going next to each other, opposite sides of the course, 180-degree turn at the top marks and then straight drag through the finish. Who will take the straightest lines, who will be able to maintain boat speed through the 180-degree turn, get up to speed quickly. How quickly they can turn these boats. What angle do you come around that final top marker to maintain speed, to be able to turn the boat quickly? If you go too tight, does that simply mean that the handbrake goes on and any time you've made up on being tight around that top marker, you lose by having to almost stop the boat to get it back up to full speed? So all of these little factors, coaches will be looking at that, and athletes will be having a bit of a debrief. Just see the hurt going on here. A good performance here from the Star Boating Club. Now just counting down the number of strokes, just hoping for a little bit of a runner. Gone slightly off course there, so most of our crews have gone out to the right as they're coming in. This crew's gone very much back into the middle of the course. You can see the surf club out there to the right. And they'll be hoping for a little swell to come through. Something to maybe just pick them up and assist them, but it's not going to happen. They're going to have to bring the boat right up themselves. Again, let's just have a look at that exit point here. They've stopped paddling. They can get away with that because they don't have to worry about a break. So just looking out from our commentary position here, looking very much like that might be the end of the doubles at the moment in terms of the individual time trials. Hope you are enjoying coverage here of the Swift Racing 2024 Rowing New Zealand Beach Sprint National Championships. Acknowledging again Milford Asset Management for their wonderful support of the live stream. So that's really the formalities. Very shortly we get into the match racing side of it. You'll see the courses set out here. So two courses. So in the match racing format, they'll either draw the left three buoys or the right three buoys. They then come from the beach. They have to slalom their way around when they get to that top mark, 180-degree turn, and then it's a straight burn sprint back down to the beach, exit the boat, come up through, touch the timing button, register a time and settle back. And as they say, the rest is history. So we'll take a wee break. Hope you are enjoying coverage. And back shortly with more racing here from the Swift Racing 2024 Rowing New Zealand Beach Sprint National Championships. Yeah, welcome back to the Swift Racing 2024 Beach Sprint National Championships. Live here from Tatahi Bay in Wellington. The Tatahi Bay Surf Lifesaving Club is the venue. As we now look at time trials for the continuation of the doubles. Ocean rowing, a sport that's still relatively in its infancy here in New Zealand, but will be part of the Olympic program in LA in 2028. So the time trial situation is different to what we'll see later for the match racing. They go up one side of the course. They've got a slalom in the way through 3 yellow buoys. On that third buoy, they then have to navigate their way across the course and then come back down the right-hand side of the course, or the left-hand side of the course for them. A straight drag, so really good job being done here through that first mark, and now you can see that little zigzag, the little slalom. Just getting the drones back up in the air. So we do have a lot of hybrid crews that don't necessarily come under one particular rowing club. We'll have the Barbarians up a little bit later on, but look at that. So when we get later to the finals, the crews will get drawn on one side of the course, and they'll have to navigate those 3 buoys. When they get to the third one, they just need to make a 180-degree turn and come straight back in. Here, they're having to go across and come down the other side of the course, and they are primarily just racing the clock at this point. Hardest part is the navigation side of it. These athletes are wonderful rowers, but this is a different sport. This is a hybrid version. This doesn't have the rudders on it, no coxswains, and so steering the boat simply is about changing the pressure and the power on one side of the boat. There are the famous boat sheds of Tatahi Bay in the background. And this crew doing a really nice job, straightening up nicely. They'll want to pick up the brake. Ride the white water if they can. Natural for a lot of these crews to want to stop rowing once they do get on the waves. They've got to keep rowing. That is the key to keeping the boat straight. The moment you stop, you'll go sideways. Let's have a look at this crew here. They keep rowing, keep the pressure on, run the boat right up onto the beach. Then the bowman gets off and runs. Don't want to get out too deep. Primarily surf lifesaving. You want to be halfway between your hip and your knee, no deeper. Coming around the swift flags here, and then they've got a timing system on the beach. A button. Beautiful day here in Wellington. Tatahi Bay Surf Lifesaving Club there. Porirua in the background. Club looks directly up to Mana Island. Porirua Rowing Club hosting these Ocean Rowing Beach Sprint Championships. Well, we'll take a wee break here from Tatahi Bay. Pay a few bills, acknowledge a couple of our sponsors, in particular Milford Asset Management, and be back shortly.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. We are proud to say our Milford KiwiSaver Plan Conservative, Balanced and Active Growth Funds have all been the #1 performers in their respective KiwiSaver Fund categories over the last 10 years, according to Morningstar's latest independent survey. And now, we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow in their pursuits of outstanding results. Find out more at milfordasset.com. Milford, invested in you.
Tatahi Bay, half an hour north of Wellington, plays host to the 2024 Swift Racing New Zealand Coastal Rowing Beach Sprint Championships. The 250-metre sprint course consists of the start and finish zone, and 3 marker buoys. A member of each crew will start the race under the start zone, and on the buzzer will sprint to their respective boats. They will then begin to row their boat through the break zone, where they will slalom their way around 3 buoys as quickly as they can. At the final marker, it's a 180-degree turn and then a straight line sprint to the finish. Crews will skid the boat up onto the beach, with the bowman jumping out and sprinting the final leg up through to the finish line. Explanation there of what we will see later with the match racing, but we go back to some more of our individual time trials so we can determine the seedings for later on today. Again, a sport that's very much in its infancy here in New Zealand. A lot of rowers from a pure rowing background out here competing maybe for the first time, almost in a science experiment at times. So a number of combination crews mixing up, so different athletes from different clubs coming together. All starts with a beach sprint, finishes with a beach sprint, and now they've got to negotiate the break. Got to punch through these waves, got to keep the momentum on, and then want to make sure that they're tight through the slalom course on the way out. Try and utilise and capitalise on the runners when they come back in. So, member of the Star Boating Club in the stroke seat. And a member of the Porirua Boating Club there in the bow seat. A really nice display here. Wonderful work from our drone crew from Altitude HD, bringing you the live pictures, courtesy of Milford Asset Management. So, zigzag their way around this course. No rudders, so they need to turn these boats by compensating on one side or the other in terms of the pressure they put on the oars. And again, now this difficult part of the race where they've got to just turn these boats 90 degrees, gone a long way past that third marker. made the little correction. As I say, they will learn to get the technical side of it right with time as they progress throughout the day, as the sport continues to grow here in New Zealand. As I say, wonderful rowers in their own right, but there's a real technical component to this, which, again, you really only understand by the time you spend in the boat, and that, I guess, has been one of the biggest prohibitors for a lot of them. Access to these swift craft, time to get out, practice. Number of combined crews too, so coming together for the first time this weekend, not the opportunity to train and practice together and get the communication working and get the understanding to see how much wider they are than what you traditionally get with a double skiff in the traditional sport of rowing. But do have the sliding seats. It really is a nice hybrid version between traditional rowing and maybe the old surf boats or the surf boat racing that you do see at surf carnivals around the country. Now looking to try and pick up on these runners. They've gone a little bit sideways. Need to keep the power on. That is the problem when you stop rowing, you go sideways. It's almost counterintuitive to row, but you need to keep the power on. You need to keep these boats nice and straight. Don't want to exit the boat too early too. So the bowman here is going to need to come all the way in, try and run this boat right up onto the beach. Then make your run. We see a lot of the crews today maybe getting out of the boat a little bit too early, only to fall over, to lose some valuable time. Not a bad effort here from this crew. Really good performance here coming from this athlete out of the Porirua Rowing Club. Now asking the officials where to go. This is something the athletes should be well drilled on. They should know this. They should be watching the races that go before them. No real excuse. You can always learn a lot from those crews that go before you in terms of maybe some of these little environmental factors that you've got to negotiate, where the strengths and weaknesses are, what the ocean is doing. Talking to your fellow club mates who have gone before you. What happened out there? What are the things we need to be aware of? So next crew out on the water. Good performance from them, nice and tight, but it's the top end marker here, which is the key one. Really good speed, great momentum. Now, we've seen a lot of crews go past this top marker and then take more of a angled turn, which has then allowed them speed around the second left-hand turn. This is a much tighter turn, so they're going to be try and hit this second marker a little bit square on. Or do they look to run past it and then eventually straighten up and run in on a diagonal? Nope, they're taking a very tight way around it. So stopping the boat, but then looking for less distance between this top marker and the finish line. And coming in on a nice angle. So the Nelson Rowing Club here. Now looking to just straighten up. Not going to gain any real benefit here from the swells that are rolling in here at Tatahi Bay. Very shortly we'll bring in Brooke Robertson too, national coach for ocean rowing, to get his thoughts on what we are seeing today and maybe talking us through some of the technical challenge that all of these rowers do face, because as we said, for a lot of them it'll be the first time out there, or a lot of them will have very limited experience in these craft. As I said, great rowers in their own right, but it's negotiating and understanding the technical component of it. A sport that is still in its infancy in this country, and we do welcome him. Brooke, good afternoon, good morning, welcome. How are you?
Hey, mate, not too bad.
Are you impressed by what you're seeing?
Oh, beautiful day here, to be honest, which is good. We heard it's the best day of the week. Yeah, I'm actually really enjoying it. Big turnout, couple of little waves here, which is nice too.
It's been fascinating just watching some of the crews, particularly negotiate the top end of the course. Some have gone a little bit further past it and then taken more of a sweeping turn, coming back across the course on a diagonal. And then, so having more momentum around the second marker, but then having to come in on more of a diagonal. Others slamming the handbrake on, taking the hard 90-degree turn, slamming the handbrake on, and then having to turn again to come straight back in. And I guess as the sport evolves, as the day goes, different crews will understand what the right strategy is.
Yeah, it's definitely very much trial and error at the moment, but it's surprising how quickly you can pick up on what things work for you after one or two races and things that can make you go a lot quicker. So, yeah, lots of different techniques being used out there, but I assume there's actually quite a few people here. It's the first time, so
we're saying even though it's an Olympic sport in 228, it is a sport here in New Zealand. It's in its infancy, and so what we're seeing this year, we'll probably see, say, 12 months from now, some of these challenges technically, they'll start to evolve. They'll start to get established. Those protocols will start to be a little bit more set. It won't be such an experiment for the crews.
Yeah, no, definitely, and that's why I'm so excited about the two teams heading overseas this year, because hopefully that's building the sport up more and more, and people are looking at that as another avenue, and I guess just bringing the excitement about how cool this sport actually is. So
yeah, what are the two crews that you're taking away to Italy? Is it?
Yeah, so there will be an under 19 junior crew and the elite crew. So both will have hopefully a trial and about the 1st of June, and there's a couple already pre-selected because they're on Olympic duties, like Emma Twigg, Jackie Kittle and Matt Dunham. So they've been a part of the, I guess, this coastal rowing process the last couple of years and building it up and supporters of it. So it's cool having athletes like that as well already part of it, and pretty excited to get these young kids in the junior team alongside them and learning from them.
Well, I guess all sports have an evolution, don't they? And sometimes out of a traditional sport you tend to get a hybrid version of things that then becomes its own sport in its own right. And I think this is what we've seen with ocean rowing, clearly part of the Olympics in 228. But, I've spoken about, I guess, the number of kids that finish their Māori Cup or finish rowing at school who go, you know what, I'm not sure I want to necessarily get on the flat water. I maybe don't have access to traditional lakes and rivers. But there is something quite sexy, isn't there, about coming to a really cool beach with the waves, sun on your back, travelling around the country to beaches like Whangamata, to Tahi Bay here, and going, actually, that's pretty cool. I don't have to give up my passion from secondary school now, and I can do it maybe in an environment which, I find maybe a little bit more stimulating.
For sure. I think someone explained it to me not long ago where it's kind of interesting concept. It's like the 2020 of cricket.
Yeah, well said. Well done,
like
yeah.
Test cricket will always, I guess, have that special, like it's the
pinnacle,
but the 2020 is exciting. It keeps the views up. It keeps the crowd, I guess, entertained a little bit more, say, because it's a quick period. But it's also looking at it like beach volleyball is a massive sport around the world, because it's, again, like those points, you're on the beach, it's fun, it's hot, you get the music going, it's more an environment that you want to be in, be a part of. So I think that's where coastal rowing is really looking to head to, and I'm excited about that.
Yeah, because, I was recently at the America's Cup launch, and they were talking about the yachting and the evolution in that when sailing. They said, look, if 30 years ago you had said to us boats would basically be flying, we'd have 4 sailors on board and would have 4 cyclists on board, we would have thought you were dreaming. And now we're sort of saying, whoever thought that we would have this sort of ocean rowing going on, a hybrid between what we see with maybe traditional surf life-saving boats and what we now see with rowing skiffs. And again, it's about, it is about evolution. It's about tapping into the youth of today, understanding what they want. And sometimes they don't know what they want until you present it to them.
Yeah. And like, I understand. I did all my years at school rowing. It's a big commitment, that school rowing, and a lot of hours of training and early mornings and those alike. But there's an opportunity, like you said, with this, of those kids leaving school, where it's maybe not as big of a commitment, and it is
Well, I think
like
at rowing,
say,
sometimes it's a lot more organised, isn't it? You turn up, time and place, school have all the facilities. If you're in a school that doesn't necessarily have access to Lake Karapira or Lake Rotaniwha or necessarily a river, but the surf clubs, the rowing clubs, if they can come together, there is wonderful pathway. Again, and, look at this, another form of the boats. We've got the fours here. So we've got Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club here. Now, we've just seen here with the doubles and stuff, they're the ones that have to do the steering. These boats do have a coxswain, but they've got I understand that the steering on this is almost hairpin at times, and very easy to turn these boats too quickly. But probably here we get to see, I'd expect to see just a little bit more cohesion because the crews are not having to worry about the steering.
Yeah, but even for the coxswains, it's a learning, isn't it? Because it's so different from a normal flat water rowing boat, where you're steering in a straight line. This is on the reins, trying to get this boat in the best possible course to get round. Like as you see here, these are learning points where trying to get this tighter and tighter to the outside buoy.
And then maintain your speed around it, And so we are seeing some crews that are coming a long way past the final turnaround can, and then coming across the course on a little bit more of a diagonal, which means they get technically more speed coming around the next turn, but they also go a little bit wider. Yeah.
So these are all skills, like I said, you start learning. For me, case in point, we competed in Wales 2 years ago at the World Championships, and I'd like to say our crew was pretty stacked. With me, Emma Twigg, we had Matt Dunham, probably the fastest sprinter on the beach I've ever seen, Jackie Kittle, and as athletes we were physically, I'd say, a lot stronger than
the other crews,
and we got through pretty well based on that. But when we got to the final, we versed the Spanish crew that have been training many years in this discipline, and they were just tight. Everything they did technically was so sound, and whereas we would on the straights would gain a big length or two there, they would turn and make it all up within one turn. So
I was saying, I think that these crews here are sort of almost taking the guesswork out for the next generation and are almost pioneers. And even if you say from a year now, when these nationals come around again, you look back a year earlier, you'll see just a dramatic improvement from what we're seeing today. Yeah,
and I think a couple more regattas here and there would help as well. You know, it's like anything, you do it a couple more times, it ingrains a bit more, and so then when you turn up, it's not, you do have less of that guessing game, more like, okay, I know what I need to do here.
So we go back to the double here now. They are in complete control of their steering, so they either have to compensate on one side or the other to turn these boats. Really nice job being done here by the Porirua Rowing Club. Now, let's have a look at how they negotiate this top marker. Do they go a little bit further past it and take more of a sweeping turn, or do they slam the handbrake on? And they're going to slam the handbrake on, but still good momentum, so couple of little short strokes, trying to get this boat back up to speed again.
And that's the timing thing with that momentum. Like, you can stop a couple strokes before you need to turn, you know, because of the drift. So point there, they did pretty well, but they drifted on a couple metres still further past that point. Those all again, points you got to pick up. Pretty good off the line there, though. Back onto their stroke.
One thing I have been noticing too is just when you, particularly with some of the younger athletes, when they're coming in and they've got the swell and the brake behind them, I said sometimes it's counterintuitive to keep rowing, but you do need to keep rowing. You've got to keep that bow forward. The moment you stop, you're going to go sideways. You're going to get tipped, and it's just natural to stop rowing, isn't it? Thinking, oh, okay, we've got the white water behind me, but you've got to keep the power on.
Those are the points where it'll be interesting. I hope, like we said, the building of the sport and the surf lifesaving coming in, and they knowing, I guess, more of that reading the water type scenario where you're catching a wave. Oh, you can just come off the work a little bit here and just ride it, or knowing when to, okay, we need to get onto it so we can get a bit more speed.
Yeah, and also just saying, Exodine, having done a lot of work in open water swimming, triathlon and surf lifesaving, you know, you never want to be in water deeper than, say, halfway between your knee and your hip when you're running up the beach, and preferably you want to try and bring your boat right up onto the beach. But we've seen a lot of crews just getting out just a little bit too early, losing their footing, falling over. And, yep, okay, does it matter that much right now? Well, when it comes to finals, when it comes to less than 0.01 in performance, it does make a big difference. Really nice job here from this young man.
Around the flag, and then you run through, jump over and hit the buzzer. Oh, no, and he didn't do that. Well,
Might be manual timing
yeah,
at the
manual
moment.
timing for the time trials. But that'll be cool when we start getting the head-to-head racing and it has that more of a competition.
Now, in terms
for
of
one.
the slalom out, do they need to start on the right to left, or can they go left to right?
You can really start wherever you think best, if that makes sense. So you can also read the conditions on where the wind's blowing. Sometimes you want to angle quite far out so you can get round that first buoy without having to be pulling your boat round off the start, because that can tire out pretty quickly.
You do feel, though, when we get to the finals time, it's going to really just come around that top mark, isn't it? It's going to be just really what happens around that top mark and how quickly they can get out of there, how quickly can get their boat back up to full speed.
It does. Once you get the real confident rowers and they know what they're doing, they actually putting the buoys on the rigger. So that's a skill where you get so close that when the big those hairpin buoys there hit the rigger, they're so soft that they just go under the rigger and you can carry on as normal, so there's minimal time spent. That is a great turn.
Yeah, you just talked earlier, didn't you? Just need to stop rowing because you still got the momentum, and they stopped a couple of strokes earlier than the mark, and look at that, great speed across, really nice line here. We'll want to get up to full speed again, use the momentum of the boat then to take this next turn, slightly off course in terms of their direction. But the opportunity here is they can pick the momentum up now. So pretty good. Not panicked.
It's one of those keys with coastal rowing is different to the flat water, but looking out a lot is very beneficial in this type of racing, because obviously your line can have such an impact on how fast you go or your end time. So the bowman having a good look every marker is a good point, just to know that you're lined up well.
Yeah, from our commentary position, they're coming in directly in front of us. Pretty good line here. And now just starting to straighten it up or just bring it in on a slight more angle, coming closer to the middle of the beach where they want to exit the boat here. And now they want to try and see if they can just pick up a couple of little runners here. There are constant little runners behind them. It's about getting that feel for the boat, tapping into the hydrodynamics. It's not different to somebody in the gym trying to push big weights and someone just coming along and spotting you, just putting those fingers underneath the bar, just giving you that little bit of an assistance.
And that's a big difference in this coastal rowing. Like, these boats are a lot heavier than your normal flat water boats. You get the big quad boats, they're 160 kgs, where say a men's 8 or a women's 8 is about 96 average. So very, very heavy boats when you get out there too. So get up and running.
Really nice job being done here. Great exit from the bowman, coming up through and across the line, picking up that time. And of course those fastest times will determine our settings for later on. While these are going on, we've also got the 4s out there going through their time trials. Tahi Bay here in Wellington is the venue. And Brooke Robertson alongside of me, national men's coach, or national coach of the ocean rowing program, taking 2 crews away to Italy to the World Championships.
So as you can see here in the coastal rowing as well, all boats are sculling boats, where that will be one of the interesting things that hopefully we get that surf life-saving into it as they're rowing in sweet boats. So
yeah, just for people listening, a lot of people still won't understand what the difference between sculling and sweeping is. So just explain the difference.
Yeah, so sweeping is basically you have one oar.
One oar, 2 hands.
Per person. Yeah, yep. 1 oar, 2 hands. And sculling, you have 2 oars, 2 hands.
Yeah.
I'd say it's quite a lot more finicky with 2 oars because you're worrying about two different blades. But it's that's what they're running on the program for the coastal rowing, is all sculling, and makes it a bit more accessible as well, because then you don't have to have people that row different sides specifically, if that makes sense. So
setting the boat up's not quite as
yeah.
So, and particularly in mixed boats anyway, where it's difficult with the difference in size between the guys and the girls and the height and trying to get the balance of the boat right. So all of these factors, all of these variables, as you just have a look at the 2 courses being run here for these time trials. And then we will get into the match racing a little bit later on. Wind just starting to pick up too. You can just see the flag starting to blow a little bit more here in the foreground. So that is another thing that the crews will have to be aware of. One thing interesting in the doubles, isn't it? Because of the bow end of the boat, it's got quite a high water line. There's a lot of weight in the front of the boat, a lot of height in the front of the boat, and I understand the wind can pick up on those a lot and create a little bit of havoc, almost act as a sail.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's they are just such big, heavy boats, and you get strong enough winds that they can actually blow you around a little bit more. Very hard to flip these boats, but it is they can be quite tricky. But it's a lot better to be in one of these than a normal flat water boat, that's for sure.
Mana Island there in the background. Yeah, some nice little swells. It's been relatively flat. Got the IRBs out on the water too, so plenty of risk management. And I'd imagine too, for a lot of the officials, a lot of the rowing clubs doing this for the first time themselves as well. So it's not just a learning curve for the rowers, it's also a learning curve for the event organisers, the volunteers. New Zealand Rowing itself, Mark Wetherall. And of course the Porirua Rowing Club, who are hosting this event.
Yeah, they're all learnings going forward, and I guess this one they didn't know the full entry list until the final day, and suddenly there was 80 more entries, and suddenly it's okay, we're on here, and then leaving it open for a couple of days later, and suddenly it was it was biggest nationals we had, which is awesome. And last few years we've all been held in Nelson, run by Phil and Sally Knight from Swift Racing. So this is the first time the nationals have been outside of Nelson as well.
Yeah, which is great, and I understand possibly next year up in Auckland, which would be great. Some wonderful North Shore beaches there, and really is a spectacular sport. And I'd imagine after this there'll be a debrief as well. What can we do better? What did we do well? How can we tighten things up, or do we need to tighten things up? And so, again, it's the event organisers, these rowers in action, very much taking out the guesswork for future generations.
That's what you love to see, a club like West End up in Auckland, who are kind of taking coastal rowing by the reins as well, and they're trying to really build it and grow it up there. So they've already had a few regattas up there that have been pretty successful, and I guess trying to see what beaches will work best up there too, and bring the public in as well and get them all involved.
Yeah, West End Rowing Club's sort of down in almost sort of Ponsonby part of Auckland, and the schools run out of these days Barradine, St Peter's and Mount Albert Grammar School, first ever winners of the Māori Cup back in 1947, and so rich history there with the West End Rowing Club and secondary school rowing.
Have a bit of struggles out here in this quad, this race, a bit of turning going on here.
Yeah, well, speaking to some of the event organisers, they were taking me through the boats yesterday, just showing me the setup, and they did say that the steering on those fours are just hairpin triggers on them. Doesn't take much to go completely off course, so a lot of pressure goes on the coxswains. Are they still referred to as coxswains?
Yeah, they are. I'd say
in a rowing and surf's life saving, they're just basically the sweep.
Okay, yeah, that's something that you learn something new every day. But I feel for the, I guess you say, the coxswains and coastal, this is going to be interesting, or what kind of even athlete they become. Obviously, there's a lot more to it here, where generally they can do a bit more running as well, not just the coxswain bit. So I was talking about him before, and Matthew Dunham became a massive advantage for our crews overseas, because he's so quick along the beach, and that's one of the things, is the beach sprint can vary from about 10 metres to 50, and the longer the sprint, the better for our crew.
Yeah, well, and we've just seen another one of the doubles get away, and again this is the Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club. But just going back to the fours, now they're not allowed to get into the boat until the runner has reached the boat, which will generally be the cox. And then they've got to lock themselves in. So all of these things, the technical side of it, where it's just practice, do a lot of visualization, work it individually, collectively. Like in triathlon, the transition going from swim to bike to run, shoes on, shoes off, wetsuits on, wetsuits off, and just the speed and the quickness and almost the fourth discipline.
Yeah, so that's even this morning we've got a couple of great ex-rowers, Zoe McBride and Ian Seymour, who representing New Zealand and great rowers on flat water, and had their first race this morning, Zoe, in the mixed double, and even her words were just the I guess that slight technical skill aspect to it, which you got to learn to be nice and calm and fluid and smooth. As actually can be a lot quicker, especially with the entry and exits of these boats.
Just a wee technical program on board this double by the looks of it at the moment.
Yeah,
so the bowman just struggling a little bit.
Struggling to get his feet in by the looks of it.
Now they've got the boat back up to speed. Well, haven't quite got their timing right. Now let's have a look at the way they negotiate. We just see that wind picking up, so it is starting to get a lot choppier now. Just starting to see the waves just starting to roll in a little bit more, so that's going to require an adjustment. A lot more difficult, isn't it, to connect strokes in open water rowing than what we see in flat water rowing.
Yeah, and also that looks like that wind and a bit of current is out on the top pin up there is actually blowing a little bit to the side, so there's a bit of wind you're going to have to row against up there as well.
Yeah, just have a look here. Again, now look at that swell just coming in too. So is that swell running directly behind them? Is it running right to left? And all of these little factors, it looks like it is just coming across. So you can just see there, maybe pushing them a little bit to one side. And they're a little unlucky because they've come in when the water is really starting to rough up a little bit. Now, get the timing right. Start talking to each other. Still struggling, aren't they? Just haven't quite got the feet stuck in there at all.
Yeah, the bowman's rowing a bit of a sumo here.
Yeah.
Not quite, yeah. I'm not sure what's going on there.
I do love the bucket hat, though. He
Yeah,
gets points for the bucket hat. Dunstan Rowing Club have brought the bucket hat back.
I'd like to thank Nelson Rowing Club 2011 men's under 18 quad bucket hat fans.
You guys are going to claim that?
Yeah, I'm going right back there.
I don't know. Everything I've done so far, it's Dunstan. I think you need to change the colours for Nelson because they maybe don't stand out. But I do love the bucket hat.
Yeah, shout out to Joe Benyon there, coach of the Marlborough Girls. This is his claim to fame. Oh no, he's nearly gone in. Poor fella in the bow seat here.
Yeah, so technical problem from the start, and now they'll be fortunate though. They're not going to have to worry about having to ride the white water in. There's a bit of a swell starting to pick up now. Can they just pick up this little runner, take it all the way up, manage to keep the boat nice and straight considering. But boy, that'll be frustrating.
Big fall.
There we go. Takes a wee dip. But again, that is another technical component, isn't it? It's getting the timing right in terms of the run up the beach. It's understanding when to get out, when to get off. And I keep saying it, this is where I think there is just such a crossover between surf lifesaving and the rowing, and the two organisations need to somehow just work together, use the skill set, use some of the coaching of surf lifesaving. You know, sitting down, doing an environmental scan, saying, hey, what are the conditions doing today? Is there a rip? Is there an opportunity out here? What way is the water coming? What's the timing between the waves? All of these little things. Now, it doesn't sound like a lot, but when you get to the elite level, they're the things that you possibly can control. You can't always necessarily control the height of a rower or the genetic makeup of a rower. You might actually have athletes who are just naturally maybe have a better physiology than you, but you can pull that back by being smarter, by doing your homework, learning, and making the adjustments.
So that's right. All those surf lifesavers, they've got those skills of years of doing it and understanding where for people like us, it becomes a more of a need to get into it now.
I've seen open water swimming races at Surf Lifesaving where guys are between the starting flags and will run 20 metres down the beach and jump in because they've picked up a rip and they're gone.
Yeah, it's good. It's good racing so far, and we got another quad just up the top, turn up here again.
Yeah, having a look here at the quad boats, we might see if we can get the drones to come over the top. Just have a look at the setup on this and give you an idea of the width of the boats, and look at the bow or the bow ball or the canvas. Not quite as long as what you see traditionally, but certainly a lot more bulk, a lot wider, a lot heavier.
A lot more heavy duty to run it onto that beach.
Yep.
That's key as well. It's a lot quicker to run that beach along than run through deeper waters.
No, it is. Bring it all the way up. I mean, you don't want to have to trail. I mean, you know, I've seen a lot of open water swimming, which I've been heavily involved in. Sometimes just athletes getting to their feet too early, then starting to dolphin dive, and you go just actually swim a lot closer in. Yeah, so the wars have already started. Dunstan Rowing Club, of course, adamant brought the bucket hats in. Nelson Rowing Club claimed back in 2011 they in fact did. Now you can maybe send your thoughts via social media on that one. Maybe it's just Dunstan Rowing Club just make them look a bit better. It's not sometimes about being the first, it's about the evolution.
As we see here today, coastal rowing. It's another Aramaho Wanganui. So Axel Dickinson done a nearly a disaster there. Axel Dickinson, head coach at Aramaho Wanganui, done a great job with that club again this year, and he's brought his about 20 of them, I think, down from Wanganui today. And that's just awesome. That's the buy-in that really need to get it going.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be great in the future, wouldn't it, if we had, we had the West End rowing clubs and the Aramaho, Wanganui rowing clubs, Ashburton, all of these other clubs doing it, and then suddenly you had the Muriwai surf lifesaving clubs, and you had the Papamoas, and you had this just eclectic mix of surf and rowing, and a crossover. One year I was rowing for a club, next year I'm with a surf club, but it's all about just trying to build the sport, grow the sport, having these incredible regattas around the country at some of the coolest beaches, and just some of these spectacular locations like we've got here in Tahi Bay. And as you said, the T20 of the sport, the rock music going.
And I think that will slowly, organically start to happen, but a little bit of work on the pathway for that to happen, I think, will go a long way to make it happen quicker, if that makes sense. And
God, I'd love to be at the after-match function.
yeah. And how easy is it set up here? So today, turning up to
But I think the
Tahi
surf
Bay
clubs
and
too. The surf clubs, I think, they're well versed in this sort of stuff, aren't they? You only look at some of the events they have where they've got to set up courses like tube rescue, board rescue. Got the facilities, and so exciting. So you're basically watching history here today, folks. You're watching the evolution of the sport in this country at a national level. First time we've had coverage of it. Hope you are enjoying it. Again, the real action to start a little bit later. These just currently time trials at the moment, almost just seeding our athletes, seeding our crews. And really an opportunity, I guess, for the crews to come together, have a bit of a dress rehearsal themselves, gain some understanding of the course, and trying to come up to speed as quickly as they can with the technical side of it. That's
right. It's having to run time trials here because we ended up having so many entries, which is a good thing to have, but makes it for a long day. It's having the one-day event today, but it's a good start for everyone to get out there and just have a roll over the course, especially in these time trials, just to get a feel for it before the, like you said, the head-to-head, the nitty-gritty starts to happen.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? And I think one of the other things with this sport particularly is that you can do a lot of stuff on rowing ergs, can't you? But ocean rowing probably says, look, you've actually got to get out in the conditions, in every condition. Rowing tends to be a little bit more of a controlled environment from lake to lake. Yes, you'll get the chop up at times, but it tends to be a lot more controlled. Ocean rowing's not going to be as controlled. You are going to get some beaches where the swells are going to be slightly bigger, where the waves are going to be slightly heavier, where the wind's going to have an effect across the course more so than a rowing venue. So, get out, train in every condition, because you never know what you're going to get from location to location.
And that happened to us here. Like I said, 2 years ago, Phil and Sally run the event nationals in Nelson. Me and my partner, Lucy Spores, jumped in, and we thought we were pretty good, and we ended up 5th or 6th.
I was speaking to Lucy. She blamed you, actually. She said you confused ability with ambition.
Yeah.
Trap for young players.
Sounds about right. But that was all flattish kind of water, and then once we got to Wales, we were looking out at the water thinking, there is no way we're going out in that.
But, it's like I say to cyclists or triathletes, that sport I was heavily involved in, like on the windiest of days, you've got to get out and ride your bike, because you're just going to get days like that at times. You're going to have to learn how to ride in wet, tough conditions. Yeah. And here we go. So this is a really good example. So I might just get you here to talk us through. What's the key to setting these boats up in terms of weight distribution and based on, say, the individual physiology? Is there a particular template in terms of where you put your big people versus your, say, lighter people?
Well, we were talking about before, the sprinting side of the component of coastal rowing actually is quite a big factor, especially if the run gets bigger and bigger throughout the day with the tide. You're starting to look at athletes as well that are quicker along the water, along the beach. Sorry, and then at those points, it's bow seat. Usually is the seat that will jump out at the finish.
So you want your best runner primarily in that bow seat, no matter what.
Yeah.
Particularly if it's a significant run.
Exactly. Yep. Yeah. And as I said before, that coxswain job becomes more of a sprinting tight job as well. It's real interesting. So when they jump, the rudder's not actually attached to these boats, unlike your flat water boats, and they usually have wires that's connected to a feet or the steering for the coxswain. These ones is a mechanism. The rudder slides into a chute, into a hole that goes out the bottom of the boat, and then you work on the steering from there. We experimented lots with that last time. Matt Dunham was even pulling it out when we're getting up to the top pin up here, just to see if it would spin the boat any quicker. So all those little bits are getting worked out at the moment, you know.
So here we go. Let's have a look at the way they negotiate it. So maintaining some good speed, pretty good. Going a little bit sideways, but good. Keeping that momentum going, maintaining that speed. Handbrake hasn't gone on too much, not too much of a stutter. So pretty good. Now across the top here. They won't have the benefit when we get to the match racing. It'll be a 180-degree turn. Here they do get this rectangular course, where they do come across the back of the course. Now, they'll be on the slight angle. Keep the momentum going. Pretty good. What do you make of that?
Yes, again, it's starting to look a little bit tricky with a bit more wind out there. It's blowing them a bit more further past those points.
So if we're looking out from it, if you're looking from the screen at the moment, it's coming left to right, that breeze. Is that what we're interpreting? Left to right?
Roundabout.
If you're looking at it now, it'll be right to left.
Yeah, right to left now, yeah.
So earlier, it's a right to left now, so you can just see those flags there. So that's something you're going to have to negotiate. So it's coming right to left. They're going to need to angle in a little bit more.
And one of the things I've picked up with these boats being so heavy is actually setting yourself a little bit further back in the boat and using a lot more body swing and momentum to finish off your strokes. If you set quite far forward and you're taking your catch really far forward, it's so heavy. Whereas I think you can gain a little bit more momentum and speed if you set up a little bit more back towards the bow and use a lot more swing and send.
But see, it's an amazing, you've been doing the sport a couple of years and you guys have already sort of made those observations, already made those adjustments, starting to gain an understanding already. And I think that's always been a benefit in New Zealand. We've always been quite smart when it comes to that, when it comes to the engineering of boats and setting them up, and probably learn a lot from some of the sailors as well, some of the America's Cup guys, in terms of the evolution of those boats and the way things are set up now and the hydrodynamics and where the weight is distributed and how we do it. So we've got another one of the men's doubles underway here, another one of the crews out of Aramaho, Wanganui. Boy, they've got large numbers here, haven't they? So back into their work. They're lucky in the fact that they're not having to punch out through too many big swells at the moment. But as we've said, that wind is coming from right to left, and it has picked up from what we saw earlier this morning. So it is starting to get a little choppier, and it is something they'll need to factor in. When they get to the top mark, they'll feel like they've got it behind them. And then when they turn around the second top marker to come back into the beach, they are going to feel like they've got a pretty strong crosswind. And therefore will need to make the adjustment so they don't get blown too far down the beach.
As you can just see here, you'll see they're already struggling a little bit here, getting pushed along a little bit off course.
Yeah. Now one thing we're not capturing here at the moment, but we do have club members standing here on the beach giving hand signals to the crews, saying you now need to start pushing right, or you now need to start pushing left, so that they hopefully can help take some of the guesswork out, so that the bowman there's not having to look too much over their shoulder and they can concentrate and focus more on the technical side of it. Let's have a look at how they negotiate this. So pretty tight in terms of the slalom side of it. Now, as you mentioned,
Just gotta get those blades in to check. When you get into markers like this, squaring the blades and putting them in the water to check the boat is how you'd usually do it in a rowing boat on flat water, but it's also quite hard here with such momentum and weight of these boats. It's the things they're trying to work out is what turns this boat the quickest. Is it putting the blade in flat, as you can see here? They're trying to do it with just a flat blade, put it under the water, and then tapping it round, or do you stop completely and just everyone check it on one side? Or those are all bits that it's a blank canvas and we're all just trying to work it out.
Yeah, I've actually liked the strategy of going a little bit past the first top marker and then turning maybe a little wider, coming across the second on more of a diagonal, and then just not having to turn quite as tightly. You tend to probably having to cover a little bit more distance, but you do maintain your momentum a bit. And I guess opportunity though, isn't it? And this is where I think crews need to be, crews that are still waiting, sitting, watching, observing, talking to their fellow club mates and saying, hey, what did you notice out there? What are the difficult parts of it? What do you think's best scenario? Because as I said, a lot of them, this will feel like a bit of a science experiment for a lot of these crews. And so they have been pushed quite a way down the beach.
That's
so
exactly
they're going to have
right.
a little bit of a little bit further run, but they have made a plan, they've stuck with it. And now they're looking to just try and pick up one of these runners and see if they can run the boat right up onto the beach, which is the smart thing to do. Not get off too early. Let's have a wee look. Does get off early and takes a bit of a tumble in the drink and almost gets run over. Gets back to his feet. And now a much further run up the beach, and the clock is ticking, folks.
Yeah, see, for me, if I was about to race right now, I'd be looking at all these bits and thinking, okay, they're obviously getting blown quite far here. I've got to be really onto it with the turning and just making sure I see where the markers are to turn early. Yeah,
and I've got to compensate for that crosswind. So what do? I need to come back more on the angle. We've got to almost row into it a little bit more. We don't want to be pushed too far down the beach. So these are the factors they will need to consider. And so we've got more of our fours getting set to go in their individual time trials.
And as we just see here, the organisers are starting to move the flags and rearrange the course a bit because, as you know, in quite a tidal area, the course can change throughout the day. So they're constantly out there looking at their range finders and where the course is set up and if they have to move anything between races. Looks like we're about to get into some head-to-head racing over on the far side.
Far side, are we? Okay, yeah. First of our head-to-head races across the far side of the course, by the looks of it. And try and pick up these crews. Now, I'm not sure whether they're necessarily in their pure rowing club colours. There are a number of hybrid teams that have been put together, or how would we describe it, barbarian-type sides. So different athletes from different clubs coming together to combine. So 250 metres out. Here we go. That's a good setup. So what two clubs have we got here? We've got Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club across the far side by the looks of it.
Yep, and is it a Wellington club, I think? The maroon and white?
Might be the Wellington Rowing Club, just trying to pick it up hard just to pick the colours up at the moment. So it might be the Wellington Rowing Club here. It looks maroon, but yeah, more of a red and white traditionally their colours. One thing I do love about rowing is they do stick to a lot of the real traditional looks that haven't really changed since almost 60, 70, 80 years ago at times, whether it be the checker format or the slashes that run diagonally through the uniforms. Some have modernised the colours these days, but still a lot of the old traditions still left in rowing. North End Rowing Club, a great example with their sort of black and red checkers. Hawke's Bay Rowing Club with their diagonal black with the white sash running through the middle. Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club with the red and yellow stripes.
I still have my first ever Nelson Rowing Club row suit.
No, very good. Yeah,
You still get measured up, and the lady measured up would always add 1.5 inches to the legs because she thought we'd get big legs during the season. She'll walk around with board shorts. It's pro suits.
Okay, so we think our first of our genuine match races in the fours, mixed fours, will be
And flags down. There you go.
Aramahoe Wanganui Rowing Club up against Wellington Rowing Club.
Are you video?
And we are underway, so there we go. Now, who gets the best start here? Very much looks fairly even. Both the boats are struggling a little bit with their steering, particularly here coming from the Wellington Rowing Club, and a bit of difficulty. Haven't quite got that steering just right, and it's Aramahoe, I should say, Wanganui Rowing Club, who probably have the best of the starts. Now both crews are getting into their work, and we are underway into the first of our match race in the slalom type format. So different to what we've seen in the time trials. They've got to snake their way through the three markers, 180 degree turn at the top, and then a straight drag through. And now both crews fairly even as they do negotiate this first marker.
It's all about trying to keep calm in these, especially out of the start of these races. It can be quite panicky, and that's when you can make mistakes on going off course and on not making sure you're going the right way. But they both seem to have got off pretty fair here. Very neck and neck. Yeah,
fairly even, isn't it? We talked about it. How much does it come down to the top mark? How much does it come down to being able to turn these boats 180 degrees? Who gets this right? A lot of pressure goes on the cocks. They're the ones primarily steering these boats. Power goes on. So really nice job being done here by Aramahoe Wanganui. Bottom of the picture. Top of the screen in the red and the white, it's the Wellington Rowing Club, and we now get to that threshold. Here we go, folks, settle back. History being made. First time that we are seeing one of these match races live here at a national championships at Tatahi Bay. And very much looking like Wellington, who have the early advantage, but Aramahoe might have a little bit more momentum coming out of the turn if they can now just get this boat back up to full speed. But the early advantage for the straight drag race home is the Wellington Rowing Club. So it is game on, folks.
That's a prime example right there, Mark. Just how important that top turn is. That was already a boat and a half clear water just from one turn there.
The problem is, though, we've got the Wellington Rowing Club have gone off course, so they're on a big diagonal. They're wasting a lot of time. They're going to need to straighten this boat up. They're going out now, starting to go out into the middle of the other course, and this is going to open the door here for Aramahoe Wanganui Rowing Club. We talk about the steering side of it. We talk about the ability to keep the boat straight, and at the moment it is all Aramahoe Wanganui Rowing Club. They're taking the straightest line, and we're still seeing Wellington Rowing Club really struggling to keep this boat in a straight line, continue to go right across the course.
This is where it falls back a little bit on the coxswain here, to be if they can't quite get enough turning pressure to bring it round, is to communicate that to the athletes in front of them so they can start putting a bit more pressure.
Yeah, so they can then turn the boats the traditional way by compensating on one side, or undercompensating on one side, however you want to look at it, but coming in to take out this first match race and doing it comfortably will be Aramahoe Wanganui Rowing Club. The early advantage certainly went the way of the Wellington Rowing Club, but they have just gone miles off course. You can see them down the far end there, now looking to try and straighten up. They're going to come across in front of the swells here, and they are going to get absolutely hammered. Bauman's going to get off, though, and make the run.
Oh.
Just in regards to this, how far off course are they allowed to go?
Well, generally, I think because they've gone into another course, so we have two courses set up here today just to get through the races, is generally you'll then incur a penalty. And the penalties are quite hefty in coastal rowing. So,
but hopefully a little bit of leniency today. Still want to make it enjoyable, don't we?
Exactly.
As I said, I keep emphasising that this is a sport very much in its infancy here in New Zealand. It's still a bit of a learning curve for everyone running the sport, participating in the sport. Very easy to sit here and go, oh, look, they've got this so wrong. But until you've actually been in one of these boats and understand the dynamics of it, you know, I think it's... Yeah, I think we've got to show a level of leniency towards the crews.
Definitely, and that goes through all levels as well. I've seen it in even in the World Champs level, where you have crews that will go completely off course or to a different course and they've just missed the marker completely. It just happens. It's one of those things you just got to be really aware of once you're out there.
Yeah, it'll be interesting with the evolution of the sport when it comes to the Olympics. You talked about Spain. Now, when we think of rowing at an Olympic level, we don't traditionally think of Spain as being a powerhouse. And so an opportunity maybe at the first Olympics for countries like Spain and stuff to maybe capitalise on their time in the sport. But you do feel if it remains at the Olympics and the sport continues to evolve, I wonder whether the traditional rowing nations, the Great Britains, the New Zealands, the Australia, Canada and the women's side of it, United States, Germany, those countries will actually end up dominating ocean rowing as much as they dominate traditional rowing.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see.
But I imagine the Australians will adapt to this very quickly with their surf life-saving background.
Yeah, so to be fair, out of all the big nations, probably Great Britain have jumped on board pretty quickly with it. I guess it helped the world champs in Wales last year, and I think they put a bit more funding into it and grow it, and now they've got actual athletes and coaches and systems set up, which is quite exciting for them. This year's the first year Australian rowing have named a team, and it features a lot of their Olympic athletes as well, so they're taking it quite serious too, and like you said before, I think they've got a very big surf lifesaving organisation over there, which will be interesting to see if that goes through that side of it.
If they tap into that, they'll go leaps and bounds. They've got just such depth over there. You've only got to spend time in Australia at their surf clubs. It's 365 days of the year, incredibly well resourced. Climates are conducive, surf's conducive. They come from a surf life-saving boating background. It's a natural evolution for them, and you can see it sort of taking over the sport there as well. And so we are underway in the next of our match races.
So as you can see here, as soon as the flag drops to go, the athletes can then get into the boats while the coxswain is sprinting down the beach.
Still got a bit of a problem here with the second seat. Struggling somewhat with the rails.
I think Bauman of this, is it Petoni? I think in this inside lane here. No feet in and not on the seat. So, good wave there as well. Look at that.
Just struggling here, aren't we? With the...
And that's what I was talking about before. It's once you're in that race environment, it can be quite finicky. Whereas if you can just be a bit more relaxed and make sure that you get on your seat, get your feet into the footplate.
Yeah, these crews here in now this match race format, okay, they've got a comfortable lead, technical problem going on with the crew they're racing, but they'll want to make sure they get the turns right here. This will be as much about testing themselves technically. It's not about necessarily beating their opponent. Okay, we've got the lead, but how good are we on the turns here? How good are we going to be later in the day? Can we be the most effective, most efficient crew on the water? It looks like a hybrid boat in terms of the makeup of the crew. Now let's have a look at how they negotiate this. Good speed around it. Now, this is the key part here.
There's actually a very good turn there by the coxswain.
Very good.
Line.
Almost going sideways. It's almost like drifting in a car race, isn't it?
I'd still personally like to see maybe the rowers dig their oars in and just keep it a bit tighter. But it was overall, that was probably the best turn I've seen today.
And so the mixed quad. Another one of our doubles in action.
So this will be quite an exciting event today as well. We have a lot of ex-New Zealand rowers, only recently not in the team, competing here, and seems like some good stock in this racing today. It's interesting when you get to this point of a race and being this crew out here, being so far ahead. The format of sprint racing is it can be quite bang, bang, bang after each other. Your heats, quarters, semis, final, with not much time in between the races at all. So that's when you start thinking about just doing what you need to do to finish the race here. Don't mess up at all. Keep it going straight. Clear exit out here and then just jogging it up.
So I've got a member here of the Waikato Rowing Club, and I was trying to work out the colours here earlier. Sometimes TV doesn't pick up. I thought it might even be the Invercargill Rowing Club.
Chris and Frood coming in for the finish line there and hitting the buzzer.
And what club would that be?
She, I think, is racing for her home club, which is down in Invercargill.
Yeah, I thought it was Invercargill
Yeah.
Rowing Club. Sometimes it just with the light and stuff, you can't always pick up the colours necessarily. Don't want to get the clubs wrong. We do apologise if we do. So plenty of action here at Tahi Bay for these national championships.
And she's rowing with a Waikato Rowing Club athlete.
Still one of the fours, the quads coming in. Had a bit of a breakage. Only the 3 rowers been able to row. Just wonder if it was to do with the rails. Something got jammed in there possibly. You don't get the preparation that you get in traditional rowing where you've got plenty of time to make adjustments. You've got to basically hope all your equipment's ready to go. You've got to get in the boat yourself. You've got to lock yourself in, strap yourself in.
So it's one of the aspects that makes it quite interesting as well is that whole point of the time, and they actually have fixed settings in the boat for this racing, so you can't change the heights. The only thing, or the seat heights and things like that, the only thing you can do is really move
the distance between, so based on your height,
plate, so
you see your feet plate,
and other, generally as well, it's whether you use your own blades, but I think that can vary as well whether you're allowed to or not, so you can just jump in and use them. It's so quick, you're in and out. You finish a race, you try and walk it out a little bit, and then you've got to get ready for the next one.
Okay, we've got a first of our match races now coming on here in the doubles. So this will be fascinating. Here we go, folks. This will be the first time we've actually seen a match race in the doubles. Try and pick up the crews for you, but really good start there at the top of the screen. There's a mixed doubles. So the guys and the girls racing together. Good start. Both boats now getting up to full speed, having to punch through the swells. The right-hand side of the course, not sure there's an advantage necessarily. Possibly just looking at the way the course is set up and the movement here of the marker buoys directly in front of us. You can't quite see it at the moment. Possibly it might be a little bit of a smoother run out to the right-hand side. So you can just see down there in front of the white flags there, the surf club, or the rowing club teammates giving hand signals, making sure they do take the straightest line or when they do need to turn.
That's one thing we worked out, is something as simple as a big fluoro top. So when the athletes are out there, they're getting near the or maybe the second buoy, it starts to get sometimes a bit tricky to see those hand signals. So even just a big fluoro shirt just to be like, okay, I need to keep going this way.
Yep.
And those signals.
And here we go. Now the handbrake's gone on a little bit. Pretty good though.
And as you can see there, how light those kind of buoys are out there, even with the oars hitting there and flatten those buoys there. As long as you're getting that bow ball around, or that the middle of the boat around that buoy, it's a clean turn.
And I'll give you an idea there just of the way the current and tides are moving. Those marker buoys this morning were very much in line. You can see the middle marker buoy now. It's just going to be pushed due to the currents. Fairly even race, still advantage to the crew outside of the left here. But it will just still opportunity to pick up some runners. Look how even this is starting to look now. So really good race beginning to develop between these two crows. Now, who wants this the most? Who's going to put themselves in the hurt box? Who can get that rating nice and high? Who has the ability to pick up the runners? All of these little factors, all of these little variables starting to play out here at Tahi Bay. First of our match races in the mixed double here at the New Zealand Rowing New Zealand Beach Sprint National Championships at Tahi Bay. This could come down to a run up the beach. The advantage, if it comes to the run up the beach, is the crew bottom of screen here. They are closest to the timing match. They are closest to the timing button. But who gets off first? Who decides to go all the way in, run the boat dry up onto the beach, and then look to run? Big, strong finish coming from the crew at the bottom here.
This will be interesting. This crew that's slightly behind is the crew, I think, here of Ian Seymour and Zoe McBride. Zoe McBride, ex-world champion in the lightweight double.
And they will have the advantage because they took the best line in. Who's going to touch first? Oh, nothing in it, less than a second. And it was the crew on the left-hand side that ended up getting it. Boy, really good race. That's what we talk about, the smallest of margins. It just comes down to those little technical abilities. Oh, I tell you what, those crews could race again, and I think the result would be different again. How did you see that one, Brock?
It just points out some of these the technical side of it, where I feel you've got very capable rowers in that crew there, Zoe and Ian, established competitive rowers against, by the looks of them, some maybe good club rowers here, and just Rhoda picked up on what they need to do a bit more tighter turns around up the top to gain that little bit of advantage. And unless you're extremely quick at the sprinting along the beach, it's hard to make up that ground that you lose during the race in the water. A great first race for us to watch there.
Yeah, really, it just shows just what it's going to come down to. And so Tahi Bay here in Wellington, half an hour north of Wellington, is the venue for this year's Swift Racing 2024 Rowing New Zealand Beach Sprint National Championships. Special acknowledgement to Milford Asset Management for their wonderful support of this live stream. And of course to Swift, the boats that these athletes are using, the premier ocean rowing boats.
And I'd like to confidently say that Phil and Sally Knight from Swift, if it wasn't for them, this kind of event would never have been. They really pushed coastal rowing in New Zealand. I think Phil, the large human, and I think he found that he couldn't quite get what he wanted out of a small single boat, so found a coastal single, and I think that's where the love of coastal came from him.
I backed myself as a bit of a sprinter, so I was thinking of starting the 43-metre World Championships, running the first one, winning the first one, because it'd be sort of like, well, let's start a hybrid version of another sport. But no, it's great, isn't it? I mean, in fact, it's Olympic sport, just says that just how big this is and just how seriously it is taken. You don't get, a lot of sports just simply don't make it to the Olympic Games. Ocean rowing does. They see the evolution. They see where the sport's moving to. They want to try and also, encourage younger athletes, younger people to get involved, try and tap into maybe that surf life-saving type audience, try and, bring something different from a television point of view.
Just so much more accessible. You think about, I get quite excited thinking about like island nations and where that could lead for them, and trying to get them involved, because it's quite a big ask for those types of nations.
Well, I mean, a traditional rowing skiff, you've got to have certain water type, don't you? Now, I live out at Muriwai, but I spend a lot of time open water swimming at Takapuna Beach, and I'm out there on a Saturday morning early, and I see the Wakayama paddlers going out, and similar sort of thing. Quite a bulky boat, but not a tippy boat, ocean going boat, and there's no reason why it can't be on a Saturday morning cruise going out doing this, individual in the doubles, in the quads, and just actually saying, hey, isn't it just nice to be out here on the harbour in a boat doing a sport we love, having a bit of fun, some camaraderie, knowing that there's also a competitive component to it. Doing some ins and outs and some bigger surf, and learning how to negotiate punching out and then being able to turn and come back in, and just riding those runners and having a little bit more fun. Yeah,
it's definitely for all age groups as well. As an example, like Nelson Rowing Club for the last few years, again, thanks to Phil and Sally, but have quite a few boats down there. And I know the Masters would pack up the quad and they'll go for big rows all round through Abel Tasman. Things like that, and it's absolutely awesome. I really want to get down there. But this has got to start, great to have Altitude HD down here covering this, bringing these pictures, putting it up there, selling the sport, showing the sport. A beautiful day down here in Wellington. Breeze has just got up. As you're looking from it, it's running left to right, as you're looking at the screen at the moment. And those flags will demonstrate that, coming up nice and high here now. So that is where we are broadcasting from as we look back out over this amphitheatre, Mana Island in the background. So I hope you are enjoying coverage here of the Beach Sprint National Championships for 2024. The venue is Tahi Bay. We'll take a break and we'll come back with more.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. We are proud to say our Milford KiwiSaver Plan Conservative, Balanced and Active Growth Funds have all been the #1 performers in their respective KiwiSaver Fund categories over the last 10 years, according to Morningstar's latest independent survey. And now, we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow in their pursuits of outstanding results. Find out more at milfordasset.com. Milford, invested in you.
You're watching coverage of the Swift Racing 2024 Rowing New Zealand Beach Sprint National Championships live from Tatahi Bay in Wellington. It is very much a match racing type format. I hope you are enjoying the coverage. A lot of these rowers struggling just to turn these boats. Opportunity for a lot of crews for the first time out here to experience ocean rowing. So outstanding athletes in their own right. It's the technical component that some of them are struggling with at the moment. This particular crew done a really nice job in complete control of this particular match race. Getting that bow nice and high out of the water. Now they're going to have to negotiate a little bit of the break zone, having to negotiate the swells coming in. They just want to keep the momentum on, keep the pressure on, try and just connect those strokes. Really good job being done. Wonderful display here from this crew. It might be North Shore Rowing Club, is it? Really good job. Nice and high all the way through. We'll just look to run this dry onto the beach. Bowman gets off. North Shore doing a fantastic job. Absolute demolition. Comfortable victory. And now we do see the athlete from Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club running up onto the beach to officially register a time. So we've got two arenas running at the moment. We've got the quads at the northern end of the beach and the doubles here in the middle. And as you look down the screen there, that is the southern end of the beach you're looking at. So it's a match race format, 250 metres, 3 cans they do need to negotiate. So getting set for another one of our match races. Number of different clubs represented from around the country. Record numbers at this year's National Championships. Okay, so if you're just wanting, we'll give you an explanation of what you are watching and the format for today's match racing. So this hopefully will just explain things, what you are watching, what you are seeing, and what the objective of today's event is. Tahi Bay, half an hour north of Wellington, plays host to the 2024 Swift Racing New Zealand Coastal Rowing Beach Sprint Championships. The 250-metre sprint course consists of the start and finish zone, and 3 marker buoys. A member of each crew will start the race under the start zone, and on the buzzer will sprint to their respective boats. They will then begin to row their boat through the break zone, where they will slalom their way around 3 buoys as quickly as they can. At the final marker, it's a 180-degree turn and then a straight line sprint to the finish. Crews will skid the boat up onto the beach, with the bowman jumping out and sprinting the final leg up through to the finish line. And don't underestimate too the ability of the bowman, or when we get to the quads, generally the coxswain, in regards to the run up the beach. The speed required there. Another one of the Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club doubles in action, negotiating their way through that, or past that first marker buoy, out to the second one now, having to zigzag through it in the slalom type format. That breeze will be coming over their left shoulder. And so the environmental factors are something they will need to negotiate. Now these crews will have fellow clubmates on the beach signalling to them, using hand signals, stay left, keep pushing right. They'll be acting as their eyes for them. Clearly the bowman will also be having a wee look. Now let's have a look how they negotiate this really tricky part of the course. And so it's about momentum, just struggling a little bit here. Handbrake goes on. Try and get back up to full speed, little short strokes. Try and get a relatively if I can use the word, high arm turnover or stroke turnover. And negotiated that nicely. So they're just going on their own, no match race and such, but different from what we saw earlier today with the time trials, where it is literally a 180-degree turn and then it is turn and burn. Now, I've got to try and take a straight line here. Have just gone off course again. Now we'll look to try and come back into the middle. I mean, you can see them making that adjustment now, but they have lost time. And there is the Tatahi Bay Surf Club in the background. Yeah, good form being shown here now. Great cohesion. Made the little correction, made the little adjustment. Now looking to try and just pick up on some of these little runners. Trying to use the ocean's momentum to their advantage. Trying to keep the boat straight here. Don't want to go sideways. Try and run it up onto the beach here. Got to keep rowing. Bauman gets off, not the first one to take a dip in the drink. Stungling again. Well, other than making some great television, managed just to keep a smile on his face. Has to go around the particular flag and then through to the finish line. And he's gone around the wrong flag, so that really just comes down to the athletes understanding what needs to happen. I'm going to sound pretty harsh on this, but that is they just need to understand this. They just need to be paying greater attention to the race briefings or just following the races or understanding the rules. Nobody else's fault but the athlete's fault if they're not sure what the course is or how the exit point looks or the requirements once they do get to the beach. All part of the learning. And part of that is because they come from a rowing background where that's not a prerequisite. That's not a requirement. It's a 2,000 metre straight drag. We know where the finish line is and we know what we've got to do, and that's just keep rowing. But in open water events like this, whether it be open water swimming, some of the surf life-saving events, a triathlon to a degree, you've got to understand the course. You've got to know the rules. There are a technical side of it. There is another dynamic to it. And so you can listen to those race briefings, look at the crews that go before, understand the rules, understand what you've got to do, and be able to do it under duress. Championships, brought to you by Milford Asset Management. And so this is the singles. Immediately, rower out of the Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club, trying to make that adjustment. Starting run from the beach. Down the left-hand side of the course. Needs to negotiate the three markers in a slalom type format. Really good start there from the athlete on the left. And through the first of the buoys. Now these boats here are a little easier to manoeuvre, so it'll be interesting to see when they get to the top marker who does negotiate the 180-degree turn the quickest. So Porirua Rowing Club here, representative, the club hosting this year's national championships. But it is the athlete from Aramaho Wanganui who continues to have a considerable lead. But this is where it all can change. Swell's just starting to roll in, the water's starting to get a little lumpier. Having to just make that technical adjustment on the stroke. So under 19 women's single. Let's have a look at the negotiation here. Slamming the handbrake on. Interesting to see. The Porirua Rowing Club. Again, just struggling to get that boat around. Just being pushed sideways by the swells coming in. Some of these environmental factors that you just need to get a read on early on, make the adjustment, do the visualization. Know what you need to do in regards to compensating on one side to turn these boats. Good performance though from this young athlete. Pretty good line. Directly out in front of us here in the commentary box. Now it's just a matter of maintaining good technique. Trying to pick up on any of these little runners. At times having to just increase your stroke rate to stay on the runner. Maximise the power. Starting to go just a little bit sideways here. Now this needs to make the adjustment. Just starts to open the door. Opportunity here. Coming for the Porirua Rowing Club to maybe just close that gap down. But that lead is considerable. So maybe 3, 4, 5 strokes. Then we'll need to exit her craft and make the run up to the beach. Gets out. Good foot placement, good technique. Gets the wading going, get the knees nice and high out of the water, past the swift flags and up through to the timing gates. That is an outstanding performance from this young lady. And does just hit the button. And now an opportunity to recover. So racing just over 3 minutes. Closer to 4. So very much what we call a VO2 max type session. Heart rate is very, very high for much of this. A big difference from 2,000 metres that most of them are used to racing in the more traditional form of rowing. Tahi Bay is the venue. More racing to come. Under 19 singles. We will had doubles already this morning. As we look over this magnificent amphitheatre venue for this year's National Beach Sprint Rowing Championships. So getting set for the next of our match races between two remarkable young athletes from a running start. Just making their final adjustments to their boats. Not too much they can do with them. Nelson Rowing Club will be in action on the left-hand side of the course. So by the looks of it, might be two athletes from the Nelson Rowing Club going up against each other here. Well, camaraderie will turn to competition now. So the South Lane and the North Lane, semi-finals. So boats are poised and set. We are underway. Nelson versus Nelson. Who gets into their craft quickest? Who gets away? Who locks in? Who dials in the most? It's the south course that gets the way to the best start. Now needing to straighten up both crews. In fact, now the northern end. So rower up on the northern end has got into her work the quickest. Well, starting to roll in here now to punch through these waves. Be trying to avoid that white water if they can. Don't want the handbrake to go on too much over the first one. Big second set starting to build now here nicely. Punches through it. Wonderful images coming off the water here. Really, really good race beginning to develop. Now, the slalom side of it starts. They will have fellow teammates, coaches on the beach in fluorescent vests, some of them, using hand signals saying, stay right, stay left. So having somebody else be a set of eyes for them. No cocks, of course. It's not just straight line here. It is very much a slalom type course. Fairly even race. North course with the advantage. North course maybe not quite as tight, hitting the second marker, so momentum goes back in favour possibly of the south course athlete. Starting to come into shot now, great momentum. It'll come down to this 180-degree turn. Who's going to get the momentum? Who gets this right? And then who possibly can pick up on a runner, pick up on one of these swells, ride it in, gain that advantage before that little run up the beach. Just having a wee look across. It is neck and neck. There is nothing in it. A street fight beginning to develop between these two remarkable young athletes. Vantage early to the athlete bottom of the screen. Both struggling just to manoeuvre these crafts. Who's going to turn? Who can get the power down? Who can get that left oar in? Turn the boat. It's neck and neck. Now it's a straight 250-metre drag race back to the finish. Who takes the straightest line? Looking very much like the south course. The athlete to the right of the screen at the moment has the smallest, narrowest of margins, narrowest of leads. But it is game on. Has been a number of lead swaps. Now it's all about direction. It's all about boat speed, keeping the boat in a nice straight line. There is the Tahi Bay Surf Life Saving Club in the background. That is the destination. That is the finish line. It is the athlete top of the screen or to the right of the screen in what we call the southern course. Now, environmental factors, some waves starting to build, some swells beginning to build. Who gets to pick up on them? Who gets the momentum? Who gets that little bit of lift? Who gets that added help in terms of boat speed? Will it come to a run up the beach? Swells beginning to build for both rowers. Got to keep rowing. Do not want to stop at any point. Need to maintain that momentum all the way through. Want to put that bow right up onto the beach. It will come down to a sprint, folks. It will come down to a sprint between these two athletes out of the Nelson Rowing Club. They both need to go around the flags. A little bit of a stumble. Here we go. Who touches first? Who crosses the line first? Absolutely nothing in it. We'll have to go to the official results on that. But a wonderful display of the singles here at the New Zealand Ocean Rowing Championships. And there is the venue to Tahi Bay here, half an hour north of Wellington. Hey, how did the little man go? Did he play well? He's got a good little football, right, the little man. What time do you guys go? 1 o'clock? Yep. Yeah, got broken into it. Yeah, back windows all smashed and stuff, yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, that's very nice of you. Thank you. And get someone to come and fix it, yeah. Oh, we can sort it out. Get back today anyway. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, thank you for looking after Jade and such. Appreciate it. All right, I've just got to go. I've got another rowing race I've got to call. Okay, see you. Bye. Next of our single race, it's not too far from getting underway, just waiting for the final preparations of our crews and boats and the helpers to get themselves in action. And we are underway, just the one athlete in this race, so they will be very much racing at the clock. Athlete out of the Whiteout Rowing Club by the looks of it. And just having to straighten up, you do not want to go side on into the white water. You need to hit it bow first, you need to hit it straight on, you've got to punch through the water, keep the stroke going. See the natural, almost counterintuitive, natural intuition says stop rowing, but you've got to keep going, you've got to power it on. So Mila van Rensburg in this qualifier quarters. So van Rensburg getting instructions from her coach on the start line, giving her guidance. That's a great example right there, saying look, stay right, you need to start moving right, you need to start moving right, straighten the boat up, go right. So acting as the eyes, you can just see how much that water is now just starting to chop up, starting to get a little bit ugly out there. It's also about just making sure that you get clean entry with those blades. Just trying to connect those strokes if you can. A lot of variables that they now need to factor in here into Tahi Bay. Slalom type course. Approaching that top marker, 180-degree turn, straight sprint back into the beach. So Mila van Rensburg out of the Wairau Rowing Club. Trying to turn, doing a good job. You can just see though, the conditions making it hard, good momentum. Getting pushed down the beach a little bit, it's going to need to straighten up. Now, brings around that left oar, powers it on. Does manage to turn that bow. Still instructions coming from the beach saying, Mila, you're going to have to come right more. You're going to have to come right more. She'll know that herself. She'll want to get speed up first and then just make a natural progression on the diagonal back in towards the beach. It's got her momentum. Now has to deal with the changing conditions. Now has to deal with the swell as the wind continues to pick up. Mila van Rensburg. Now starts to come into just a little bit clearer, cleaner water. Has the ability to pick up on these waves, pick up on these little runners. Just drops off the back of one. Sees another one just beginning to form. Want to utilise this. Want to try and ride this all the way in. Let's see how she does negotiate this particular wave. If in fact does catch her, she might be too far out in front of it. Her own boat speed might just be able to outrun this. Now the white water starts to come into play. Does it engulf her? Well, it won't. She'll get to the beach. And now the little run up through to the finish gate. So Mila van Rensburg, another one of these athletes, creating a little bit of history, pioneering in this event. Can be tough sometimes. You can sit on your sciatic nerve a little bit, and when you get off and run, your leg feels a little bit dead, and yeah, it makes it very difficult to run. You see it more in surf ski paddling possibly than in rowing with the way the boats are set up for surf ski. But I hope you are enjoying coverage here. And so Mila van Rensburg in that southern lane in that time trial gets the job done. She'll have to sit back and wait now to see how that time marries up against some of the other contestants, some of the other athletes. And now set to go. We'll have an athlete out of the Avon Rowing Club and the Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club. The bucket hats made famous by the Nelson Rowing Club back in 2011, and the Dunstan Rowing Club, and become a very fashionable item in the sport of rowing. So Avon up against Aramaho Wanganui. Under 19 single. Not just the run from the beach, but getting into the boat. Underway. Southern lane, northern lane. Aramaho Wanganui in the southern lane. The famous red and white stripes. Good start. Locked in, dialed in. Plenty of power. Punches through the first of the swells. Good start coming across the other side in the northern lane too from the Avon Rowing Club. Fairly even. They'll just be wanting to get through this breakwater and then zigzag their way in this slalom type format. Very much the northern lane. Avon Rowing Club with the early advantage. Just a bit of a technical issue here for the Aramaho Wanganui athlete. Remember, they don't get a chance to make the adjustments like you do in traditional rowing. That adjustment's got to be split second. Not dissimilar to the transitions that you might see in the sport of triathlon, going from the swim to the bike or the bike to the run, and the change of shoes and what's actually required. Imagine they'll do a bit of visualization around this. This is the technical component. This is the area of the sport where as the sport does evolve and there's more regattas and there's more racing, they will hone the skills in this area and they will become absolutely seamless at some point. Northern side of the course though, looking like they might just have the advantage as they approach the top mark. And you can see, in fact, it is the rower out of the Avon Rowing Club who does have the advantage. Taking quite a tight turn though. Benefit might be Aramaho, that a little bit more of a sweeping turn, therefore might just be able to manoeuvre that boat a little bit quicker, get it around just a little bit faster, get back up to momentum, get back up to speed. So out of shot at the moment, out to the left-hand side is Aramaho Wanganui. Athlete you're seeing here out of the Avon Rowing Club. And I think we might have even had one of the boats capsize out there. In fact, I do. We've lost, so there you go. Just showing how difficult it is. So that is the first capsize of the day for the athlete from Aramaho Wanganui. Great to have the IRBs out there. So now it is just an individual time trial for the Avon Rowing Club. And that's the problem when sometimes you just get a little bit sideways and then you're trying to correct, you just get a little bit off balance. You just happen to hit a particular swell and wave. Suddenly the boat just fills up. You find yourself back in the drink, but you put a smile on your face. You come back in and go, man, this is a cool sport. I want a little bit more of this. But nobody is going to deny this young man. Gets to his feet. His helpers will come out and he will run up onto the beach and comfortably take out this particular match race. It's the first capsize we've seen of the day. The rower's okay. Now just a case of getting the boat turned over. And they managed to do that quite comfortably, don't they? Now does he get back in and row back in, or are they going to time it? Oh, it's going to go back in the drink again. So breeze just starting to pick up. It was idyllic this morning, absolutely glass-like conditions. And so the environmental factors do start to come into play now. Becomes a bit more strength-based, becomes a lot more technical. It's going to come down to who reads the conditions best, who makes the adjustment. And so back underway for the Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club athlete. And we'll look to try and finish this in style. Really starting to put the hammer down. Doesn't want to get sideways, doesn't want to get sideways. Has got sideways and he's just trying to straighten the boat back up. Find himself capsizing pretty quickly again if he's not careful. This is good though, he's got that bow straight on again. And there he goes. again, creating a little bit of history in his own right. And they will get set for another one of these match races in this under-19 single. We'll bring in Mark Weatherall from Rowing New Zealand shortly. Well, Mark Weatherall now does join us from Rowing New Zealand. Morning to you, Mark. Welcome.
Morning. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, no, look, it's absolutely just it's a wonderful auditorium, isn't it? It's just a wonderful venue for ocean rowing. The wind's just picked up a little bit, starting to get a bit choppy. Just saw our first capsize of the day out there.
Yeah, we did. I saw the IB girls and boys out there get into their action. I was talking to them earlier, and they're feeling a little bit bored, so it was good that we can give them some action and something to do.
Yeah, so we saw Aramaho Wanganui up against the Avon Rowing Club. Just looking down here, it might be a repeat again in regards to our next individual match race. Just saying, Mark, it's an exciting sport, isn't it? I mean, they're all great rowers. The thing they're dealing with is the technical side of it.
Yeah, no, look, Mark, we're really excited about the future of coastal rowing. As you know, it's fledgling, as they say, but it's great to be here. And I think as we look into the future, it's a really neat opportunity. I know you've been talking a little bit about surf lifesaving and the connection and the possibilities there. And of course, with my background, I'm overly excited. I walked down this morning and saw quite a nice little wave. So it's we're really excited about the potential and the future and how we can really grow the sport. You know, it's a real neat opportunity to bring the sport to the public. You know, we've got amazing flat water venues around the country, but getting coastal rowing in front of people, you know, in places like here, it's a great opportunity.
Now, I'm pretty sure this is, in fact, the Avon Rowing Club, not the Porirua Rowing Club, looking at the traditional colours of the uniforms. But just having a look here, just some of the technical issues, again, from the start, just not being able to quite get maybe the rails right or get the straps, and in fact got a problem with the seat. So that's disappointing because the crew on the northern course already well and truly underway, approaching the first marker. Meanwhile, Jack here from the Avon Rowing Club in a bit of difficulty, still hasn't got off the beach just yet.
No, it's a tricky old sport, and I think, you know, a number of the people here racing today, it's probably the first time they've had a go at coastal rowing, which is really exciting and it's really cool opportunity. But as you say, it's pretty technical and a few challenges out there. Yeah,
it's very much, as I said, a lot of these athletes, they might not know it, but they're actually pioneering the sport, aren't they? They're actually taking the guesswork out for even athletes next year, 2 years from now, the next generation. And I'd imagine as this sport does continue to evolve and continue to grow, we sort of look back and go, oh, do you remember those first regattas where it was a bit of chaos and carnage, and then just how clean things have become? And, you know, clearly the key to this sport is the technical side of the sport, is being able to make the turns, is being able to negotiate the environmental factors.
Yeah, no, definitely. I was at Papamoa recently. We had a couple of our elites there were training in coastal. And
is that where the Manu rowing?
Yeah, well, I was just going to talk. Corey Hutchings, who's actually our Manu coach, was there, and those that know heard of Corey Hutchings, one of the best Ironmen going around. Anyway, he was like said to me, "What's going on over there, Mark?" And I explained to him what was happening, and he had a good chat to them afterwards, and yeah, he had a lot to offer from that whole technical side of things, and I think that's a neat opportunity with joining with surf lifesaving and learning some of those skills that this clubbies have. Yeah,
just being able to read the water, read the conditions, and read the conditions as the tide changes, where rips are, what the runners are doing, maybe even times in between sets, even just knowing when to get out of your boat and what the right depth is to start your run up the beach.
100%, yeah, because I think one of the key things he saw was that the boys were getting a little bit far ahead of the runners. You know, they weren't sort of making the most of it. They were rowing ahead of it. So just little things like that, which really make quite a difference.
Yeah, they can actually. I was talking earlier saying, look, are they going to pick up the white water here? Are they going to stay ahead of it? And of course, they stayed ahead of it. They outran the waves. And you go, well, okay, I mean, it's a decision you've got to make. But also, too, when you're on the top of a wave or you're on top of a runner, you need to increase your stroke rate. You need to try and stay on it.
Yeah.
But the nice thing, I guess, in the bigger boats is, you know, your boats are probably going to be moving quicker than a lot of the waves themselves, but that can vary from beach to beach. But nice performance coming here from the athlete out of Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club. That is, I understand that might be Jake Renton, I think it is, coming in. So getting off and running up the beach, but it's about taking the straightest line too, isn't it? And I understand when you get up to the bigger boats, you get up to the quads, they've got a hairpin type rudder system on them, and they can get out of control very, very easy. They're the only boat that does technically have a coxswain, and that is the responsibility of the coxswain. And then we've got another capsize, do we? We do have another capsize.
Yeah.
That is the second one. It seems to be on the left-hand side of the course, or maybe just a technical problem, I think. So
Yeah, it looks like he's still
maybe
upright
just
at the moment.
having a bit of an issue maybe with the seat, with the rails.
Look at that shot, eh? What an amazing place. We're fortunate to be here. You talked about that wind before, Mark, but it's sort of dropped off a little bit, and we're quite
Now,
sheltered just in the bay here.
Did I see you diving there earlier illegally for power?
No, not today.
No, not today,
It's a bit
not
chilly
today.
for me.
No, look, I mean, it is. It's a sport that, really, it's just, there's an opportunity, isn't there, for rowing here? There's an opportunity for surf lifesaving to just come together and make this, Olympic pathway now. It's remarkable. 2:28, of course.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier. Look, when you look at the surf lifesaving and the Olympic pathway that's got at the moment, there's a real heritage of surf lifesavers that come through kayaking, swimming, athletics, and now the potential with rowing. So it's a really neat opportunity, and we're working with Surf Lifesaving New Zealand around those opportunities as we look to the future.
Well, the vision for me would be next year, 2 years' time, say it is held up in Auckland. We've got, say, the Cambridge Rowing Club. We might have Dunstan Arm Rowing Club, but then alongside of the Mairangi Bay Surf Lifesaving Club, Muriwai, Piha. Then you throw in the Clifton Rowing Club, and suddenly it's this eclectic mix, different types of athletes, or athletes that may have come purely from a rowing background that said, surf lifesaving is where I want to be because it's, maybe the environment is just a little bit more conducive to my lifestyle, or, I just enjoy the stimulation a little bit better than, say, sitting on a lake all day.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I think, again, something I talked about before, I think it's a really neat opportunity. We talk a lot about the Māori Regatta and school rowing, and what
the dropout rate too, isn't there? There's a big dropout rate.
Yeah, and so I think Coastal's got a real opportunity to fill that and to help with retention of rowers. We see a huge drop off post the Māori Regatta, so I think Coastal's got a neat opportunity. And what you'll see in the future is us running Coastal alongside Flatwater during the summer. So at some stage we'll make that decision. And just imagine some of the beaches around the country, middle of the summer, having coastal rowing and having lots of people down there.
But you go and look at Mount Maunganui, as we talk about Papamoa and clearly Amanu and all that area there. Then you go to Whangamata and Waihi, and then I'm not sure that a lot of the West Coast beaches like PR or Muriwai
maybe a little bit big.
Maybe might just be a little bit big and might just do a bit too much damage. But it just certainly shows what is capable and where the sport can go and how it can grow, and some of the wonderful amphitheatres around the country for it. Mana Island there in the background.
It's beautiful, eh? And as I say, I think that's one of the opportunities we've got. If you think right around the country, we can take coastal, and there'll be beaches, where it's going to be, really great to hold it. One of the things we talked about here in Wellington was imagine having Oriental Bay in town, during the summer, and the amount of people that come down and have a look at that as well.
Yeah, even the viaduct in Auckland. I mean, I always like a little bit of a swell. I think it adds a dynamic, but it is what it is. If you're wanting to promote the sport, take it into the viaduct and, run it there in a natural amphitheatre with the bars and the restaurants. And if you get some of the bigger names of New Zealand rowing, particularly maybe the first year after the Olympic Games, where, everyone's tending to be maybe just a little bit more relaxed for the first 3 or 4 months of the year, or an opportunity to come back and thank the public for their support.
Yeah, definitely. Because we're looking, look ahead to...
Because it would be nice, wouldn't it, to see, go back, have a veterans race, Rob Waddell versus... Mahe Drysdale, take that rivalry back down there on the waterfront, and coastal rowing just as an exhibition event,
That'd be a lot of fun.
Okay, so we have the Porirua Rowing Club here up against, again, a club that's probably provided a lot of numbers, Aramaho Wanganui. Try and pick up our starters for you. So we've got the southern lane to the left, we've got the northern lane to the right. Seems to be the northern lane at the moment that seems to be benefiting the most. I'm not sure there's anything in that environmentally. So the breeze is coming across their right shoulder. So it's coming from right to left as you look at your pictures. So that is something they will have to negotiate. So to the starter we go. Short, sharp run. Got to stay controlled, got to get into that boat, lock themselves in. So we've got Jack Clark and Jake Newton. So Jack Clark, Jake Newton. So Jack Clark there from Petone Rowing Club.
Start.
Gets away to a nice start. In fact, fairly even start from both rowers. It'll be now who takes the straightest line. The thing I love, the thing that I'm liking too is the fact there is the assistance coming from the beach in terms of guiding the rowers. There's a really good example of it. Stay left and then look to straighten up. Outstanding job being done, and that's about communicating now, saying, hey, start to move a little bit right. So that is Jack Clark. From the Porirua Rowing Club. I think I said Petone earlier, my apologies, just getting Petone and Porirua confused. But the Porirua Rowing Club, who are actually hosting this particular event. And now, who can take the tightest line? Very, very even race, this one. Nothing in it at the moment. Here we go. So, Jake Newton out of the Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club has the smallest of leads. But now we hit this 180-degree turn, the third marker. Who hits it too tight? Who takes maybe sweeps it a little bit tighter? Both put the handbrake on. Nice job being done here across in the southern lane from the athlete. Out of the Porirua Rowing Club. And here's the initial jump, but there is still opportunity. Remember, they have the ability to pick up the waves. They have the ability to pick up the runners here. Do they understand the dynamics at play here, Mark Wetherall?
Yeah, no, I'm just looking out there. There's a couple of runners coming through. Sure, that southern lane looks to be on a good one at the moment.
It's gone quite wide, hasn't he? Now he's having to come back on the diagonal. And every time he's coming across, that just means he's having to travel a little bit longer. Really good momentum now coming from...
Really well there. Straighten up again to catch the next one. Just to come under the tail there.
Yeah, so Jake Newton starting to just try and close that gap, but he's got some work to do. Just got to try and pick up these little runners, just work with it. Don't want to get too far in front of it. You want to use that momentum. You don't need to burn so many matches.
That's what we talked about before, rowing ahead of it.
Nice job here being done. Really good performance. He's come a little bit wide, so it'll still come possibly down to the run on the beach, but I think he's probably got enough room and enough time. Just wants to make sure that he gets good instruction. Doesn't want his boat handlers standing too deep either. We see a lot of that in surf fly saving where the handlers stand too deep, particularly in the board race, and then the athletes get out and it's just too deep to start their run, to start their wade. Good performance though from the host club Porirua, coming through and taking a very comfortable victory for Jack Clark. And another really good learning experience here for young Jake Newton. So a really good display of...
You talk about that wading, that's something these rowers are... It's going to be an area they're going to work on. That's something that they can learn from surf lifesavers. Wading's such an important part, but as you say, that where you start and where you finish is...
Well, that's where I think you've got to go and do a reconnaissance. So take your boat handlers and say, guys, you stand where I need to get off. You are the target point. So we've already gone through this. The tide's not going to change in the space of 3 or 4 minutes. So we both agreed. Stay here. Give me my instructions from the beach, but stay here. This is where I want to get off. I don't want to be getting off any shorter than this, or I'm going to come off in too deep a water. I'm probably going to tumble. I'm potentially going to lose it. I mean, open water swimming and stuff, and we generally say that, wading traditionally always halfway between your knee and your hip.
Yeah.
In open water swimming, you use your arm as a depth gauge, and as you come in, you touch the bottom of the sand once, and then the second time you come through and touch the sand, that's generally a good time to get to your feet.
To get up on your feet.
And these guys need to decide how that works in this sport.
In this sport, yeah.
So how does that translate into what we're doing? And generally, I think it comes down to the boat handlers.
Well, the boat handlers are crucial, like we talked a lot about that. We've got the team going to the World Champs later in the year, and just as important as the rowers are the handlers, because you see, Mark, they not only hold the boat, but then they actually do the steering for those smaller boats. So really crucial to have, the best people you can to do that.
Okay, so I've got another heat set to go, trying to work out where these rowers are from.
Looks like the boys from Gisborne.
The Gisborne boys,
Mark,
eh?
Yeah, looking at them. Yeah, there you go.
So what are the Gisborne Boys High School, is it?
Yep.
So
Yep.
Lewis Wiley, And Ned Clark.
And Ned, yes. Yeah, I was talking to them before, and they're really excited about this opportunity. Gisborne, again, is another great place to do some coastal rowing, either there at Midway or down at Waikanae.
So Wiley versus Clark. Now, the key thing here is the start. Let's have a look. Pretty much the southern lane at the moment. So it's Wiley.
Yeah, I was just talking to Phil from Swift, Phil Knight, and he was telling me about the incident before. It's really crucial that those rowers get straight up and down on that seat. If they get a little bit off, then the seat will come off of the rails. Not the boat's fault, so it's up to that athlete to really position themselves properly as they get on that seat. So again, another technical.
It's a bit like balancing a plate. If you put too much weight on one side of the plate, it's going to fall off the table, isn't it?
Off the rails.
Interesting here on the south side here for Wiley, he's got the biggest swell to come through, so that break, that'll advantage him on the way home.
Yeah.
That's the interesting thing, isn't it? Sometimes your enemy on the way out is your friend on the way home, particularly in open water, particularly in surf. You see it a lot of the time where in surf life saving particularly, you've got to punch out through the waves on the way out, and it can put the handbrake on some athletes, but can also, the athletes with the skill, take advantage of that on the way back in. So it can go both ways, but very much the advantage at the moment goes the way of Clark out there in the northern lane, both out of Gisborne Boys High School. So power goes down from both of them, stay nice and tight here on the slalom course. Good boat speed, bow getting nice and high out of the water. Really good display from both athletes.
Yeah, as they come into the to that last turning, boy, you're right. The northern side is looking strong, and we saw in that last race, and you mentioned before on going out, expect that the southern lane to probably have those little lifts. It's pretty flat out there for both of them at the moment, but we'll see what happens as they turn and
good
start
tight
to head
turn
home.
from both of them.
Yeah, good skill.
Tight turn from both of them. I think it might just be still there though that Clark has the advantage in the red sled. Back up to speed. Wiley going also turn, but he's going slightly wide at the moment. He's going to need to straighten up his craft. He's going to need to just bring it back on the diagonal. Looks like he's got the lead, but he's a little bit wider. So as he starts to bring it back across, that door should close. We're fairly even, folks. Settle back, enjoy this one.
Yeah, it's going to work those little swells again. You can see that those little runners are on that southern side a little bit more.
He's gone a little bit wide though, hasn't he?
He has.
Now it's going to come down to who can pick up the runners. Where does the luck lie? We saw on the way out the northern side was a little bit flat, had a few more lulls. It's the southern side that has the swell, so the advantage now goes back to the southern side. We start to see those swells starting to come into play. Can he utilise it? Can he tap into it? He's on a nice little runner here down the southern side. You can just see it there in your image. It is Clark out here on the right, who is just at the bottom of your picture, has now just lost a bit of the momentum, but the advantage he has, he's probably got the shortest of the runs up the beach. So settle back, here we go. Who gets off? Who runs their boat right up onto the land and does manage to get to his feet? Good strong finish coming, and it will be Clark out of Gisborne Boys High School. Bottom of your picture will take this particular match race out in what was a very, very good performance from both rowers. The difference came down to navigation on the way back in. Who took the straightest line?
Yeah, it's a great race by these boys. I saw them earlier race together, and they're actually looking to nominate themselves for the under-19 potential trials. So see how that goes a little bit later on, whether they can make that trial team. That's got the trial at King's birthday weekend in Auckland. So looking to get a group together for under-19 and open. So that sounds
strange when you say King's birthday. So used to Queen's birthday, isn't it? Having to make really hard on that one, Mark. I'm not a great royalist, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
Great camaraderie too, just seeing the two athletes congratulate each other. That next time they race, it could go quite a different way. It's about experience as much as anything, isn't it?
Yeah.
Let's not kid ourselves. There might be advantage in one lane versus the other. We're not sure. That's the thing. But as the tide changes, it can change very quickly too. Suddenly the favourite might be on the right. Suddenly things change. Wind direction drops, and it can change very quickly. But as we said, I think this is where surf lifesaving, you can learn a lot in terms of understanding the water, sitting down with a world-class lifesaver and going, hey, what are you seeing today conditions-wise? Corey Hutchings, tell me what you're seeing. What would you do if you were me?
Yeah.
I'm on this side of the course. What are you noticing?
Yeah, and I think one of those sayings what you have, Mark, is, on surf is that surf, so you can be on the good end of that surf or you can be on the other side of that, and that's, that's that whole concept of a wave pops up for you, not for somebody else, and, you can only do what you can do, but often it's surf.
Well, you would have seen it in a lot of ocean swims at certain surf life-saving carnivals around the country where, they'll start in a starting gate, guys will run 20 metres down the beach and then into the water because they know there's a rip and they'll go out on the rip.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, looking at there at the moment, my feeling would be the Southern's probably got a slight advantage with those where those waves are coming in, but as you say, that can change pretty quickly. Yeah,
I just wonder too with the way that wind's coming across, so it's tending to come across as we look out, it's from our right to left or, right to left on the TV. Or left to right as you look at it now. We're looking down at the southern end of the beach here with those images. So the wind's actually targeting that end.
It is
so
coming
it's
right
coming
in.
across right to left. So they're the things they'll have to be aware of.
Yep.
And having to make sure that you're angling into it like a yachty. You want to be pointing high, but you don't want to be pointing too far into it too, particularly if you're having to slalom your way out. So what rowing clubs have we got here, Mark? These guys have modernised the uniforms.
Yeah,
I've been talking up how I love the tradition of the rowing uniforms.
Yeah, and this is a bit
and
jazzy.
Then what do they go? They jazz it all up for me. And are we looking at North End Rowing Club? Traditionally red and black. I'm just trying to run through and have a look. And
I think that's
Auckland Rowing Club.
I think that may be actually one of our trialist row suits. Actually, might be not necessarily a club one.
Okay, underway. Anyway, southern end and northern end. That's how we'll call it at the moment.
Yeah.
So let's have a look at this here now. Getting that seat, we talked about it.
Yeah.
Sits in
Getting
position,
on nicely.
gets his feet and takes his time. It's amazing, isn't it? Sometimes when you're under duress, you feel like a second is a lifetime, and yet sometimes it's actually better just to take that second and just get it right. Now he's going to have to make the correction. You will see the crews down here on the water using the hand signals saying, no, you need to straighten up. Really good even race between the southern end and the northern end of the course here. Now, no real swells to negotiate, so they're lucky on the way out, not having to punch through any white water. Who gets tight? Who gets through the slalom course the quickest?
Looks like our northern end's just got that lead at the moment, going past that first buoy.
Yeah, just caught a little bit of a crab down there at the southern end, which is a lot easier to do in ocean rowing because you're up and down a lot more, so you go to put your blades in and suddenly you're just catching air. It's no different than open water swimming. So we've got Scott Cowie out of Wellington College and Team Harford. So Cowie and Harford. And Harford coming out of the Wairau Rowing Club. They've had real prominence today. So Scott Cowie out there, top of your screen, and that's Southern Lane, and Harford down here, bottom of the screen, and it's Harford who leads.
It's a good lead going into that last turning.
I like the way he's gone slightly wide here. I get a feeling he's going to sweep around here just a little bit more. Maybe just don't come in quite as tight and then see if he can maintain the momentum. But he's gone too far past it. Now he's having to correct. It's one thing earlier we were talking to Brooke Robertson about. He's saying that you've actually got to stop paddling about 2 metres short of it because the momentum will take you around and then start to make the adjustment. So now the advantage has gone by the back of Team Harford out of the Wairau Rowing Club, so it's very much game on. But now Harford starting to angle a little bit too far out to his right. He's going to need to make the correction. He's going to need to straighten up. He's losing time here because he's having to go further distance. Nice line being taken here from Scott Cowie out of Wellington College.
Yeah, we're seeing most of them come out that way. In fact,
it's Harford out of Wellington. It's Harford, isn't it, in the Northern Lane? My apologies. So it's Harford who probably has the best line.
Here's a nice little lift behind
Scott Cowie.
That's if he can get on that.
Cowie has got on it. So definitely the southern end is getting the swell, but nice
nice wave over
also
here.
coming out here, isn't it, for Harford?
Yeah,
so Harford's got a nice little runners. He's just on top of it. He's in complete control now. All he needs to do is just soft paddle through here, soft row. Doesn't need to go too much, almost digs the bow in.
This is some of the technical stuff we talked about.
He's got to straighten up. He doesn't want to go sideways. He's going sideways, so the door opens up. He's made a good decision here. Now, does he have the dolphin diving skills? We haven't seen that so far, has he? but he's done enough
He's done
to take
well.
out this heat.
That was a really nice little wave he got on there. That was, we'd love to see that.
But again, as time goes on, he gains great experience. He'll take that all the way into
Yeah.
the beach, won't he, Mark?
Yep.
I mean, he
Yeah, he
got a little
will.
bit sideways
He
because
was-
he probably didn't have maybe enough momentum through the oars. You've still, it's counterintuitive. The natural thing sometimes on a wave in white water is to stop rowing, to stop paddling.
And we know that lifts the back of the boat up, and that steering gets really difficult. So, yeah, lots of learning, and that I guess that's the exciting thing. As I say, a lot of these, a lot of people today, it's probably the first time they've been in a coastal boat, which is a
Now,
great way to start.
I'm understanding you're going out later to give us an exhibition too. So
Today,
yeah, we're going to have this. They told me the halftime entertainment's called "Confusing Ability with Ambition."
oh well, my background's racing those orange things out there, so I could probably do a demo of racing one of them with
so
the
you're a
engine
petrol
on the
head,
back.
yeah.
That's what I did.
So I hope you are enjoying coverage here live from Tahi Bay of the Swift Racing 2024 Rowing New Zealand Beach Sprint National Championship. Special thanks to Milford Asset Management for their continued ongoing support and allowing us to stream these events live across the rowing program over summer. Māori Cup, New Zealand Club Championships, New Zealand University Championships, North Island Championships, South Island Secondary Schools Championships.
Yeah, it's been a great partnership, that, Mark, and I know talking to the Milford team, they've really enjoyed the summer, and we're talking talks for next summer. But it's been great. They've come on board, and we've been able to work with Altitude HD and produce some pretty amazing live streaming, and the feedback across the summer has been really, really positive. So these guys have got lots of ideas for the future, lots of innovations, and I was talking to somebody this morning about having cameras on boats and bits and pieces in the future. So it's really endless what we can do, but very appreciative of Milford.
Just those little, amazing what you can do now, even just the helmet cams on a coxswain or on a bow or stroke or whatever it might be.
Yeah, and even getting some audio from coxswains and listening to what's happening in the boat in the
Sometimes
future.
you don't want to hear the audio coming off the boats.
We'll pick and choose the ones we do.
Okay, so we've got Zoe McBride from the
here we
Nelson team. So here we go, starting to get into the rock stars. Zoe McBride, and we've got Kristen Frood out of Invercargill.
It's great to see these ladies out there doing it. It's awesome to see them, and I guess that's an opportunity for Coastal is seeing some of these ex-elites coming back and being part of rowing again, in a slightly different format. So it's really neat to see them on the line, and it's great to have them here.
Okay, so Invercargill, great to have representation from Invercargill and Kristen Frood. So McBride from the Nelson Rowing Club, the real pioneers when it comes to ocean rowing.
And these two have done a bit of coastal in their time, so we'll see how that goes compared to some of the racing we've already seen today.
Yeah, well, let's have a look here, get into it. So McBride, she's locked in, she's dialed in, she starts, gets off to straight, but really good start here from Kristen Frood.
Great start. She's away. We've got a little wave coming too. Two waves actually. See how they're not going to have too much impact, but great to see.
Yeah, no, I think Frood might be okay here.
Yeah.
McBride, no, she hits it hard.
Through it.
Just got to
great.
punch through it, don't you? Another little swell starting
That's
to come.
awesome. That's one picking up behind her.
Yeah, really good. This is what we want to see.
This is great.
And both negotiated. Still a third wave to come in.
Yeah, it's awesome. This is coastal rowing. And that's a great size, you don't want it too big. These boats are designed for up to about a metre. However, this sort of size today is perfect.
So Zoe McBride, double world champion in the Wimbledon lightweight singles sculls. She is the only second New Zealand rower to win double national championships in both the lightweight and premier singles sculls. And so, remarkable athlete. One of the real veterans, one of the real, just part of this wonderful succession of women scullers we've had over the years. You go back to the Stephanie Fosters, and you go back to the Bakers.
Yeah, I saw Philippa out there this morning. Have you seen her, Mark?
No, I haven't.
Yeah,
no.
she's been out in the water already. She's looking forward to getting back out there later on.
So Kristen Frood makes her way around. Now let's have a look what Zoe McBride can do. Can she use that experience to try and just pull back this gap, because there is a small lead advantage, but Frood gets back up to full speed quickly. It is game on now. Now it's going to come down to who possibly can benefit from any environmental factors. But really good performance coming here from the athlete out of Invercargill. And no having to negotiate any slalom on the way back, and it's just a straight drag here. Doesn't have the benefit of being able to look back at her crew on the beach, so she's going to have to do this herself. She's got a really good line coming in. McBride, though, starting to pick it up too. She's got a good line as well. And we've talked about the southern side, Mark, haven't we? If there is a swell, it tends to be favouring the course that McBride is in. Yeah,
no, you're right. And Zoe's, it's a better line than we've seen in the last few races. So that's something for the young people out there to look, just see what Zoe's up to and how she's coming back in.
But this is the experience, isn't it? This is where we're starting to see the experience come through. This is where the sport can go to, but it's still Frood over here.
Little lift for Frood over there. That northern side, she's just sitting on that little wave now.
Yeah, she's got this as long as she just holds the boat steady, as long as she doesn't panic too much, brings it all the way up onto the beach, keeps that bow nice and straight, runs it dry up onto the land. Her handler's there, just saying come all the way in. She's got this final little run up which could turn her sideways, but she is comfortable. She looks very good. Really good performance from the athlete out of the Invercargill Rowing Club. And that is a very good win over one of the great names of New Zealand rowing, and Zoe McBride. I'm sure Zoe, she takes a little bit of a dip in the drink.
Again, it's great to see these ladies out here doing it. It's awesome.
And that is it a smile or is it a grimace from Zoe? I think it's a
smile.
I think it's a smile. I think everybody's smiling.
Her little girls down there watching her.
Oh, brilliant. Wonderful stuff.
It's great to see.
There you go. Great camaraderie between all of the athletes. And I think one of the reasons why you train so hard is because you've got athletes like Zoe McBride on the finish line, you know?
Yeah.
I always say that about Tiger Woods, you know. It's funny, his legacy is now his undoing because he's inspired so many golfers to play golf. They're all beating him now, 20 years later, you know?
Yeah.
Inspired a generation. That generation's come through and they end up beating you. And they're only there because you inspired them. But Tahi Bay is the venue. Breeze still continuing just to build. Starting to get a little bit more overcast. Weather forecast is good for the day, but it does certainly bring a dynamic. It's a dynamic I want to see, Mark. I do want to see ocean rowing. I want to see the ocean have a part in this. One of my great criticisms of the marathon swim at the Olympics is you're running it in a rowing venue. It's like it's 10K, but it's just a flat water pool swim.
No,
you throw it in the ocean.
Got to have a wave.
Have a wave.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, I remember watching the great Australian swimmer Kai Hurst, one of the great surf life-saving legends, and he was at the Beijing Olympics and London Olympics, and it's like, did he feature in the marathon swim? He was okay. Had to put him in ocean swim with a swell. Yeah. And I'm not sure there's an athlete in the world that would touch him.
Nah, you're right. You're right there. It's totally different.
So we've got Kirsten Goodger.
And Freddie Todd Hunter.
Freddie Todd Hunter.
So you got a very experienced elite rower here against a young up-and-coming one. It's going to be exciting.
So we've got the Dunstan Rowing Club up against the might of the Wairau Rowing Club. So Todd Hunter and Goodger. Where's your money going, Mark?
I'll go with Goodge.
Okay, there you go. So Wairau's got the favouritism at the moment. What are you saying? Experience over youthful exuberance?
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
The disappointing thing about the Dunstan, I can't see the bucket hats.
Not the yellow one today.
No, well I had there was earlier a discussion suggesting that possibly the Nelson Rowing Club brought the bucket hat into play back in 2011, but
there you go. I didn't know that background.
Oh, I think there's a little bit of bias. And so it is the
both got a good start.
Freddie Todd Hunter, who's got out to probably the best start, but it'll come down to the turn. Now we just start to see better boat speed now coming from Goodger. Those marker buoys very, very soft indeed, so no damage to the blades. It's not like you're hitting a hard buoy that you might see in the harbour. And so they've still got to try and maintain good form. Need to just make the adjustments. Just that blade entry is not going to be quite as clean, quite as smooth as we're going to see in flat water rowing, but very much now we're starting to see the pure power starting to come through here from Goodger. So really good start, great boat speed.
Yeah, she's looking strong.
Just see how that bow just dipping into the water too with these swells.
It's going to come down to this turn as it always... Oh, no.
Oh, we've
no.
lost it. So over the far side there.
Kirsten's had a tumble.
Yeah, so Goodson's in the drink.
Oh,
She's
no.
capsized. Not sure what happened there. But so it's all to be done here now by Todd Hunter. She can just take her time and just see that power coming on that left stroke, trying to turn the boat the 180 degrees. Good recovery, though, here from Goodger.
Yeah, she'll be disappointed with that. I think she might have just caught this. It's quite sloppy out there. You know, it's a little bit difficult to see from here, but
just catch that crab.
Catch that crab, yeah.
Yeah, and just
that's what's happened.
And then you just counterbalance, don't you? Before you know it, you tip up.
Yeah.
But really good recovery from her. Not quite the Eskimo roll that you might see in kayaking, but not too far from it. IRB comes across just to check she's okay. But it is going to be all Todd Hunter who's going to run away with this particular race. Just showing how important concentration is too. You're under huge duress, aren't you, mentally and physically, and then you've just got to make sure that you've still got the technical components, still just making sure you catch the water correctly.
And as you
say,
say,
change so quickly.
That added dynamic in the ocean with the ups and downs. You know, it's hard enough in the flat water, but throw in choppiness that we've got out there today, and it makes it even trickier.
I'll just look at the way the blades exit here, and the distance between the oar and the water surface. Now in flat water rowing, that can be small margins. Here, you have to be a little bit higher.
Yeah, definitely, otherwise you'll catch that.
And now just picking up this lovely little runner here. She can just take this all the way in. The only thing here, they just have to make sure they keep the boat straight. Saw a lot of the under-19s, clearly very inexperienced at Ace, just stopped rowing once they got on the runners, did go sideways. And
No,
she'll
she's
just
done
get
well.
out. But even exiting the boat, isn't it? Making sure that where do I put my feet? You know, I've got to deal with the oar, I've got to deal with the arms of the boat.
Yeah, which is a little bit different to getting out of some surf lifesaving equipment. You don't have all this stuff around you, so yeah, she's done well there. Great race.
Yeah, it would have been a fascinating race if, in fact,
Kirsten had stayed upright.
Kirsten had stayed upright. Might be back to fight another day, though.
Yeah.
One thing the rowers might not be too aware of, they'll probably break out itching later on, realise there's a thing called sea lice as well. Not that there's any sea lice out there today, but all of these little things that
especially
do go with the open water at certain times of the year.
Gets inside their row suits and between the row suit and their skin. Yeah, it's pretty uncomfortable.
Yeah, and that is a smile. Good on her. She'll enjoy the day, though. Great to see.
But
look at the enjoyment. Hey, that was pretty cool, man. I went in, I capsized, I got back up, I was in the ocean, I was in the environments, I was going through it all. How cool is this?
Yeah, no. It's
me today, somebody else next week, but I've learnt from it. So next of our races, not too far away from going. Looks like have we got the Waikato Rowing Club will be in action.
Yeah.
Famous colours of the red, yellow and green. Who have we got there?
It looks like Sam Voss down on this southern end.
Now, who will she be going up against? So, next to the green marquee there on the beach is the starting point. And that would have been worked out to make sure that it is even between the boats.
Yeah, we should look out there. That wave's sort of coming on a slight angle, Mark, isn't it, back into the beach? And you know, in theory, that may favour the northern end. That the wave's closer to the beach, if that makes sense. So, yeah, there's a slight angle there, but I don't think it's huge.
No, I still think when it's all said and done, isn't it? I think the initial part is the 180-degree turn, and then getting the boat in a straight line once you've made the turn.
Yeah.
And I think that's where this race is won or lost. So
big time, and that turn's crucial.
So we've got two athletes out of the Waikato Rowing Club. So Sam Voss is one of them. So there we go. So Sam Voss and Sarah Wooten.
Yeah, again, great to see these both accomplished ladies in the flat water. So this is gonna be a great race actually. Look forward to this. I know Sam's was picked to go last year to the Bali Beach Games. Unfortunately, that was cancelled. So that was a real disappointment for her.
I need to get to the Bali Beach Games. They just sound
Yeah,
like a good
I
event
couldn't
to
quite
get
get
to.
the trip, but it was a shame actually. It was cancelled about a month before, and it was a real shame. It was a great opportunity.
So Sam Voss will start in the southern lane. So she's right of screen. Sarah Wooten, left of screen, northern lane. Now, smile, start turns to concentration. Start's so important as well. Getting dialed in early, getting that boat nice and straight, getting that stroke rate nice and high, punching through those first set of waves. Now, to the starters, do they look out? Do they aware of the environment? Are they waiting for a lull before they do start? And here we go. Yeah, you don't want to be, you want to be fast, but you just, as we said, sometimes you just want to slow down, get the basics right initially. Sun just starting to break out.
Yeah, take that extra second to save yourself 5 seconds, I reckon, as you said earlier. So
Voss both first stroke in, but pretty even start, really good start. Now the crew's saying no, push right, push right. That is the message coming in the southern lane there to Voss. Wooten's got away to a good start. She's having to make a slight correction now. Really good race. Early advantage going the way of Sarah Wooten out of the Waikato Rowing Club in the northern lane. As we look back here in the southern lane, this is Sam Voss.
It's a little wave there for Sam just to pop over.
Nothing in it though.
Sarah didn't quite get that, so she's
she's
got a slight lead at the moment.
Yeah, but how close and how tight do they take the slalom course? Slightly wide, you open the door of opportunity again.
Yeah, well, both these ladies have been involved coasting for coastal rowing for a couple of years, so they'll have some skills, and they'll have that part, and then also the turn. It'll be really interesting to watch the turn and whether they got the same technique or not.
Now just starting to say, stay left now, come back across is the message. You want to come back to start turning back to your, what would be their left-hand side for Sam Voss there in the southern lane, but in the northern lane it's Sarah Wooten who continues to lead, but it can all change so quickly. Wooten now starting to approach that third and final turn. Then it's a straight drag back in. Let's have a look at the efficiency here. Does she take it tight, slam the brakes on, or does she go slightly wide and try and maintain some momentum around it?
Okay. She's using that to help her around.
Okay, well, I think a better turn across there. I think a better turn here from Sam Voss. I think Voss has pulled back the time fairly even. Who gets the boat back up to full
Sam's
speed?
Away.
Wooten looks like she might be the stronger of pure rowing ability from what we saw on the way out, but it is game on, folks. Settle back, enjoy all of this one. It is the Battle of the Waikato. It is Sam Voss, top of screen, up against Sarah Wooten, bottom of the picture. In the straight drag now through to the finish. Who has the ability to pick up the runners? Who has an understanding of the environmental factors here? And who is going to get closest to the exit point to ensure they're not having to run too far up the beach?
Yeah, well, Sam's line's good, and there's just a little lift coming under the back of her boat now. And I'm saying that Sarah's got one as well, so.
Yeah, look at Sarah there. She's just down the front of it, isn't she? She's got the momentum at the moment, and now we're just starting to see Sam Voss just starting to lose control a little bit. She's going to need to straighten up. She's come back inside the course. She now straightens up, but it's still Wooten who still continues to pick up this runner. So we've seen a shift in terms of some of the swells, predominantly down the left hand of the beach. Now it's favouring the north, and it's Wooten. Wooten in control. Just needs to stay here, doesn't need to turn the boat side on, needs to keep rowing, doesn't want to stop here, just wants to run this boat dry up onto the beach, and she should take out this match race. Very good performance from both. That is a really good demonstration, exhibition of ocean rowing at its finest, but it will be Sarah Wooten in the northern lane who will come down and get the victory over Sam Voss. Now, look, for so much of it, Voss had the advantage mark round that marker coming into that last 200 metres, but maybe the environmental factors just favoured that northern lane.
They did, I was just going to say, I reckon Sarah was on that little lift for probably that last half of that race, and she just worked it really well, and Sam just went a little bit sideways and lost that same lift that Sarah was on. So, but as you say, great race, and as expected, you saw some really good skills from those ladies out there.
Well, again, the other crew should be watching this, should be having a look, seeing what is happening, understanding the environmental side of it. Something that you'll see in surf lifesaving again, in the board races and various things. The heat's behind, generally trying to watch what happens in front of them. What can they take out of it?
Yeah.
Is there an advantage down the left-hand side, the right-hand side of a course? So more racing to come here at Tahi Bay at the 2024 Rowing New Zealand Beach Sprint National Championships. Hope you are enjoying coverage. So we might just take a wee break here and come back shortly. Hope you are enjoying coverage live from Tahi Bay. Special thanks to Milford Asset Management. Mark Watson alongside of me, the great Mark Weatherall. If you are inspired by what you see, do get involved with your surf clubs. And we'll just take a wee commercial break and come back with more shortly.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients. Find out more at milfordasset.com. Official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
Little heavier in the bow. Who can keep this tight really does come down to that final 180-degree turn, and then who can take the straightest line once they have made the turn. And now we are approaching that threshold. So the advantage does go the way of the Waikato Rowing Club. Now the Wairau Rowing Club getting into speed. Really good line being taken here by the athlete out of the Waikato Rowing Club. Absolutely powering away. Really nice straight line back into the beach. And so really what the Wairau Rowing Club will be wanting to do is see if they can just pick up a little bit of a swell. Can they get themselves on a little bit of a runner here? Nice little wave. Here we talk about it. Just getting that little extra boat speed by getting on that runner, trying to close the gap so it is game on, but now just losing control in terms of the steering, because it is that part they forget to row when they are on the runner. Got to maintain the boat speed, got to maintain control. And now the advantage will go back the way of the Waikato Rowing Club, because they will now gain the advantage of picking up on one of these swells on one of these runners and bring it all the way into the beach. Still an opportunity here for Wairau. They'll have the shorter run up to the finish line. Who gets out too early? Who takes it all the way through? This is where the boat handlers need to come out, maybe provide some guidance. But it will be the athlete from the Waikato Rowing Club who will get the job done, come through and touch. And pretty small margins though. Really good display, really good individual race, that one. I just want to acknowledge Milford Asset Management for their ongoing support, allowing us to bring you coverage and live streaming. So Seymour will start in the southern lane. Wilson will start in the northern lane. Okay, let's just ignore that graphic there at the bottom. We are underway. We think it's Auckland Rowing Club there in the colours of Canterbury. So absolutely just punches out through the waves here. Really good start from the Auckland Rowing Club. And then it's the North Shore Rowing Club out here in the southern lane. So the northern lane is the one we're watching at the moment. It will be narrow advantage going the way of the Auckland Rowing Club in that northern lane. Trying to connect those strokes, just trying to deal with this ever-increasing swell. So very much game on. Just a little bit unorthodox, just having to use a little bit more strength, a little bit more mongrel to push their way out through this swell. So makes the turn at the top end. A really even race. So North Shore versus the Auckland Rowing Club. It's the Auckland Rowing Club who have the early advantage in terms of the run home, have the boat speed back up. Now, who takes the best line into the beach? North Shore just starting to go a little bit off track. Got to be careful they don't run over these marker buoys, get their blades caught up. Now it's a pure power game. What a race this is. Who are going to pick up on the runners? Who's going to benefit here from the waves? You just feel the Auckland Rowing Club, maybe you've got a little bit of a runner at the moment. It can change so quickly. Got to keep in a straight line. Both boats doing a really good job. But it's the North Shore Rowing athlete. But now here comes a lovely little runner for the Auckland Rowing Club. going to be able to take this all away and close up the gap. We talk about the hydrodynamics at play. This is a really good example. Great race between these two warriors, between these two street fighters, folks. Settle back, enjoy this one. It will come to the run up the beach. North Shore versus Auckland. Who wants this the most? Who's going to exit the water the quickest? Who's going to take their chance? It'll go the way, I think, of the Auckland Rowing Club. First to their feet. Will come up around the flags. Touch the timing button, but nothing in it. Just a couple of seconds. Really good display of ocean rowing. It's at Tahi Bay here in Wellington, the venue. For the Swift Racing 2024 Rowing New Zealand Beach Sprint National Championships. So here we go, Aramaho Wanganui in the southern lane. Porirua Rowing Club in the northern lane. And we are away in the next of our match races between Porirua in the northern lane, right of picture, and the athlete out of the Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club at the southern end to the left of picture. Contrasting styles. Certainly the athlete out of Porirua, stronger, bigger physique. And will that benefit him in regards to the conditions that Te Tahi Bay are presenting? Good start from the host club. Good start from Porirua. Really good here. Really good spatial awareness. Now just having to zigzag through the slalom. Looking for instruction from their handlers on the beach. Go right, go left, using the hand instructions. Needs to look to try and straighten up, look to take it right. But it's all Porirua at the moment, comfortably leading this particular race as we count down to the finals. Big, strong athlete, short in stature, big in heart. Really good performance here. One of the best displays we've actually seen from an athlete so far in these single boats. Now approaches the top market, coming slightly wide on it. Just wants to try and sweep around here, try and gain some sort of momentum. Really good comeback across there on the other side though from the athlete out of Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club. So really has pulled back some serious time over that last sort of 60 or 70 metres. Now just struggling to straighten the boat up. And it's back up to full speed from the athlete out of Porirua. Now it's a straight drag back in. Taking a really good line to come back into. Now just needs to try and hold it together. Who is going to benefit from some of the waves, from some of the runners here? Looking to try and just get on a little bit of a run up. Both boats across the far side there. Looks like a slightly bigger and better swell going in favour of Aramaho Wanganui. Now both just find themselves in a little bit of a lull here. The handbrake's gone on for the athlete out of Porirua. Good momentum coming though from Aramaho Wanganui. Still anybody's race. It can change so quickly just depending on what sort of waves come in. Leaning right back and tips out of the boat, the athlete from Porirua. So he's got himself into a bit of difficulty, and that will be game over at this level. Well, that is disaster because he did everything right, and then somehow maybe he had a technical problem on board, just lost control, lost all his balance, and just like that finds himself in the drink. And so it will be a comfortable victory in the finish for Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club. Love to go back and have a look at that on replay. Not sure what went wrong. But that is the nature of ocean rowing, folks. 1 minute you're leading, next minute you're raising one hand asking for help. It's an interesting dynamic. It requires concentration. Plenty of support coming for all the rowers on the beach. And will make his way up to the finish. Got a feel for him because he did so much right so early. Now just a chance for our next cruise to get set up. Nelson Rowing Club look like they will be represented here. Tahi Bay is the venue. I hope you are enjoying coverage of the 2024 Rowing New Zealand Beach Sprint National Championships for ocean rowing. A sport that will make its debut at the Olympic Games in LA in 2028. Still a sport in its infancy here in New Zealand, and a lot of these athletes pioneering. The ones that are taking out the guesswork for future generations. All outstanding rowers. A number of them, though, just having to get used to the difference between a traditional rowing skiff and these particular boats. Much heavier, much wider, a lot less tippier. but also the technical components of having to turn them in some pretty testing, trying conditions. And the brake zone, and there was a good little swell starting to just pick up here at Tatahi Bay. So certainly waves that the crews do need to negotiate. We've had a number of crews capsize today. So looking like it might be an all Nelson race, this one, out of the Nelson Rowing Club, one of the, well really the club that have hosted previous New Zealand Rowing, Ocean Rowing Nationals. So set for a start in another one of our women's single sculls race. Have to negotiate 250 metres, 3 yellow buoys on the way out that they have to slalom their way through. And so we've got Martin Wooters and Stephen Portonese. So those names are not correct. We are looking at 2 athletes out of the Nelson Rowing Club. Good battle between these 2 teammates. Oh, almost losing it, almost tipping the boat up. It wouldn't be the first time we've seen a boat capsize. So our women in action. Oh, just caught a bit of a crab. It's come to a standstill. And now some real work to be done there in the southern lane. It's all the northern lane at the moment. Just can't get the boat going, can't get that momentum. And now it's just a case here of slowing things down, making sure that everything's done right technically. Coming quite high around this final marker in the northern lane. Just trying to get that momentum, getting back up to speed quickly. Really nice job being done here. And now back into her work. Increase that stroke rate initially before looking to settle down and then trying to benefit from the swells that are coming in here at Tatahi Bay. Southern lane still negotiating the 180-degree turn. No real waves to have to negotiate here. Number of little runners just constantly coming through, just trying to pick up on the momentum, bring it all the way up onto the beach. Really nice here. Just run it up onto dry land, keep that bow nice and straight, and then decide the best way to exit the boat, getting the arms and legs over those rowing arms, then through to the finish line to take out a very comfortable victory in the finish. Wonderful display, really good performance. And now the Southern Lane coming in, also out of the Nelson Rowing Club. Still manages to smile, even though maybe things didn't quite go her way. Great camaraderie being shown by these two club mates. Really nice performance. So the Beach Sprint National Championships here in Tatahi Bay, courtesy of New Zealand Rowing and Swift, the boats that the athletes are using, the #1 brand when it comes to ocean rowing. And special thanks, of course, go the way of Milford Asset Management for their continued support of the live stream and continued support of New Zealand Rowing. Looking down here at Tatahi Beach, Tatahi Bay, famous of course Michael Campbell, US Open golf winner back in 2005 out of Tatahi Bay, famous surf lifesaving club. And now just getting set for the next of our races. And it will be two athletes out of the Avon Rowing Club. So great to have the Christchurch based clubs here at these nationals. Handler's got a really important job here, just in terms of keeping the boat steady, pushing the rowers once the rowers are locked in. And we are set for a start, so the Battle of Avon begins. So Beale and Good. Beale at the southern end, Good at the northern end. And it is Good who probably gets the best start at this northern end here, looking to try and just straighten up. You just see the adjustment there with the oar. No rudders or anything, so they have to control it just simply by overcompensating on one side or bringing more power to the left side or the right side to straighten up. Big swell just hits across there for Beale in the southern lane, but it's Good at the moment, who is just starting to power away, just needs to suddenly just move a little bit left, does have to just make that little adjustment. It is a slalom type course. Now we do start to see that little left-hand turn coming from Good here in the northern lane, but still hanging tough as Beale across the far side in the southern lane. Both rowers have managed to get themselves through the breakwater, but you can just still see the swells just starting to build. Not a lot in it, maybe a boat length at best. And it can change so quickly depending on how good they are making the 180-degree turn at this final marker. They will have visualised this. They would have been through this earlier today. Talked with their coaches, done some technical work here. Sometimes it's about stopping the rowing now, as we see, not going too past par, just trying to control it. Really good performance from Good. Closest bottom of picture has come around nicely. Really good 180-degree turn. Now we'll look to try and just straighten up. Good start, also a good turn here from Beale, but just a little bit slow to get the boat going again. And the handbrake is well and truly gone on. And as he's trying to get back up to full speed, Good's already up to full speed. Now, what it will come down to possibly for Beale here is trying to pick up some of the runners, trying to pick up some of the waves that are starting to come in, see if he can just benefit from the environmental factors. Does just get that little runner. Now just drops off the back of it, and as we say that, Good gets a lovely little run here. Just see that swell behind him, just picking him up, lifting that bow nice and high out of the water. So good performance, both rowers out of the Avon Rowing Club. But strong, fast finish coming from Beale across the far side. Who benefits now? Looking like Beale in the Southern Course top of picture might just have the benefits of some runners, and saying that, Good's got a nice little wave behind him. Should take this all the way up onto the beach. Really just needs to now get the bow nice and high up onto the beach, and it's just a simple run through to the finish for him. And she'll get it done comfortably. Really good performance. Wonderful turn. Comfortable victory. Goes the way of Good over Beale. So looking like Porirua Rowing Club will be in action shortly. An athlete there on the start line. And so here we go. It'll be Jack Clark. Bryn Morgan. So it'll be Jack Clark, who will be in the northern lane. Bryn Morgan, who will be in the southern lane. Jack Clark out of the Porirua Rowing Club. And Ryan Morgan out of Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club. So getting set for this, 2 coiled springs just waiting to explode. The famous bucket hat being made famous down here by a number of the rowers. Here we go. like two coiled springs. And we do get underway. Good high arm turnover, basic biomechanics of sprinting. So this is the men's singles. So good start here coming from Jack Clark out of Porirua. Getting plenty of power, technical issue on the start line there for Bryn Morgan out of Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club. So really at this point for Jack Clark, it's just all about maintaining some good form here. He can afford to just slow things down a little bit. Slalom his way through this course. As finally we do see Bryn Morgan get his skiff underway. He'll be racing on adrenaline now, and sometimes a little bit of adversity can be the reason why you pick things up to the degree you do, puts a little bit more urgency in. But Jack Clark, comfortable. He's got room here, he's got time. He can afford to be a little bit more calculated on this 180-degree turn, this young man. Let's have a look how he negotiates it. Decides to come quite wide. And now looks to just sweep around it. Yeah, good use of that left oar. Still got some momentum up. And now really good turn from him. Really good performance from this man out of the Porirua Rowing Club, the host club for this year's National Championships. All he has to do now is keep a straight line, tap into the environmental factors that are at play, as we see now Bryn Morgan make his way around this 180-degree turn, doing a pretty good job as well. He's got good momentum coming out of it. Goes a little bit wide, will then look to try and straighten up, come back across on the diagonal. Don't underestimate the hurt they are in too. They will still be suffering. Heart rate will be high. Razor blades will be attacking the lungs, folks. It requires a head like granite, a lot of mental fortitude. But really, after that technical difficulty from the start, it's been Jack Clark. And Clark still in complete control. Bow nice and straight. Will come up onto the beach. His handlers are waiting for him. Just got to focus on good technique here. Focus on the process. Exits his craft. Nice little run up the beach. It'll be victory for him. Very good victory for the host club. Got a feel for this young man. Never really got an opportunity, did we, to see how good he is because of the start, possibly losing his seat. Couldn't maybe quite get his feet dialed in or locked in when he needed to, but outstanding performance still all the same from Bryn Morgan. The sun just starts to break out. Been a little bit overcast, beautiful morning this morning. Things look like they're just settling down. The breeze not quite as strong as it was an hour ago, but still coming from left to right, that breeze, if you're looking at the picture. Almost on a diagonal. So left to right, coming from the ocean inwards. Get set for our next race, which will feature again Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club. So we've got Jake Newton and Oliver Scott Cowie out of Wellington College. So there is Wellington College. They will be in the northern lane. Jack Cowie in the southern lane. So Jake Newton. So Newton in the southern lane, Oliver Scott Cowie in the northern lane. Now, any technical difficulties for either of the rowers? Both are underway. Both have their handlers push them. Slight advantage will go the way of Oliver Scott Cowie out of Wellington College. Jake Newton out of Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club, though, now starts to get up to full speed. So Oliver Scott Cowie just catching a little bit of a crab. We say that, different to flat water rowing here. Got to be a little bit more, lift those blades a little bit higher on the exit. Just struggling with the catch there in terms of the blade entry. Struggling to make that adjustment based on the swells and the fact that it's not dead calm, dead flat like you tend to get in more traditional rowing. And so it's very much advantage going the way of Jake Newton across there in the southern lane from Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club. But it can all change so quickly. Settle back, folks. Hope you are enjoying coverage. Now, have a look here at the negotiation from Jake Newton. Still keeping that momentum in the turn, that's the key thing. Still keeping the momentum as he turns, gets that boat back up. Really nice job being done by Newton across there in the southern lane. Now, can Oliver Scott Cowie pull back some time here? How does he handle it? Plenty of power going down on that left stroke. Still got the boat momentum going, hasn't stopped it dead. Can he get it back up to full speed? He can, but is it too late? Is it too little too late? Now it'll come down to the runners. It'll come down to the environmental factors. Who can pick up and benefit from the swell? Jake Newton in the southern lane just wants to try and stay on top of this, just wants to work a little bit harder, see if he can ride that runner all the way through to the beach, just falls off the back of it. So the door of opportunity still open here for Oliver Scott Cowie. And Jake Newton, very good performance from him. Come in, handlers will help him out. Takes a bit of a stumble, but commanding lead. Really good race from the young man from Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club. Boy, they're here in numbers today. Famous colours. And in the finish, a valuable learning opportunity here for Oliver Scott Cowie out of Wellington College. Gets to his feet now, good waiting, showing plenty of surf life-saving skills. Probably exited the boat just a little bit too early, but in saying that, he always knew that at that point he was only ever going to finish second, so valuable learning opportunity for this young man. Did so many things right. We'd be pretty happy with the way he did turn at that 180 degree at the final marker to make his way back in. It's easy, just want to develop the technical side of the sport, get all of the small things right, then build the athlete. Really good display of ocean rowing. So boys out of Gisborne. So So Sam Harford will be in the northern lane. And Lewis Wiley. And we do get underway, so there we go. Northern lane is Sam Harford, Lewis Wiley in the southern lane out at Gisborne Boys High School. We've got the Wairau Rowing Club here being represented. Good even start. Now just trying to make the corrections, trying to get these boats up and running. So the Wairau Rowing Club being represented here by Sam Harford. So bottom of the picture, but outstanding performance from Lewis Wiley out at Gisborne Boys High School here in the southern lane. They negotiate that first marker. Plenty of assistance coming from their crew on the beach just in terms of guiding them. Another aspect of the sport, another part that will become absolutely fundamental as the sport starts to gain greater prominence, starts to see the evolution of it, being that set of eyes on the beach. Fairly even. Advantage goes the way, though, of Wiley out of Gisborne Boys High School on the left-hand side of your screen. But as we've said, and we've said it repeatedly throughout this broadcast, it comes down to that final marker. It comes down to the ability to have the momentum out of the 180-degree turn. Now, Harford's just going to have to straighten up here. He's going to need to move a little bit further right. Needs to make that adjustment now. Was going to come on the wrong side of it. And now the adjustment does come. Or is he going to go past it? No, nicely done. But really good momentum from Wiley across there in one. So Lewis Wiley back up to full speed. We've got Harford, who is still trying to make the turn. Harford's going to have to rely on the environmental conditions here, but it is Lewis Wiley who looks all the goods at the moment. Really good form being shown here. Great technique. Has a wee look over his shoulder. Now just needs to make sure he takes the straightest line. Harford will be hoping that he can get on a bit of a runner, that he can pick up a swell, that he can use the momentum of the ocean to somehow propel him forward. So Wiley now just needs to just straighten up, just starting to go a little bit offline here. Comes in contact with one of the yellow markers, but they are very soft, no real damage or anything there to put the handbrake on. Really good performance from this man out of Gisborne Boys High School. We'll bring that bow nice and straight up onto the beach. Have a comfortable, casual run through to the finish if he wishes. Good performance though from Sam Harford. Just went a little bit too wide on the turn, and it will be Wiley who will get the job done. And Harford now gets off his craft and takes a final little jog to touch the timing pads, to touch the timing button. Another very good display of ocean rowing from these two fine young men. So still more racing to come here on this 2024 Rowing New Zealand Beach Sprint National Championships. So Zoe McBride. So all Nelson race coming up here between Zoe McBride and Goodge. So Kirsten Goodge. Great Zoe McBride. So two very experienced campaigners in this semi-final. Big race. We saw Zoe McBride earlier capsize, which was unexpected, but as we talk about, it is a very different skill set to what we get with traditional rowing. It only requires a lapse in concentration or in environmental factors, and things can change very quickly. So get set for this women's semi-final. Looking forward to this one. McBride versus Goodge. There is Goodge. And let's see what sort of start she gets underway. Zoe McBride out there, top of screen. A really good start from Goodge. McBride now a little bit slow, but gets underway eventually and is having to make the correction. So Goodge in control as she goes out to the right hand side here on the slalom course. McBride now starts to get that momentum, now starts to get into her work, getting the instructions from her crew on the water, saying look, just now need to start to move left, need to start to move left. So she does, but it's Goodge who probably has two boat length lead at the moment. So they come up and start to approach the second marker. As we talk about the technical ability here, the blade entry, the exit, having to get those oars just a little bit higher out of the water to negotiate and to deal with the ocean swell. And so McBride just starting to make a little bit more of a gain, trying to pull it back here on Goodge. Oh, it just comes through now. Tries to get that power on. Oh, it's just struggling a little bit here. Opportunity goes to McBride. May have just overrode past that final marker. But Goodge, excellent, back up to full speed. McBride still just struggling to straighten up her craft at the moment. Still hasn't really got the momentum that she requires. So now she's going to hope that she can pick up on one of the runners, pick up on one of the swells, see if she can use Tahi Bay to her favour. Some of the conditions that are an enemy on the way up become your friends on the way home. Settle back, folks. Here we go. So Goodge, 2 to 3 boat length lead, looks in control, showing great form, concentration. That is a grimace, folks, it's not a smile. Look at the leg drive. She'll be aware of Zoe McBride, but she'll know how quickly things can change. And here we go. Look at this opportunity here for McBride to pick up on this runner and now use this wave to close the gap. Can she stay on it? She needs to work it. She doesn't want to get too far in front of it, and saying that, Goodge picks up on a wave as well. And it will be a case here for Goodge. Just needs to come up. Beautifully done. Runs through. She'll make her way through to the final. Zoe McBride, well, she'll row up for the bronze medal. What a performance, though, from both rowers, just showing the experience and class. Really good display here of ocean rowing from both athletes. have our second of our semi-finals for you shortly. Dunstan Arm Rowing Club will have representation. There are the two athletes, Waikato Dunstan Arm Rowing Club. So it'll be Freddie Todd Hunter for Dunstan Arms. And it will be Sam Voss for the Waikato crew. So Voss will be in that northern lane. Freddie Todd Hunter representing Dunstan Arm Rowing Club will start in the southern lane. This should be an absolute cracker, an absolute beauty. And then we do get away. So Voss we're looking at. Now, they've all had some dress rehearsals throughout the time trials and throughout the heats earlier. So they know what's now involved. And just seeing them just take a little bit more time, Voss here, not panicked. Prepared to maybe lose a second just to get it right, to pull back a couple of seconds. Really good even start. It's Sam Voss though, the red sled, right hand side of the picture, who has the smallest lead over Freddie Todd Hunter out of the Dunstan Arm Rowing Club. Now really big power coming on here from both rowers, getting their instructions from their crews. And just with the navigation, you feel that Freddie Todd Hunter might have just pulled back a couple more metres. Again, gaining instruction. Really tight, really even race as expected in the second semi-final. So, Todd Hunter, left of screen, Voss right of screen. It's Voss out of the Waikato Rowing Club, who leads by a boat length. Now start to approach the final third buoy. Then the 180-degree turn, then the turn and burn, sprint through to the finish. Freddie Todd Hunter starting to come back though, really starting to lift the tempo, has a wee look over her shoulder. How important is this? Who keeps the momentum out of the turn? Coming on a nice angle as Freddie Todd Hunter, certainly got the momentum, but look how tight that we see the turn coming here from Voss. So Voss, Todd Hunter's got the better of the turns. Voss in a bit of difficulty. She can't quite get the momentum. She's now looking to try and turn Todd Hunter. And we have a lead change. Halfway through this race, it's the athlete out of the Dunstan Arm Rowing Club who now has, what, a 2-boat length lead. But here comes the big challenge from Sam Voss. Voss looking to now try and increase that stroke rate. The both will rely here on some of the environmental factors. Who will pick up on the runners? Who will benefit from Te Tahi Bay? At the moment, it is Freddie Todd Hunter. Swells have just dropped off for both. Nice little runner starting to now get behind Sam Voss. Voss starting to just close that gap a little bit. Voss now seems to have the momentum. Bows nice and high out of the water. Who can take the straightest line? Will it come to a run down the beach? Voss begins to turn up the power. But here comes Freddie Todd Hunter. Dunstan Arm Rowing Club. She's got a little bit more work to do on the run. Need to get the handlers out there in the water. Talk to her. Tell her where she needs to get off, how deep she needs to get out. Because now we start to see Voss. She'll just pick up on this little runner. She'll take it all the way through to the beach. That'll give her some momentum. But it will be Freddie Todd Hunter first to her feet. And she will make the run up the beach. And she should take out the semi-final. It's been a very good race indeed. And it will be the athlete out of the Dunstan Arm Rowing Club who will come through and take the victory. Narrowly over Sam Voss out of the Waikato Rowing Club in a very, very good semi-final indeed. Sorry. That is outstanding. There is the Tahi Bay Surf Lifesaving Club, one of the most famous surf lifesaving clubs in the country. Some remarkable athletes that have come out of there, a number of Olympians. The most recent, I think, probably Stephen Kent in the sport of swimming. So we now go to the men's. And we do get underway. Good start from both rowers. Really good even start. North Shore Rowing Club celebrating 150 years this year. As we look over his shoulder, good performance. Getting guidance from the handlers on the beach here. Will then need to make that left-hand adjustment as they slay them the way through this course. So there is that Mana Island in the background. This wonderful amphitheatre for these 2024 Rowing New Zealand Beach Sprint National Championships.
Those fellows that you say are from Wellington College are from Onslow. Yeah. So I just asked them, and they said yes.
So got the northern lane and the southern lane in action here. And at the moment, it is all the southern lane. Just got really nice straight line through that 200 metre turn and burn part of the course. Athlete out of the North Shore Rowing Club starting to make his mark though, starting to just try and fight back here a little bit. It's just now a case of the handlers coming out, providing a bit of communication in terms of when to get out of their boat, when to make that run. Good performance from both athletes as they make their way up the beach and cross the line. Now we do understand too, we've had some athletes that we might have referred to out of Wellington College, in fact out of Onslow College, so we do appreciate that. We do apologise. Having a few difficulties just with some of the athlete identification. So we do apologise if we are getting some things wrong, certainly not intentional. So now we will have our next of our races. We'll have the Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club and the Waikato Rowing Club. Should be a good little duel, this one. Looking forward to this. So it'll be Waikato in the southern lane. It'll be the Aramaho Wanganui in the northern lane. Now we do get underway. So Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club out to the right and the Waikato Rowing Club to the left or to the southern end. So this is the northern side. The handler's there doing a good job at just getting that rudder just stuck a little bit into the sand, and so that gives the early advantage across to the Waikato Rowing Club. But so much can change. So we've got Van Rensburg in the southern lane. In fact, that's not the correct graphic. So we've got Waikato Rowing Club in there in the southern lane, and down here, closest bottom of the screen, it is the Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club. As they make their way around that second of the three marker buoys in this slalom type format. Comfortable lead there in the southern lane. No real advantage when we look directly out from the Tatahi Bay Surf Lifesaving Club in regards to any sort of environmental advantage. Early this morning we saw the break maybe on the way back in maybe favour the southern end, but then that's also the disadvantage on the way out because you've got to punch through the same set of waves. So an enemy on the way out, a friend on the way back in. As we now start to see the turns here, this is where the door of opportunity can open. This is where you can pull back an awful lot of time. Just want to make sure approaching that third marker that you maybe stop rowing about 2 or 3 strokes prior to that final turn and start to focus on then putting the power through the left stroke to try and turn these boats. But already back up to full speed in the southern lane. It is the Waikato Rowing Club in complete control. Dominant performance. Now it's just a case here of just trying to get in front. I'm trying to just pick up these little runners. You can just see that swell here in front. Get on that. Well, you just take it all the way through to the beach. You can see that it's actually running faster than what they're rowing. So that's what you're trying to do. Just get onto those waves that are moving quicker than you are. And then all you have to do is soft paddle and make sure that you don't go sideways. Nice display. Really good performance. Consummate performance. Bow nice and straight. Bring it dry up onto the beach. Doesn't panic with the exit. Now takes a little jog up the beach. Can be hard at times, the little run. As I said, sometimes you'll see it in surf ski paddling particularly, and they'll be sitting on their sciatic nerve, and you can get out, take a step, and you're numb. You've given yourself inadvertently a little bit of a dead leg. Plenty of opportunity, plenty of experience gained here by Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club. And that is that point, isn't it? Making sure that you swivel correctly, that you get both legs over those extended arms on the boat, that you're not having to step over them and trip up under fatigue, under duress. So our next group of men's single sculls, all not too far away from getting underway. Porirua Rowing Club represented. This gentleman here was on fire earlier today and then just had a technical issue and found him capsized and found himself in the drink. Auckland Rowing Club representative. So you get a sense here of its experience, youthful exuberance. Question is experience only a supplement for talent, not a substitute? Or will experience come to the fore in this next race? You have a feeling this will be a close one, this will be a tight one. Do get underway. So it is Porirua Rowing Club up against the Auckland Rowing Club. And isn't that the great paradox? Auckland very much in the colours of Canterbury, but that is the traditional colours of the club. Hard to get your head around if you do come from Auckland. But good start here from the Porirua rower. Good start from both. Both punched their way through that first swell. Things just starting to calm down, settle down a little bit. So just a little bit more calmness across the ocean here at Tatahi Bay. So Porirua Auckland Rowing Club. Advantage goes the way of Porirua. Out to the right, smallest of leads. Now looking to just try and angle back in. Try and keep nice tight lines, not much in it. About a boat length, you can just see those little swells. But good idyllic conditions really for ocean rowing. Just a little bit lumpy, but it's not choppy. Now, here we go, folks. This is the key moment. Momentum goes back the way of the Auckland Rowing Club. They seem to have the momentum coming into the turn. Both put the handbrake on. All the power goes into that left oar. Slightly different technique. Auckland Rowing Club with the advantage. Back up to full speed. Porirua now will use all that power to weight ratio. Bigger physique. Older body. More experienced head. Auckland Rowing Club though, down this left hand side, gone a little bit wide on the course. They're going to have a little bit longer run up the beach. But now it comes down to momentum. Now it comes down to picking up the runners. Who can benefit here from the environmental conditions? Still, it's the Auckland Rowing Club looking to try and just pick a little bit of a runner up. A little bit of a lull across the far side. Rowing Club, yeah, nicely done here. Getting that lovely little runner. Getting that momentum, about to pick up that wave as it starts to just peak now. Will come down the face of it. And as long as they keep the boat nice and steady, should be in control. The only difficulty here is they are a fair way down the beach. So they are going to need to run a little bit further. So the door of opportunity is still open here for Porirua. But the athlete out of the Auckland Rowing Club will now get to his feet. And we'll have the young legs and we'll come through and we'll take out this particular match race. Really good display, both technically and athletically from both athletes. So Tatahi Bay, there is the venue. And it is the Porirua Rowing Club that are hosting this year's Beach Sprint National Championships for ocean rowing and Olympic sport in 2028 in LA. Hope you are enjoying the coverage. Sun is starting to come out here at Tatahi Bay. The wind's just having dropped off a little bit. Certainly there are waves through what they call the break zone as we get set for our next group of athletes, as their crews and their handlers start prepping their boats. So it'll be our women's race up next. So it'll be the Nelson Rowing Club up against the Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club. So we've got B. Douglas and Maddie Collis. So B. Douglas will start in the southern side of the course. Maddie Collis, the northern end there in the navy blue with the sky blue stripe. And B. Douglas out of the very impressive Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club. And we do get underway. So who does get the best start here? Good even waiting. Boy, tell you what, that sun's come out absolutely beautiful conditions now. Wind has dropped off considerably from what we saw earlier this morning. And the early advantage does go the way of the northern side. So Maddie Collis out of the Nelson Rowing Club gets the early advantage. Both rowers, though, have got up to speed here. Really good comeback now coming from B. Douglas. So Douglas in her work. And just on that right-hand side, you've got a feel for Maddie Collis. Just had a little bit of a swell come through. She had to punch through it. But, boys, they get to the first marker. It is fairly even. So there it is, Collis in the right lane. Top of picture there in the southern lane is B. Douglas. They will be getting plenty of guidance from their crews on the water in terms of the direction they need to take. They come up to the second marker as they take the slalom course out, a total distance of around 250 metres. Now Maddie Collis really starts to increase that stroke rate. But it's B. Douglas across there too, not giving an inch. Really good race, one of the best races we've seen so far. If both can negotiate this top marker, if both can get good speed around this 180-degree turn, settle back, folks, it could be one of the great races of the day. So here we go. It is Aramaho Wanganui on the left-hand side of the course. It is the Might of Nelson on the right-hand side. Both rowers deciding to come to this 180-degree turn. Collis decides to come slightly wide. She wants to have a little bit of momentum coming into the turn. A little bit tighter here from Douglas. Douglas now, plenty of power going into that left oar. Really starting to try and turn the boat, trying to get that bow around fairly even. Advantage maybe goes the way of B. Douglas. Here comes Maddie Collis though. So Collis still struggling to get that boat straight. Both of them now have got into their work. Here we go. It's going to be a straight drag. Who can benefit from the advantages here of Tatahi Bay? Who can pick up on the little runners? Who can keep the boat straight? It is a wonderful race that is beginning to develop between these two street fighters, these two warriors, folks. Collis, smallest of leads. Here comes Douglas though. Might come to the run on the beach. The advantage, well, it'll be fairly even. Boat handlers will need to go out there, talk to their respective rowers. Don't get off too early. Take your boat right up onto the beach. No real swell starting to come through. Douglas looks like she just dropped off the back of one. May have picked up a little runner here, trying to just stay in front of it. She's going to need to work a little bit harder. She's down the front of it, so she's got the momentum. Tahi Bay's been kind to her down the southern end. Which one of these two girls is going to run out of talent first? Here we go. So B. Douglas across here from the Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club has got to her feet. She starts the wade. Got off very early. Still in the water, still waiting. And now we start to see Maddie Collis. She's to her feet first. Who's going to be first? They look across at each other. Through the flags they go. Who's going to touch the timer first? And it will be B. Douglas from the Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club, who will get it narrowly over Maddie Collis out of Nelson. What a performance from those two fine athletes. That's what it's all about, ladies and gentlemen. 0.001% in performance. Moral of the story is, when the alarm goes off at 5:30 in the morning, never push the snooze button, folks. It's 10 minutes a day. It's 70 minutes a week. Difference between first and second. Not suggesting that either of those athletes do push the snooze button, but that, folks, is the moral of the story. So there we go, Mila van Rensburg and Layla Mackay. So Rensburg will start in that southern lane. Layla Mackay in the northern lane out of the Porirua Rowing Club. So just waiting for a start here. So Layla Mackay out of Porirua. Just waiting for their handlers to get their craft set to go before they dash for cash. Not really, but has that feel about it. And so looking pretty casual and pretty laid back at the moment. They'll be nervous. And then it will just be super intense. So much, such a technical component to the sport. So Van Rensburg versus Mackay. Just having to get around an IRB there on the beach too, which just happened to be strategically placed for Van Rensburg, but hasn't disadvantaged it. In fact, Van Rensburg probably got the slightly better start. Now both crews have got underway. Van Rensburg's just having to straighten up a little bit, which just allows Layla Mackay here the opportunity to get back into her rhythm, but it's already a couple of boat length lead, but that can change very quickly. Now, just got to get into the work. Want to be tight through the slalom course. Don't want to have to go off direction too much. We're just starting to see Van Rensburg across there, just having to make that little adjustment, and that now opens the door of opportunity. For Mackay of the host club, the Porirua Rowing Club. Oh, just stuck here for Van Rensburg. She's just caught a wee crab and she's in a bit of difficulty. Both rowers struggling at the moment with their direction and maybe just a little bit of a mechanical possibly. Now, both crews having to correct themselves. So Van Rensburg in a bit of difficulty. Mackay back up to full speed. She has the advantage now. Van Rensburg starts to come back, however. It's got the momentum that she requires, but needs to make a major shift back to her left-hand side. She's incredibly off course. Tough boats to negotiate. And so it is Mackay out of the Porirua Rowing Club, Layla Mackay, who's in complete control of this particular match race. But we've seen how quickly things can change. Good boat speed coming, however, back in the favour of Mila Van Rensburg. And you can just see not much in it. So Mila Van Rensburg, I just wonder whether that adrenaline rush has just really picked her up. Some real urgency coming now. And still we're just starting to see Layla Mackay. She's now having to just make a little bit of a correction as well. Neither of them navigating this course particularly well. Both have gone off course. Who can straighten up? Who gets the momentum? Van Rensburg, again, has to make a massive correction to come back inside this can. And that is distance that she shouldn't have to cover, but she's going to have to cover. And now Layla Mackay. Now, can she lean heavily on that left oar? Can she get the momentum? Can she get the power to get around it? Now Van Rensburg needs to get those blades in a little bit deeper, put the power on. It's anybody's race, folks. Both of them are in a standstill. Both of them have got the handbrake on. Who wants this the most? It will be Mackay, who should get back up to speed first. She's got her bow pointed back towards the beach. She's in business, but she's still on the angle. So opportunity still here for Mackay. Van Rensburg, good race. Not such a good race technically, but certainly a good race in terms of first and second. Who wants this the most? Here we go. Settle back, enjoy all of this one, because it is still Van Rensburg, who now might just have the smallest lead, has she? No, it still goes the way of Mackay across there in the northern lane. So Porirua's own Layla Mackay still trying to take control here. Who can pick up the runners? Just looking out from the commentary position. Looks like Van Rensburg might just benefit here from a little bit of the swell. Can she get on this wave? She can. Can she ride it? Can she stay out in front of it? Or does she drop off the back of it? She's going to need to work hard. She just drops off. Oh, no, she's still on it. So it is still anybody's race. She's benefiting from the swell here. Is Mila Van Rensburg in the southern lane. But here comes Layla Mackay. Mackay, though, just not taking necessarily the straightest line into the beach. She's powering it up, though. Big, high stroke rate coming. Who gets to their feet first? Who deals with the run the best? Again, this IRB just in the way. Have to make their way around the flags. Both get to their feet. Both make the run. Slightly longer run here for Van Rensburg. Shorter run coming for Layla Mackay. Van Rensburg, Mackay, who's going to touch, who's going to dive, who wants this the most? Oh, less than a second in it. Mila Van Rensburg will take it by the looks of it. So Ned Clark and Kobe Good. So Gisborne Boys High School will be represented by Ned Clark. And the Avon Rowing Club will be represented by Kobe Good. Okay, so we'll just take you through, just so you, if you have just joined us, just an understanding of what the rules are, how these races are formatted.
Tahi Bay, half an hour north of Wellington, plays host to the 2024 Swift Racing New Zealand Coastal Rowing Beach Sprint Championships. The 250-metre sprint course consists of the start and finish zone, and 3 marker buoys. A member of each crew will start the race under the start zone, and on the buzzer will sprint to their respective boats. They will then begin to row their boat through the break zone, where they will slalom their way around 3 buoys as quickly as they can. At the final marker, it's a 180-degree turn and then a straight line sprint to the finish. Crews will skid the boat up onto the beach, with the bowman jumping out and sprinting the final leg up through to the finish line.
So there it is, Gisborne Boys High School on the right-hand side. And that will be Ned Clark. It'll be Kobe Good, who's actually left of picture here, who will be in the northern lane out of the Avon Rowing Club. So these 2 warriors will look to go to battle. Here we go, set for this one, looking forward to it. Kobe Good out of Avon Rowing Club, right of screen. Ned Clark out of Gisborne Boys High School, left of screen. He's been good today, Ned Clark. He's been excellent. A little bit more patient in terms of getting into the boat, just wanting to get everything dialed in, locked in. Both of them happy to be patient. Now they rely on their crews to just give them that little bit of a push, get that little bit of momentum. Now they're both going to have to punch through this first swell. Both manage it nicely. Probably a little bit tougher down the southern end with the white water breaking. So Kobe Good out of the Avon Rowing Club, bottom of the screen. Maybe a boat length lead at the moment. But we know how good Ned Clark is out of Gisborne. Nothing in it as they come up to the first buoy. Now they both need to weave their way around. Now need to just start to move their boats to the left-hand side to negotiate the second marker buoy. Now we do see Ned Clark out of Gisborne just starting to show his strength and power. His pure rowing prowess, starting to just close that gap up. Now both crews will come back across the right-hand side, taking a really tight course here. You do just sense again, and I know we must sound like broken records, but it's all going to happen around this turn here. Who gets the momentum? Who can keep this boat going, but still make the turn? Who can lean heaviest and deepest on this left oar, swing this boat around, but still maintain some sort of momentum to then be able to keep that momentum going fairly even. Maybe the smallest advantage goes here in the northern lane. Kobe Good out of the Avon Rowing Club turns back up to full speed. Haven't yet seen Ned Clark, but Clark looks like he's up to full speed as well. So now it's just a pure drag race through to the finish. Turn and burn, they call it. Here we go, Avon Rowing Club. Wonderful performance coming from Kobe Good. Looks like he's in control by about a boat length. Now the crew's having to negotiate the white water coming off the IRB. It's probably not necessarily in helping the athlete out of Gisborne in the southern leg there, and Ned Clark, but he's going to have to deal with it. Now, who gets to pick up the runners? Who gets to pick up the swells? You'd imagine the athletes out of Gisborne very, very aware of the surf life-saving space. Kobe Good, though, continuing to put the power down. Still has the momentum, still has the lead. A little bit of a runner just starting to build here, though, for both boats. Who can get on it? Who can run it? Just starting to see Ned Clark just needs to straighten up a little bit, just starting to go off course a bit, which is going to open the door of advantage. Kobe Good very much in control. Good will get to his feet. It will be the athlete out of the Avon Rowing Club who should get the job done here. Really good performance from him. Nothing in it, folks. What a wonderful race this one is. But congratulations goes the way of Kobe Good, out of the Avon Rowing Club, picking up that match race and doing it comfortably in the finish. And you can just see the hurt and suffering that does go on from both athletes. One of the bucket hats there from Arama Wanganui Rowing Club, made famous, well, Nelson claimed that they brought it in popularity in 2011 in rowing. Clearly, Dunstan Rowing Club have made it their own with their yellow bucket hats. Got the drones up in the air, beautiful idyllic conditions. And so that sun is out. Really are perfect conditions for ocean rowing, folks, as we get set now for Ali Kuhn out of Gisborne. And it will be Wiley out of Gisborne Boys High School. So Kuhn versus Wiley. So getting ready for a start. Another close race expected here. Kune of Aramaho Wanganui up against Wiley of Gisborne Boys High School. So let's have a look here. Kune down the southern end of the course, Wiley to the northern end. Handler's doing a good job in terms of keeping the boats. So who gets those first strokes in? Oh, a really good even start. Kune got away nicely down there in the southern end, but now we start to see the power from Wiley come on as well. Slightly contrasting body types. Wiley just punching through the waves. Kune probably got the slightly better of the conditions in this left lane at the moment, but as we said, some of those factors on the way out can be a benefit on the way home. If a wave is breaking at a certain part of the beach and you've got to hit it on the way out, well, you've got the advantage of possibly catching it on the way back. So it tends to play itself out a little bit. Now we're starting to see Wiley out here on the right side. But nothing in this race at all as they come up and approach the second buoy. Now both of them will need to angle back into their right. Once we start getting through to semi-finals, finals, well, we know that it's technical side of it becomes a lot more effective. Both of them are a lot more efficient. And it'll come down to seconds. But it is still Wiley here out of Gisborne Boys High School, who approaches the marker, well, almost neck and neck, aren't they? Now, big power goes down on that left oar, looking for that gear change, looking for that momentum shift. It's Wiley, it's Kune. So Kune out of the Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club maybe has the slightest of advantages, just looking at the sets and the swells coming in fairly even, no real advantage onto either side of the course. So this might just come down to good pure rowing technique, good pure endurance and power. But just look at there, Kune across there in top of the screen, really starting to put the power down, get a nice high turnover, really good stroke rate, and Wiley will be hoping that he can maybe just pick up a little bit of a runner just starting to form at the moment. Can he get on it? Can he ride it? You can just start to see that stern begin to lift. He's certainly got some momentum. He's getting picked up here, but it's also going to come through at some point and pick up Kune. But Wiley's just got to control here. He's got to keep rowing. He's lost his oar. It's game, set and match at this level, folks. When you make that mistake, and he'll capsize, unfortunately. Just caught a crab, lost balance, which means that Eli Kune will come down and pick up victory here in a very good race. Doesn't do it easy himself. Takes a little bit of a dip in the drink and will run through to the finish line and touch the timing button. And we'll go through to the next round. So Eli Kune out of Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club takes out the victory. And now Wiley out of Gisborne Boys High School, very much in the fight there too. Had great momentum and maybe just couldn't quite control that momentum. Caught a little bit of a crab. Needed to keep the pressure on the oars, needed to keep that momentum going to capitalise on that wave. Couldn't quite do it. And just in a split second, suddenly you find yourself in the water. But that is the excitement of ocean rowing, an Olympic sport in 2028 in LA. And we are underway in our next of our races. So we've got Frood out of Invercargill, and we've got Todd Hunter out of the Dunstan Rowing Club. Open women's single. So Team Frood, Invercargill colours. Great to have representation from right around the countries at this year's Nationals, and then the famous colours there of the green, yellow and blue of the Dunstan Arm Rowing Club. And boy, tell you what, there is nothing in this. Freddie Todd Hunter absolutely looking to just try and take control here. And then we've got Kristen Frood, who will give nothing, show nothing, other than just guts, determination and great technique. So Freddie Todd Hunter here, low of the picture. Both of them angling now out to this top mark. Both have got good boat speed on, bow nice and high out of the water. It is Kristen Frood who will turn. In first place now, Freddie Todd Hunter got her bow round, but it is Kirsten Frood who is still in control by a good 3 to 4 boat lengths at the moment. Now she just needs to try and keep her craft nice and straight. Lovely little runners starting to get behind all of these crews now. Sometimes it's a little bit of luck, sometimes it's about timing, sometimes you've got to increase your stroke rate just to get on top of that wave. You've got to have the ability to adjust, you've got to get a feel for it. And so down there in the southern lane, we are just seeing Kirsten Frood out of the Invercargill Rowing Club, looking pretty comfortable at the moment, trying to just pick up this final little runner in. She's working it, she's working it. It looks like she's just going to drop off the back of it. And then you look across the star side, Freddie Todd Hunter, she's just starting to get a little bit more momentum because she's about to pick up on a nice little runner all the way in too. So she can maintain good straight boat speed. She will benefit from this little runner. Now, at what point does Kirsten Frood decide to get to her feet, knowing that Todd Hunter's about to get a big shove off this wave and potentially even things up? So she gets off the boat, up onto the beach, around the flag, will come down, will take the victory. Very good performance from Frood. She'll come down, she'll win it over Freddie Todd Hunter out of the Dunstan Arm Rowing Club. So Sarah Wooten and Kirsten Goodger. So Kirsten Goodge will start in the northern lane in the blue. Sarah Wooten starting in the southern lane for Waikato, so those names need to be swapped around if you're looking at the picture. So Wooten in fact on the right hand side, Goodge on the, in fact, and Wooten there on the right hand side. So here we go. Second semi-final open women's single, set for a start. Key starts so important. Handlers need to help them get the timing right through the white water. Give them a decent shove, decent shunt. Fairly good start from both crews. Both are underway. Both have their blades in the water. Now it's a case of straightening up. Good start down here at the southern end from Wooten. Sarah Wooten. But Kirsten Goodge. Kirsty Goodge takes the lead by maybe 2 boat lengths as they come up through that first yellow buoy. But now they've got to go slightly left. Really good boat speed here, though, from Kirsty Goodge. That is fantastic. Just getting that bow nice and out of the water. She's just got great momentum. Really just starting to put the power down. Just a really high rating. Leaving nothing to chance here. Realises that speed's her friend and that she'll want speed and momentum as she hits the top marker. But it can all change so quickly. But it is Kirsty Goodge who leads. Maybe by 2 to 3 boat lengths. She's coming very, very tight here. Now, plenty of power goes down on that left oar. Gets the bow around. Oh, brilliantly done. Wow, that is good from Goodge. Already back up to full speed. Handbrake's gone over there. Wooten in a bit of difficulty. And now Goodge in control. Just needs to maintain good form here. Maintain her concentration. Lose concentration, you lose time. And just looking out from the commentary box. Looking pretty comfortable. Starting to see Wooten. She's back up to full flight now. She'll be hoping that she can just get on a runner. But most of the waves are a little bit closer to the shore. There's nothing really happening out the back. In fact, if anything's happening, it's about to advantage Goodge here. You can just see that swell behind her beginning to build. She senses it and she picks up her rating. She gets on it. She's going to get a free ride if she can stay in front of this all the way up to the beach. Really good performance from her. It is game, set and match now at this point. Unless she goes sideways, unless somehow she catches a crab. That is superb use of her surf skills. Really, really good. Great momentum from her. So Kirsty Goodge, too good, too strong, too fast. That is a wonderful display. You talk about precision performance, no compromise. There is a metaphor right there, folks. Now Sarah Wooten. Gets a little bit sideways, get off her craft and make her way up the beach, and it will be Kirsty Goodge who will go through to that final. Great camaraderie being shown. They know that they've been in a bit of a street fight out there. They've both endured a little bit of pain, a little bit of suffering, as they are all learning more and more about ocean rowing, a sport that's very much in its infancy here in New Zealand, but clearly part of the Olympic program in 2028. So you expect it to explode here. I always say this. I think the athletes that you're watching today maybe not appreciated for arguably pioneers, the trendsetters, trying to take the guesswork out for future generations. For the coaches, the athletes. And now we've got Finn Hamill and Alex Lawrenson. So Alex Lawrenson up against Finn Hamill. Open men's single semi-final. So Lawrenson from Auckland looks the goods. Pretty dominant in his previous race. But the stakes increase now. Finn Hamill out of the Waikato Rowing Club. The Battle of the Bombay, folks. Settle back, enjoy all of this one. So Hamill is actually right of screen. Lawrenson is left of screen. So Lawrenson is in the northern lane. And they do get underway. How important is the start? Very even in terms of getting into the boat. Hamill gets away first, but we know how good Lawrenson is in terms of his power, his ability to get that boat nice and high out of the water, get that stroke rate up nice and high, and who's going to take the straightest line. So still nothing in it, no real sort of environmental factors they need to be concerned about. Also recovery too. These guys have had a number of races throughout the day and have got to recover as quickly as they can. And look at this, here we go. Hamill versus Lawrenson. Lawrenson bottom of the screen, Hamill to the top of the screen. It's Hamilton out of the Waikato Rowing Club, who has maybe a boat length lead. They both angling on the right, and then they're going to have to angle zigzag back once they come around the second marker. Now good boat speed being shown, idyllic conditions. Wind picked up earlier today and it got quite choppy and quite gnarly there for a little bit. Certainly has just dropped off. Now we start to see Lawrenson beginning to turn the power up, connecting the strokes. It is game on, folks. Settle back. This could be one of the absolute classics. Now, Hamill will be first to engage in this 180-degree turn. How effective, how efficient is he? Lawrenson's got some work to do. Can he be more efficient? Hamill, very good. Hamill's already turned. He's back up to full speed. Hamill, what a performance from him. He has put the power down. 2 boat lengths suddenly becomes 4, 5, and Lawrenson's still struggling. It is all Hamill at the moment. So Finn Hamill in control. Got a nice little runner that he can pick up too. He's got a lovely little wave behind him. If he can just increase his rating, he can ride this all the way through to the beach, folks. It's looking like he will do it too. And now really good surf skills. Just needs to make sure he keeps the pressure on. Easy to go sideways here. Sometimes it's counterintuitive to keep rowing, but you need to keep rowing. But Hamill in complete control. Really good performance from Finn Hamill. Now, just needs to back himself here, get his weight right, take the white water in, doesn't want to get sideways. And that is an absolute demolition from this man out of the Hamilton Waikato Rowing Club. So out of the Waikato Rowing Club, it will be Finn Hamill who gets the job done over Alex Lawrenson out of the Auckland Rowing Club. Really in emphatic fashion. How good was he? That third marker in regards to that 180-degree turn, remarkable. So there it is, Tahi Bay, Porirua. And coming back into land, our drone, our production team there in the background. What a venue. What a stage, auditorium, whatever you want to call it. Mana Island in the background. Get underway in the next of our men's semi-finals. And so we've got Seymour and Collins. In fact, I'm not sure we've got those names correct at the moment, just looking at the singlet colours. Definitely got competitor out of the Wairau Rowing Club. So Northern Lane and the Southern Lane. That's how we'll call it at the moment, folks. Do apologise if we're not getting the teams, the names, individuals out to you at the moment. So the athlete out of the Wairau Rowing Club, top of picture in the Southern Lane. Athlete down here in the Northern Lane has a lead of about a boat length, but just catches a little bit of a crab, and suddenly the door of opportunity does open up. Now start to angle their way to this 180-degree turn. Let's have a look at the boatmanship of these two remarkable athletes as they make this 180-degree turn. Handbrake goes on. Both negotiating it fairly well. It's about who can get those short, sharp, fast strokes in and get their boat back up to speed the quickest. It's there in the Southern Lane. So the athlete out of the Wairau Rowing Club maybe has the smallest of leads at the moment. Might actually be a couple of boat lengths, but it has come quite wide coming back in, so we'll have a little bit further to run. Now, who can pick up the runner? Might be an opportunity more in the middle of the course here for the athlete in the Northern Lane to just try and pick up one of these little swells. Going to have to work to just stay on this little runner here. It is a little runner. It's just building up nicely behind him. It'll start to just also now give a little bit of advantage back there on the southern side. So it's going to be one of the very, very good races indeed as they look at each other. Locked into a little bit of a battle here. Advantage goes to the Northern Lane. Less of a run up the beach because the man from the Wairau Rowing Club at the southern end has a little bit more work to do. Possibly will be first to his feet, but will have to run a lot further to get the job done. So it'll be the Northern Lane who should in the finish have the shortest journey through to touching the timing button, and it will be the Northern Lane. Not a lot in it though. Smallest of margins, folks. But another really good race, separated by a couple of seconds in the finish, probably less than that. And there he is, Jed, the great man, arguably the best drone pilot going, former rower, also intellectually very bright, very much the leader when it comes to altitude HD, well that's at least what he tells us. So we might just take a break here at these Swift Racing 2024 Rowing New Zealand Beach Sprint National Championships, and come back with more as we acknowledge some of our corporate partners.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork, and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. We are proud to say our Milford KiwiSaver Plan conservative, balanced, and active growth funds have all been the #1 performers in their respective KiwiSaver fund categories over the last 10 years, according to Morningstar's latest independent survey. And now, we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow in their pursuits of outstanding results. Find out more at milfordasset.com. Milford, invested in you.
So back into the action here as we are underway in the B final, and it is Nelson Rowing Club of Collis up against the local club, the host club, the Porirua Rowing Club in Mackay. Two remarkable athletes who have featured throughout the day, but now the medals are up for grabs. So Maddie Collis across the far side with maybe a 2-boat length lead at the moment over Podirua's Mackay. Good power being put on by both rowers. It's Collis at the moment. But now we just start to see the challenge coming back here from Mackay. Mackay really putting the power on, trying to increase that rating. See if she can just catch that water, be a little bit cleaner through the stroke. Come up to that top marker shortly. And then the handbrake goes on. Who turns? Collis now starts to put plenty of power just through that one stroke. The left oar manages to turn the boat. It's got her bow facing the beach. It's now just a simple case of powering back up, taking the straight line drag into the finish. Good performance here coming from Maddie Collis. Again, no real environmental factors in that first 100 metres on the way back in. It's the second 100 where you can pick up the runners, you can pick up the waves, you can pick up the swells and look to try and run them into the beach. But Collis here, well, it's just a simple case now of maintaining good technique, maintaining good form, just concentrating, making sure that she doesn't go too right. She'll be looking for the little runners, and that will be the case too for Mackay. She'll be hoping that almost a mini tsunami comes through to pick her up and try and bring her home. But it will be Maddie Collis out of the Nelson Rowing Club who will pick up this B final, pick up this bronze medal. Dominant display, really. Very, very effective, very good. Now she'll just take this white water in. The handler's not there. Doesn't seem to be a lot of urgency from the handlers. And she's happy to run it all the way up onto the beach. Nice performance from her. Up around the swift flags, through to touch the timing button. And she'll get it done, and she'll get it done comfortably. Really, really good moment for her. And now it will be Mackay from the Porirua Rowing Club who will come through and pick up 4th place overall, second in this B final. Which means that we will be bringing you that A final, this national championship. And it will be B. Douglas and Mila van Rensburg. You've got to look at it going in here, and you do sort of sense that B. Douglas might just be the favourite. Van Rensburg in her semi-final did struggle a lot with boat control, where B. Douglas looked absolutely superb. So Douglas out of the Iramaho Wanganui Rowing Club is right of your screen. And Mila van Rensburg left of screen, and the green and the white, the famous colours of the Wairau Rowing Club. So gold medal up for grabs. A final, under 19 women's single sculls. who creates a little bit of history here, who becomes one of the original winners. It's not the first national championships, but enough to be considered one of the early innovators. As time will go on, and the sport will become even more mainstream than it currently is at these national championships. And it is Van Rensburg who probably gets the better of the starts. Can she control her boat though? Can she stay in a straight line? In the semi-final, she went off course terribly at times. Has she learnt from it? Because we know B Douglas is superb. She's got the power, she's got the precision, but she is just so good in terms of staying in a straight line. Now Van Rensburg will approach this first marker. Now they both need to angle left here on the diagonal in the slalom type course. Douglas just catches that marker with one of her oars. Doesn't seem to cause too much of a stutter. But Van Rensburg, this is a much better performance from her. Taking a nice tight line too, getting plenty of guidance from their crews on the beach, saying, look, it's time you need to start moving right, stay in a straight line. That's the hand instructions they will be getting. So Mia Van Rensburg from the Wairau Rowing Club in control at the moment, but it can change oh so quickly. And that's where Douglas was superb before, was at that 180-degree turn. She's got some work to do. She is going to trail, which means that Van Rensburg can just slow it down a little bit here, get the technical side of it right, not panic too much. Now let's have a look at Mila Van Rensburg. Again, she's gone a long way past it, and this is where she struggled last time, turning the boat. And we talk about the opportunity now here for Douglas. Much tighter, but she's also gone past it. Can she turn on a dime? Does she have the ability to power it up? She's struggling also just to get this boat in the 180 degrees. And now Van Rensburg, but she's gone a long way off course. She just needs to straighten up a little bit. Douglas now eventually gets that bow facing the beach. She gets a chance to power back up, but Mila Van Rensburg looking to try and take out this women's under-19 A final at the National Championships. Boy, much improved performance from what we saw earlier in the semi-final, where her steering almost cost her a place in this final, but she's made the adjustment, she's made the mental shift. Now she'll be just looking to try and pick up on some of the runners here. She's about to get into that break zone where those environmental factors do start to play a bit of a part here for B Douglas. Well, she's just got to do is just put the power down, just hope. But Mila Van Rensburg coming into the beach, take out this New Zealand title, under-19 women's single. Great performance from her. It'll be a gold medal, it'll be a national title. What a performance. Congratulations to the Wairau Rowing Club. That is an outstanding achievement. And Mila Van Rensburg is your 2024 under-19 Ocean Rowing Singles Champion. The silver medal will go the way of B Douglas out of Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club. How good has she been today? Congratulations to her. She will stand on the podium. They'll put a silver medal around her neck. Well done. So Lewis Wiley will come up against Kobe Good. So Wiley out of Gisborne Boys High School will start in the southern lane. Kobe Good out of the Avon Rowing Club will start in the northern lane. So left of screen is in fact Kobe Good. Right of screen is Lewis Wiley. So this is arguably for the bronze medal or the B final of the under-19 men's singles. We'll have the A final following this. So a little bit of acknowledgement between them, both feeling the cold a little bit, feeling that they do need to have the arm warmers on, possibly that base layer. And we do get underway. So B final, under 19 men's single. So it'll be Kobe Good there in the north lane. And Lewis Wiley in the southern lane. Oh, good start here from Kobe Good. Really good out of the Avon Rowing Club. Absolutely up to full speed, up to power, just punches through the swell. You can just see it's a little bit more prevalent, the swell, isn't it, on the northern side versus the southern side. But again, that could benefit them on the way home too. Be hoping that maybe the southern side things can change a little bit, turn around, be able to pick up a little bit of a runner on the way back. But Kobe Good. Now maybe a couple of boat lengths clear. Comes here on the inside of this second marker buoy. Then I'll have to angle back right to negotiate that 180-degree turn. We're now starting to see that from Lewis Wiley as well. Across the far side, top of your screen. Now, here we go. Not a lot in it, folks. Big moment here. Bronze medal up for grabs. Kobe Good decides to go a little bit high, swings the stern of the boat around. We're starting to see the same here now from Lewis Wiley. And this is neck and neck. I'd argue might be a slight lead change going this way to Lewis Wiley out of Gisborne Boys High School. Both putting the pressure on. Still just getting the power down. B final. So it is Lewis Wiley out of Gisborne Boys High School, top of your picture. Now the big charge starts to come here from Kobe Good. There is nothing in it. Good now with the momentum. Who can pick up the little bit of the runner? Who can pick up the surf? I think there is a little bit of a favourite there in the middle on the bottom of the screen here. Here we go. Settle back. Enjoy this one. This will come up to a sprint up the beach. Who gets out of the boat first? Who has the support of their crews? Where are their crews? Who's giving them a hand? Who's telling them when they need to exit? This is one of the things that I think Surf Lifesaving can teach these crews, and it's a little bit of a stumble race up the beach. I think it might just be Lewis Wiley, but on the other side, coming in to take it will be Kobe Good, and Good will come down and touch. He started in the northern lane out of the Avon Rowing Club. Very good performance from him. And now we will have our A final. So in fact, this will be Kobe Good. And we'll take on Eli Kune. So we do apologise if we've called some of the races wrong. We're just having a few difficulties with the information that we've been given. So it will be Eli Kune out of the Avon Rowing Club, who will start there in the northern lane. He's right of picture at the moment, and then we will have Kobe Good. Kobe Good, in fact, out of the Avon Rowing Club, and Eli Kune out of the Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club. So Good versus Kunate for this A final. So let's just have a look here at this entry. Don't underestimate the role that the handlers play in terms of setting them up and giving them that little bit of a shunt, that little bit of a shove. And it's the best start in the northern lane, so it goes the way of Eli Kunate, who does have the best start, but maybe just the better momentum due to the teamwork of his handlers. It's at the top of the screen, and that is good. Just getting smashed there in the middle is Eli Kunate, but he'll get the benefit on the way back in if that's how the swells do roll. Might just get the advantage of the little runners on the way home. But this is the A final, under 19 men's single scull final. Eli Kunate down the bottom of your screen, up against Kobe Good, top of your screen. And it is a case of Avon Rowing Club versus Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club. And there is absolutely nothing in it. Now both boats will need to angle right here, come back across on the zigzag to approach that third and final marker before the turn and burn 180 degrees. Now, who handles it the best? Kunate still struggling to get the boat. Good's got it around. He's got the bow facing the beach already. He has the opportunity now to get up to full speed. He's taken a really nice line. He hasn't gone too far right either, so it's very much advantage across there in the southern lane to Kobe Good out of the Avon Rowing Club. Now looks to try and power down, looks to try and just see if he can just connect those strokes, increase that rating. Chance here though, swell's just starting to build, so there is an environmental factor that can still play a role in this final. And you just do sense that there is just a little bit of a runner starting to build up behind both boats. Who can catch it, who can stay in front of it, who wants to just try and get on it. Nice little swell building there in the middle too, so opportunity goes back the way of Eli Kunate. Can he maximise that advantage? Can he maximise that runner? He's got the momentum now. He's riding down the face of it. Is he going to run out of water, though? Is he going to run out of real estate? Can he keep the boat straight? Really good finish beginning to develop here, too. But it will be the man, by the looks of it, out of the Avon Rowing Club that might just come down and get it done. Kobe Good will get to his feet first. Does get to his feet. Manages to stay on his feet. And we'll pick up the victory, we'll pick up the gold medal, we'll pick up the National Under-19 title, and does it nicely. Gold medal to him, New Zealand champion. Eli Kunate, superb as well though. What a performance from him, silver medal. So coming up to the hour of 3 o'clock, we will have our Open Women's finals to come. Waikato up against the Dunstan Arm Rowing Club. So athletes there just going through their little moments of nerves there. So Freddie Todd Hunter and Sarah Wooten. So this is the B final. So Todd Hunter will start in the southern lane. So she's actually rider screen at the moment in the blue and the green and yellow of the Dunstan Arm Rowing Club, and Sarah Wooten out of the Waikato Rowing Club. So technically the bronze medal match, or the B final, in this sort of match racing type format. Following this, we will bring you the Women's Senior A final. So they'll be familiar with it now. They've got to go and lock themselves on the hurt box one more time. Place on the podium up for grabs. So Freddie Todd Hunter first to her craft. Sarah Wooten doesn't look overly panicked though. Handlers have got that boat a little bit further into the water and she'll get away to the quicker start. So Freddie Todd Hunter already has a little bit more work to do, and just that gets the timing and has to deal with that wall of white water. But both athletes have got their boats now up to full speed, both having to negotiate some of the swells here. A little bit more of a swell at that northern end, or the northern lane, the one bottom of the picture, but they will, as I said, get the advantage of that coming home. So it often comes out on the wash, but it is Sarah Wooten who leads through the first of the three buoys as part of the slalom type format. Now both crews will be angling their boats back out to the left before then having to come back to the right hand side. In fact, now starting to come back into that right side, so now starting to angle back right, and then the 180 degree turn, and just starting to see here now Freddie Todd Hunter beginning to make her move as well. And you feel at the moment, because we're not directly in straight, you do sense it is a very, very close race. In fact, I don't think there'll be anything in by the time they hit the top markers. So Sarah Wooten, Freddie Todd Hunter, both about to hit the top cans together. So who's learnt the most throughout the day? Who's made the adjustment technically to be able to turn the boats here on a dime? Good here from Sarah Wooten. Has got the angle now, just needs to power this boat back up. Both doing a really good job. This is going to be a great finish, folks. Settle back, enjoy this one. Here we go. Freddie Todd Hunter to the right of screen, Sarah Wooten to the left of screen. The B final, bronze medal. Both looking now to power up their boats. Looking out from the commentary position, trying to pick up to see if there are any swells starting to roll through. Might just look like Freddie Todd Hunter out to the left here potentially has a chance of just picking up on a little bit of a runner. And might just have the smallest of advantages. But things are about to change because that runner's now coming back across into the middle of the course. So opportunity here for Sarah Wooten to pick up on this little bit of a runner. And she is on top of it too. So she maximise her boat speed? Can she use Te Tahi Bay here to propel herself into the bronze medal, get herself on the podium, and she'll have the better line too if it comes to a run up the beach. So nothing in it. Sarah Wooten out of the Waikato Rowing Club. We've got Toddy Fred Hunter out of the Dunstan Arms Rowing Club. Top of screen. They're about to come in. They've got 10 to 15 strokes remaining. Who's going to get to their feet first? Who's going to give them the instructions? Sarah Wooten. Freddie Todd Hunter, Wooten. They both get out. Wooten gets to the beach first. Freddie Todd Hunter takes a little bit of a stumble. Might have the better leg speed, does she? But Sarah Wooten will pick up this B final. She'll grab the bronze medal by the smallest of margins in an outstanding B final. Well done to the Waikato Rowing Club. Well done to Sarah Wooten. Surprised they can still talk, knowing how brutal this sport can be from an endurance point of view. As I often say, mate, the old razor blades are attacking the lungs and bonfires in the legs. It can be a tough sport. So getting set for a start in that Women's Open A final. Singles race. So we are underway in this A final. So good clean start, particularly at the top end in the southern course. Boy, nice even start too. Really good final this one between Kristen Frood and Kirsty Goodson. So good, doing a great job. Really even race as they come up to this 180-degree turn. Now, who negotiates it the best? Is it the southern lane? Is it the northern lane? Oh, both have done a really good job here. Now the power starts to go on. Both athletes looking to lock themselves in the hurt box here. Who can pick up the runners? It's all in the southern lane at the moment. Pressure now starts to come back on. Who gets the final little run into the beach? Who gets to their feet first? Bit of a momentum shift coming here in the north lane. It's still anybody's final, folks. Oh, wonderful race. And it will be Frood in the southern lane who gets to her feet first, but it takes a little bit of a stumble. Here comes Gucci in the northern lane. And now the sprint, the dive, the time, and it will be Frood who will pick up the national title. Well done to her. Wonderful performance. And so, outstanding. That is really, really good from Kristen Frood to pick up that national title. Now we will bring you the B final of the Open Men's. We do apologise, just having a bit of difficulty with athlete identification. So, Auckland Rowing Club up against, once again, the might of the Wairau Rowing Club. And so it'll be Lawrenson and Collins. So Collins here in the northern lane, bottom of the picture. Good boat speed from both crews. Lawrenson now starts to apply the power, starts to just look to turn things up a little bit. High rating from both scullers. But it's Collins here from the Wairau Rowing Club, who's going to approach this final mark. In fact, just at the angle here, it's going to be fairly even, isn't it? Look at this. How close is this? Bronze medal up for grabs. Now, who can get it around quickly? Fight coming here from Collins, really looking to try and get that left arm pumping as hard as he can to get that oar in, to get that turn. No rudders, of course. Lawrenson back up to full speed, now has the lead. As we look out, though, what environmental factors can they now build in? Is there a swell that they can utilise? Who picks up the little runner? Certainly looks like a little bit of a runner just coming out there in the middle of the course here. So opportunity for Collins to pick that up, and that gap just starts to close. Can he ride it? And now just a little bit of a swell starting to build up on the left-hand side of the course, which will suddenly favour Lawrenson. And Lawrenson does pick up on it. They are subtle, but they are very effective. Now it comes back across and helps out here Collins. So Collins now starts to get on top of a little bit of a runner. Can he use the momentum? How wide here, though, has Lawrenson gone? Is this going to ultimately cost him the run up the beach? Because there is nothing in it, folks. And he has gone a long way down the right-hand side of the beach. It's Collins who probably has the best line coming in. Collins will have the shortest run up the beach. So at what point does Lawrenson make his move? Does he get out now? He does get out now, but he's in quite deep water. He's stumbling, and both of them are stumbling, but it will be the man in the northern lane who will get it done, and get it done comfortably, because simply he took the straightest line. He'll come through. Another very good victory from the Wairau Rowing Club, and well done to Liam Collins over Alex Lawrenson. We'll bring you that Senior Open A final next. What a cracker this should be. Okay, so if you have just joined us, we'll just explain the format for today's racing.
Tahi Bay, half an hour north of Wellington, plays host to the 2024 Swift Racing New Zealand Coastal Rowing Beach Sprint Championships. The 250-metre sprint course consists of the start and finish zone, and 3 marker buoys. A member of each crew will start the race under the start zone, and on the buzzer will sprint to their respective boats. They will then begin to row their boat through the break zone, where they will slalom their way around 3 buoys as quickly as they can. At the final marker, it's a 180-degree turn and then a straight line sprint to the finish. Crews will skid the boat up onto the beach, with the bowman jumping out and sprinting the final leg up through to the finish line.
So Ian Seymour out of the Wairau Rowing Club, Finn Hamill out of the Waikato Rowing Club. A final national gold medal up for grabs, making their own little part of history. We do get underway. A bit of a stumble taken by Hamill. Seymour gets away nicely. He's in the northern lane in the dark blue-black colours. And I tell you what, good Hamill is. Hamill is a superb technician in terms of negotiating that 180-degree turn. Seymour is going to have to be at his best. It's Hamill who has the best start. They both punch through a little bit of a swell. Another wave just beginning to build here that they're going to have to punch through as well. Both have got away. And so Seymour, though, still hanging tough. But here comes Hamill now, starting to really put the power and the pressure down in this senior men's single final. And look at Hamill go, absolutely just doing a demolition here. High stroke rate, beautifully tight through this slalom type course. And Ian Seymour, he's going to have to really call upon everything. Starting to make his move too, though. Not much in it. Hamill just catches his oar on that second marker. Now starts to bring the boat back across to the right-hand side, as does Ian Seymour. And now Seymour have a little bit of work to do. It's Hamill who's first. And Hamill already starts to negotiate. Look at him, just absolutely pumping that left arm, pumping that left oar, gets that boat turning. How good is he on that 180-degree turn? He's already back up to full speed. You just sense it's already over here. Finn Hamill in control of this senior final. What a performance. And look at the line that he takes. He's just so straight. He's just got such an inherent understanding of the open water. He's not going too far to his left or our right as we're looking out. He's just taking that line in. Now, Seymour's going to need to rely on a little bit of a runner, but the runner, in fact, is going to help Finn Hamill here. So Hamill's on it. He can ride this all the way in if he can stay there. It is game, set and match if he can just control this and doesn't want to get too far in front of it, just wants to stay on it. Let the wave do the work. And he'll just run down the face of it, run down the front of it. Now just needs to keep the boat nice and straight, and he'll end up winning this final comfortably. Water just starts to break here. Just needs to just keep turning it up. Doesn't want to get too far in front of the wave. Doesn't want to go sideways. But he'll be happy to get out. Brings the knees up. He's going to come down. He's going to win this National Open title at these New Zealand Ocean Rowing Championships. Congratulations goes to Finn Hammond. It'll be a silver that'll go the way of Ian Seymour. And what a dominant display. He really has been a class act today, Finn Hamill, the star of the show. Wonderful exponent. How good is he on the turns? How good is he technically? And just his ability to stay in a straight line. Wonderful performance. That is a really good singles final. So there is the Tavahi Surf Life Saving Club. That is the venue for today's New Zealand Ocean Rowing Championships. One of the most famous surf life saving clubs in the country. Don't go away, folks. Plenty of action still to come. Flash. Fluoro Flash starting in the north lane, the Maverick starting in the south lane. So south lane top of the picture, the north lane bottom of the picture. So a really good start here coming from the Fluoro Flash. Some interesting team names here. Mavericks, of course, out there in the top of the picture. And they come out of the Tauranga Rowing Club. So winner of this will go through to that gold medal race. And it is the Mavericks at the moment out of Tauranga. Now we start to see the Fluoro Flash beginning to make their move. They look like they're just wanting to try and sweep around this top mark as best as they can. Try and keep that momentum on. Much harder to turn than, say, in a single sculls boat, because you've got to get the cohesion, you've got to get the timing right. Now you just start to see those left oars go in. Really good performance here from the Fluoro Flash. Nice start here also from the Mavericks. So just having a look, both boats have made the turn. Both boats have got their bows facing the beach. Key here is to make sure you do take a nice straight line back into the beach. And we're seeing that from both crews. No swells to look at that they can just pick up at the moment. Sun directly into our eyes here in the commentary position, so certainly making it harder to work out what might, or what the ocean might throw up for both crews. But it is across the far side there, the Mavericks, who are in complete control. Very good performance from them indeed. And now they will have a little bit of a runner they'll be able to pick up on. We've just got to make sure that they continue to row all the way through. We saw a lot of the crews in the time trials today, maybe the more inexperienced rowers somehow wanting to stop once on the back of a wave. They've got to keep going. And so the Mavericks will come down in the south lane. Just been encouraged by their supporters just to stay a little bit left. They'll just pick up this final runner and bring it all the way up onto the beach, and then their bowman will run through. And again, just making that mistake of just not continuing to row all the way through, just turning the boat sideways. And we're starting to also see it across here in the northern lane from the Fluoro Flash. But it should be a comfortable victory in the finish for the Mavericks team. And they will come up and they will make that final 20, 30 metres through to the finish line. And they'll move through to the under-19 final. Very, very good performance from them. And the Fluoro Flash come through and touch. Big learning curve for all of these crews. Still an opportunity for that B final, which will come a little bit later on this afternoon. And our second semi-final underway. So we've got the Mad Dogs out of the Nelson Rowing Club. And we have our team out of the Aramoa Wanganui Rowing Club. And it is the Nelson Rowing Club out of the Mad Dogs, who are in this northern lane, who get away the quickest of the two teams. Very clean exit off the beach. Great strategy too. Great propulsion from their on-beach crew, from their handlers. And now they look to just try and lengthen things out here. They'll be looking for guidance from the beach, saying stay on a straight line, taking a really nice straight angle here, not having to deviate too much, keeping this slalom type course nice and tight. And so the Mad Dogs, a couple of boat lengths lead, but now we do start to see Aramoa Wanganui beginning to make their move. They've gone a little bit wide, so they're having to just correct a little bit, and therefore they're not quite as tight, and they're losing distance in doing that. So it's all the Nelson Rowing Club at the moment. All they have to do is negotiate and navigate this final turn. Not dissimilar to the America's Cup, is it? In terms of the way you've got to come around these markers and you want to come in and keep that momentum going. Look at the power coming down here from this team out of the Nelson Rowing Club. They've got their bow already facing the beach. Now they get to come back up to full power. Just got to get the timing right. Now they've got their timing right. Big high stroke turnover again, just to get that boat back up to full speed, then look to try and lengthen out. Hope that they can pick up just a little bit of a runner to maybe take away some of the hurt. Just allow them to be pushed along here. Sometimes those waves are running faster than the boats themselves, and if you can get on one, well, you can pretty much just dial it down physically, but you still got to concentrate, you still got to control the white water. Big push now coming though here from the Aramoa Wanganui Rowing Club. Still in the fight, still wanting this, still asking questions here of Nelson. Here we go. Advantage in the north lane to the Mad Dogs. Have a wee look across the Mad Dogs, the Nelson Rowing Club. Certainly look like they've got the momentum, got their bow just slightly higher out of the water, got the boat speed, got a really good line into the beach here. They'll take it right up too. They won't look to try and exit too early. Now Bauman gets off, runs up around the Swift flags, and will come through and touch, and they'll move through to this under-19 final, and they'll take on the Mavericks. So getting set for the first of our semi-finals in the men's under-19s. Well, things just have settled down. It got a little bit rougher here earlier today, around sort of mid-morning, around 11 o'clock, where things did start to chop up and get quite ugly. We had a couple of boats capsize, but since then it's been pretty even, honest conditions, a little bit of a swell in the break zone, just enough to test these rowers, force them to maybe make some technical changes. So just getting these boats set up by the handlers. They play a big role, the handlers, in terms of, again, they're allowed to give the boat a bit of a shove and a push off the line, but they also can act as a set of eyes, particularly on the way out, and you'll see them standing there offering hand signals, go left, go right, continue straight. And that's an area of the sport which will develop too, and I'd imagine become quite technical, particularly once you get to World Championship and Olympic Games level. All of those little things, we're having people take the guesswork out, understanding almost just becomes intuitive in the finish. So a little bit of a swell still coming in, but no real power behind the waves. A lot of white water, but nothing that these crews can't punch through quite comfortably. Nothing that's going to force them to feel like they're hitting a brick wall and putting the handbrake on. And here we go. So we've got Bryn Morgan, Eno Beachy, Charles Beale, and we are underway. And so it'll be the Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club who will be top of the picture, and it'll be their fellow teammates by the look of it, the team Charles team here in the northern lane. So, past the first marker, slight left-hand turn. It's the north lane at the moment with the narrowest of leads. But sometimes the angle, we're not quite directly in line, and we've seen as they approach the top markers, in fact, the top of the picture, southern lane, seems to be a lot closer than what it appears when we do approach that. That'll give you a good indication there. I reckon they're neck and neck at the moment. Now just angling back across to the right-hand side as they will approach the third and final turnaround marker. Now they would have all experienced this in the individual boats today, but it is a different dynamic here in the double. It's under 19 men's semi-final. And as we said, top of the screen there, team from the Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club. Struggling a little bit on the turn. Advantage goes back here to the northern lane. They've got their bow in front. They are pointing towards the beach. Good race developing here. Both crews desperately wanting this. Now it'll come down to good rowing technique. This will be about connecting the strokes, getting nice, clean blade entry. Getting that bow nice and high out of the water. You do feel across the far side the Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club and the southern lane might just have the advantage, but how far right have they gone? Have they gone too far right? It's going to come down to a run on the beach. What are the swells doing? Who's going to pick up on the little runners here? The advantage might lay back in the northern end of the course because those swells are just starting to build up. Now both crews starting to really put the power down. They know they're in a street fight here. I think this one will come down to the run on the beach, and I at the moment favour the team bottom of the screen in the north lane. I think they've got the slightly shorter run. They're not going to have to go as far. They'll touch the beach first as well. Both pick up this final little runner. How quick are the bowmen? Who's prepared to get off first? Who's prepared to chase it? Here come the Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club. They get to their feet, but it'll be the team across there in the northern lane that'll touch first. There won't be much in it. Less than 5 seconds. Another very, very good display from both crews. So getting set for the second of our under-19 men's doubles semi-final. So it'll be the Porirua Rowing Club coming up against Avon. So Clark and Jenkins, Wiley and Clark. So we've got the Gisborne. In fact, I'm pretty sure that is the Avon Rowing Club. And the Porirua Rowing Club. Then we do get underway. So the Porirua Rowing Club up against the Avon Rowing Club. So we've got Clark and Jenkins and Wiley and Clark. Oh, just having to punch through the wave there at the top of the course in that southern lane. Now the Porirua Rowing Club just a little bit off course, going to need to straighten up here a bit. Gone a long way out to their right-hand side on too much of a diagonal. Now they'll just start to straighten it up, and that IRB is not doing them any favours, just creating a little bit more of white water as well. But again, it's learning curves for everybody today. And now we do start to see the Avon Rowing Club beginning to just make their move. Might be in fact Porirua, my apologies, just trying to pick up the colours here. So it is Porirua, now looking to come back across on the angle. They'll want to hit this top marker, but it's top crew in the southern lane. So it is in fact the Porirua Rowing Club here in this north lane. There in the southern lane, it is the Avon Rowing Club. So Avon make the turn, and here come Porirua. But Avon, look at the power going on now, really starting to take it up a gear, just putting a couple of just a patch here of just a really high rating, just trying to stretch it out of sight, out of mind, just psychologically say, look, you know what, second's good enough today for us. We're hurting that much. We simply just cannot close the gap. Now, the only danger here for the crew there in the southern lane, in the south lane, from the Avon Rowing Club, is just making sure they do take the straightest line in. They are a long way, which will make the run up the beach just that little bit tougher for them. But they do have a commanding lead at the moment. Very good dominant performance from them from start to finish. Now it's just a case of finishing it off, getting their bowman nice up onto the beach, allowing him to run clearly through to this finish line. Just about here, slowing things down, just getting it right, not panicking too much. Gap will just close up here on this runner, but first of the bowmen to their feet will come up past the flags, and that should be enough to get the job done. So very good performance indeed. Now they're telling us Gisborne Boys High School, but I've got a sneaking feeling that we might just be looking here at the Avon Rowing Club, but it could be still Gisborne Boys, so we will just make those little adjustments. We do apologise if in fact some of the information we are relaying to you is not that accurate. Everybody's sort of doing this, I guess, for the first time, folks. men's under 19 double. Tell you what, it's starting to get very warm here in Tahi Bay. Beautiful part of the country. Do encourage people to get down here, or half an hour north of Wellington. So I've got the North Shore Rowing Club. So that's not accurate either in terms of those on the start line. So we'll try and bring up that different graphic for you. And we do get underway. Nicely done here from both crews. So North Shore Rowing Club in representation. Trying to get away to that quick start, getting great guidance here, both crews, from their support staff, from their boat handlers, their coaches. Not sure there's a particularly favoured side. We've seen crews win from either the South Lane or North Lane. But that is a comfortable lead at the moment at the top of the picture for the crew in the South Lane. So the North Shore Rowing Club. And we just got maybe a bit of a breakage here, have we? I just caught a little bit of a crab. Something certainly has gone wrong on the crew here in this North Lane, which has just opened the door completely for the crew in the South Lane. He'd already made the turn, very impressive indeed. Back up to full speed already. Wonderful, wonderful display in terms of manoeuvring these particular boats. Almost run a lure out the back and start fishing for some kingfish perhaps. That really good performance here from this crew in the Southern Lane. Come up onto the beach, very good victory, make a bit of a statement. Wonderful race indeed. Look over their shoulder and really it's a big gap back to second place, and therefore can just maybe not burn as many matches, can take it just a little bit of a breather. Now the North Shore Rowing Club crew coming in, had just a little bit of a mechanical issue perhaps. Or just caught a crab and just stopped the boat. But now they do come up and run hard all the way through to the finish. They'll still get their opportunity because they will go into that B final and race for bronze. So I just want to acknowledge too the New Zealand Community Trust, established in 1998. And the New Zealand Community Trust is one of New Zealand's largest gaming trusts and contributes to local communities, particularly in the area of amateur sport and active participation. Of course, there's also the Pelorus Trust. It's a charitable trust based in Lower Hutt, which raise funds for charitable, philanthropic and sporting purposes through the operation of gaming machines. They've got the Hutt Mana Charitable Trust as well, whose objective is to build strong, sustainable communities and environments. Their priority and focus areas are sustainability, environment, energy, conservation, efficiency, and promoting opportunities for sport, recreation and youth. And of course, the Tom Montague design. Tom is a graphic designer with 15 years experience of crafting angles, emotions and ideas that set businesses apart from their competitors. So I just want to acknowledge those corporate and commercial partners that help fund this sport as we get set for another one of our semi-finals in the doubles, and it is the mixed crews. So we are going to have the Waikato Rowing Club, who are going to come up now against the might of the Waireau Rowing Club. So we will have Freddie Todd Hunter, Liam Collins. Again, that it's not the Invercargill Rowing Club, it will be Waikato on the start line. So it'll be Waikato in the north lane, and it will be the Waikato Rowing Club. Waikato Rowing Club, in fact, in the north lane. It'll be the Waireau Rowing Club in the south lane. And now, who gets away quickest? Getting that cohesion too, staying in time, getting that boat speed up early, trying to get a high stroke rate, trying to punch out through these little swells, and then keeping the straightest line possible. Again, no coxswain, no lane ropes or anything to sort of be able to follow or guide you. So there is a lot more looking around. There is a lot more relying on the beach crew. And so there's a Waikato Invercargill combined crew. You can see that there. So thus the Invercargill side of it. And then of course we've got the Waireau crew up there in the southern lane. So racing under the Invercargill club officially, but great to have the two clubs coming together and then sharing in this journey. It's a tough little format, tough race. The Waireau Rowing Club continuing to put the pressure on. They do currently lead at the top. You can just see here now this turn, how important, how much time have they worked together here. Oh, good turn from both actually. So maybe the advantage still goes. Cross there in the southern lane to the Waireau Rowing Club. Right of picture. But they've got to be careful that they don't go too wide. There has been a danger in that southern lane to just come in a little bit too wide and therefore make the run up the beach just a little bit longer than it needs to. And this could come down to, well, seconds, and that could be the difference. But it is still the Waireau Rowing Club who have the lead, and comfortably too. But now you can just start to see here the Invercargill crew combined with the Waikato crew trying to pick up on the runners. Just caught a little bit of a crab here. Now I've just had the handbrake put on them. They'll be hoping for some environmental factors to pick them up. In fact, if anything, it's going to be across the crew there in the southern lane that are going to just pick up the smallest of runners, which should be just enough to bring them up onto the beach first. But another very good race beginning to develop here. So the Waireau Rowing Club, they will touch the shore first, and now we're just starting to see this other composite crew just starting to struggle a little bit with taking a straight line, and they will find their way into that B final. But it'll all be about this crew here. They'll make their way through to the A final, combination with the Dunstan Rowing Club along with the Waireau Rowing Club, and that is a really good performance Well done, Freddie Todd Hunter there, touching. They affectionately call themselves the Hungry Hippos. So getting next for the next of our doubles. So hope you are enjoying coverage here of the 2024 Rowing New Zealand Ocean Rowing National Sprint Championships. Courtesy of Swift Boats, the premier boat when it comes to ocean rowing in this country. It's an under-19 final, I think, not too far away here. So representatives out of the Nosing Rowing Club, the Mad Dogs of Maddie Collins, Naomi Robertson, up against Ava McDonough and B. Douglas. Out of the Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club. So Nelson up against Aramaho Wanganui. Nelson will have the southern lane. This is the A final, folks. And they do get away. So who gets away quickest? Well, really good start here from Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club. But here come the might of the Nelson Club as well. It is game on, settle back, A final, gold medals, national championships up for grabs. Both crews getting into their work, looking to now just try and lengthen out their strokes, just try and connect those strokes, relying on their helpers on the beach, their coaches, their teammates in terms of giving them navigational instructions, but also just having to look around. Bellman there just having to look around, use their peripheral vision, want to keep tight, nice and tight on the slalom type course. Now just having to straighten up. They'll come around this top mark, and it is the advantage to the crew up there in the southern lane shortly. So just angling back across to their right now. Probably Aramaho Wanganui may just have the better line. Nelson are just going to have to make a little bit of a correction here, come across more on the diagonal, and so they're going to just lose a little bit of time, but they'll still have the advantage as they do come to the top mark. Absolutely nothing in it though. Nelson will lead. They will lead over Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club. A final. Now, it is Nelson who have the momentum around the turn. They've got their bow. They're about to face the beach. Aramaho Wanganui just starting to struggle a little bit, trying to get back up to full speed. Now their bow will come around and align with the Surf Club. Now they've got the straight drag back home, but it's all Nelson at the moment. and they are just putting the power down. They've got to be careful that they don't go too far to the right. They want to try and straighten up here. They want to just keep an eye on those yellow buoys that they had to navigate on the way out and say, look, we need to stay a little bit closer. That's the line we want to be taking. At the same time, they'll be wanting to keep an eye on their opponent, but they are in complete control of this final. A dominant display. Now, they've just got to maintain their concentration, maintain good form, believe in themselves, talk to each other. No real swell starting to come through, so they might just pick up a little bit of a runner here, which will just take a little bit of the pressure off. Just feel like they've got a bit of a tailwind behind them. And our other crew, well, they've gone completely off course at the moment, starting to come across into their lane as well. But it will be the Mad Dogs out of the Nelson Rowing Club who will come down, who will pick up this national title, who will win this gold medal. And a very, very good display of ocean rowing. Technically very good. You've just seen that progression throughout the day. And gold medal will go their way. National champions. Congratulations to the Nelson Rowing Club. And now the crew out of the Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club, they're coming in and they will pick up the silver medal. So congratulations to them. Gutsy performance. Been a long day, so a lot of fatigue, a lot of matches burnt. Still to come, we'll bring you that under-19 men's A final for you. As we do just acknowledge Swift Racing there. They are the premium boat when it comes to ocean rowing and rowing. So we just encourage everybody watching the live stream, if you do see the sponsors' brands, and of course if they're involved in a future purchase decision, please go with them. Again, just want to acknowledge Tom Montague Design as well, the Hutmana Charitable Trust, the Polaris Trust, the New Zealand Community Trust. So sun not setting, but just starting to drop a little bit. Certainly getting into the evening twilight almost. Beautiful day here in Tahi Bay, Porirua. So we are underway in the next race, and looking forward to this one indeed. It is the men's double A final. We've got the Ninjas out of Gisborne Boys High School, and we've got Team Charles out of Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club. So the Naramaho Wanganui Rowing Club in that northern lane out to the right-hand side of the course, southern lane out to the left-hand side of the course, the Gisborne Boys High School Ninjas. So a really good race beginning to develop here. So Gisborne Boys High School out there on that left-hand side, and I'll still argue that it's the Avon Rowing Club down here to the right. Now both crews needing to just straighten up a little bit here, come back across on the diagonal as they do go out, as they start to approach that 180-degree turn. When they do turn, they're going to have their sun directly in their face as well, and it's a bright sun and it's angling straight back into them, so a number of the rowers will have the sunglasses on. Boy, look at the skills here. Good display. Gisborne Boys High School, the Ninjas across there in that south lane, absolutely superb. Wonderful display, and they have just launched into a big lead now, and again keeping a nice tight line back in, just having a look back out. A little bit of a swell, perhaps a little bit of a runner that might just benefit the team in the north lane. Now having to really increase their stroke rate, looking to try and just see if they can close that gap on Gisborne Boys High School, who are just charging home. Wonderful performance from them to pick up this under-19 A final if they can hold on. Starting to get nice angle on their boat. Don't want to come across too much. Need to just straighten up a little bit. Big challenge begins to come across here from the northern lane, Avon Rowing Club. And it will be Gisborne Boys High School who will touch. They'll get the run. They'll run up the beach. They'll take the victory. They'll take the national title. They'll take the gold medal. Really good performance from them. And in fact, Avon Rowing Club coming in and touching, picking up the silver medal for them. Hope you are enjoying coverage live here from Tatahi Bay. New Zealand Ocean Rowing Championships, a sport that's still in its infancy, but part of the Olympic program in 2028 in LA. So certainly a sport that will continue to flourish and continue to boom, and lots of discussion about where it needs to fit. Is it surf lifesaving? Is it rowing? The combination of both perhaps, which seems like the more logical choice. Possibly selection and stuff comes under New Zealand rowing. Maybe surf clubs start to run the sport a little bit more, try and encourage more youngsters out of the Māori Cup to possibly join up with surf clubs and use this as a pathway through to the Olympics. I mean, it's an exciting environment, isn't it? Some beautiful beaches around the country that could host these particular regattas. Got the swell, you got the surf, you got the sun. You've got the run, you've got chances of capsizing, I guess, which might appeal to some, might not appeal to others. So just getting set for our next race. Let's go back to the open mixed. Okay, so we've got a combo hybrid cruise here. So we've got the Waikato Rowing Club, and officially we've we've also got the Wairau Rowing Club, but we know that there are a number of teams that have joined, and any particular boat that has Finn Hamill in it is going to have a very, very good chance of trying to win this, because he simply won the senior single today in emphatic fashion. Looked absolutely magnificent. So we've got that North Lane, that hybrid between the Dunstan Arm Rowing Club and the Wairau Rowing Club, in the bottom of the screen. And then at the top of the picture, that combination crew, which features the Waikato Rowing Club and also the Nelson Rowing Club. So it is game on, but it's all the top of the picture at the moment. It's all in that southern lane. Really good start. Just look at the power, the cohesion, the timing from this crew. Hard to believe that they've just come together for this. Certainly both crews taking a wonderful line here, leaving nothing to chance. Just caught a little bit of a crab just as I say that, the commentator's curse. And now having to get the boat back up to full speed, and you do just wonder in an A final at a level like this whether that might just be enough. Game, set and match. Well, we will find out, because this is where Hamill is superb. The turn, just follow my instructions, you'll be saying we've got this, and they get around nicely. So there it is, that Waikato crew. Back up to full speed and already out, well, I don't know, what is that, 10, 12, 20 boat lengths possibly. A lot of work to be done here by the Dunstan Arm / Wairau Rowing Club. It's going to be a silver for them by the looks of it, unless something drastically goes wrong. But what a wonderful display from this combined crew in the southern lane. Absolutely just monstering this course. That is just a demolition. Good comeback though, coming from Wairau and Dunstan Arm. But it will be silver for them. Just starting to get a little bit off course now, and now it's just in that desperation to try and close down that gap. You lose a bit of concentration, you just lose control of your steering. But it's all or nothing, and it will be Hamill who will, by the looks of it, no. And so silver medal for this combination crew out of the South Island. Yes, a nice job there by Finn Hamill, getting the job done, picking up another medal, picking up another national title. Very much has been the star of the show here at these national championships. Certainly been incredibly proficient, incredibly efficient, technically outstanding. And don't go away, folks, because up next we bring you the quads, we bring you the big boats, the chaos, the carnage, where the steering very much falls on the responsibility of the coxswains. Hope you are enjoying the coverage. Again, special thanks to the New Zealand Community Trust, the Pelorus Trust, Hunt Mana Charitable Trust, and of course the Tom Montague Design. Also need to acknowledge Milford for their ongoing support of the live stream. We will take a little bit of a break and come back with more shortly.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients. Find out more at milfordasset.com, official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
Key to the start, and generally it is the coxswain who do the running initially and get things underway. As the sun starts to, well, I wasn't going to say it's set, it's quite a nice idyllic afternoon. And so, nice high stroke rating early on here. Very, very even race. Difficult part of this is just setting the boat up, getting that weight distribution right. And so, do not party last night. I'm not quite sure what that necessarily implies.
Well, we've got some old rowers, retired rowers coming back for this race, which is quite awesome. A couple boys in this did not party last night boat. Sam Wells, Joe Trappett, Central boys back in the days when we had RPCs. Stalwarts there from the Blenheim. Back in the boat, having a crack.
So Brooke Robertson back in commentary with us as we just now have a look at the negotiation here of this 180-degree turn, and so it's still game on. Good here from this crew in the northern lane that did not party last night lane. Can they get their boat back up to full speed? Because I tell you what, a sure thing have, but it is now game on. Having a look out here, do we see any particular swells, any particular water conditions that might favour one side? We're not at the moment, so it might just come down to pure boat speed, pure power, but just look at the intensity, look at the rating starting to come in here in the big boats, and now the coxswains are asking more from them. They've got the responsibility on a hairpin trigger to keep these boats nice and straight.
Yeah, as we're coming down to the end here, a sure thing has got about a length and a half in front there. Gonna be a pretty big job here for did not party last night to bring this back.
Well, much harder, aren't they? The bigger
know.
boats to pick up speed, you know, very, very hard to change the acceleration on them quickly. So you've got to, but like the 8s, if you're out at the 500 metre mark, it's a good chance you're going to win the race. Not dissimilar here, having a look, any sort of water conditions, picking up a little bit of a runner. It's going to be still a little bit of a close race up here to the finish. Bauman just needs to get off here and take a chance, and he does take a chance, real opportunity. Well, that is a tactically brilliant piece of running.
Coxswain's
that is superb, because I tell you what, it wasn't the coxswain. They're going to come through, they're going to dive. Who touches first? I think it was the southern lane in the finish. I still think it was a sure thing, who by the smallest of margins got it done over Did Not Party last night. We didn't see the coxswain jump. In fact, in that situation, we saw the stroke get out and take his chance, took a risk. One of the great finishes. They did not party last night, folks. That is the moral of the story. They didn't put two-stroke in the Ferrari. And what a performance. However, I still think it might have gone the way of the south lane. Your call, Brooke Robertson.
We're just waiting to see any reaction from the crew.
Boy, that was tactically brilliant, wasn't it, in terms of just taking their opponents off guard.
Oh, look at that. Did not party last night with the big W there.
Did they?
Wow.
Did they? Let's have a look at the replay here. Let's have a wee look. Oh, unless he missed it. How do they give that? Maybe have another look. One more look here. Unless he missed the timing button. Tell you what, that's as close as it gets. What a wonderful race that is.
Brilliant. So they're all electronically linked, those buttons. So technically, you'd like to think it is correct information that comes through there.
Oh, no, I'm sure it is. It's just looking at the replay. I'm just
it?
trying to work out how he potentially did lose that and whether or not he may have just missed that timing button, because he certainly looked like he got to it. So
the big man in the bow of the Did Not Party last night couldn't quite get out of the boat. He's having a bit of trouble there, but the coxswain, Finn Hamill, who's had an amazing day today, won the Open men's single from the coxswain seat, did a bit of a Matt Dunham.
Okay, so it was the coxswain. My apologies. I was sort of thinking to myself, okay, it was the cox. Of course it was, with the boats the way they were angled. Thought it might have been by the bowman, but it wasn't, was it? It was the cox. So brilliant job. Normally it's the bowman that runs up the beach. It was the cox that did that, so I do apologise.
Sometimes we're finding, again, new things where the coxswain, because they're not racing,
got the fresh
obviously
legs.
They got the fresh legs and they can jump out and
but
have
it's
that bit
about
of
bringing
twitch.
that boat up, isn't it? And it's
definitely.
also making sure that you
Can
take
they
the
get
boat
out
right
clean?
up. Can they get out clean? Can they make sure they're hitting water that's not going to force them to fall over?
What a race. What a race.
Boy, wonderful race, wasn't it? great advert for the sport. That's what you want, those close finishes. You know, it's amazing, isn't it? You can race for, 3 minutes and it comes down to less than a tenth of a second.
Unreal.
And we talk about 0.01% in performance, difference between a good sleep and a bad night's sleep. Here we go. We're just going to have another look at the replay here. Just want to have a look. So this is the North Shore. Oh, wow. Like he didn't dislocate his shoulder.
Yeah. Good commitment from the man at the end there.
Tell you what, put that man's heart in the New Zealand cricket team, you win everything, wouldn't you? Okay, so we're getting ready for the next of our races.
So as we've seen on screen here, Sarah Wooten is part of the New Zealand women's team for a bit there, and is down here now competing in the Coastal Championships.
So we've got the Hungrier Hippos up against the Floaters. I do like this. I'm not going to ask where they got the word floaters from.
So we've got the coxswain racing I assume the stroke person here on this first sprint down to the boat.
The Hungrier Hippos. So the Hungrier Hippos are going to start in that southern lane. And this here, folks, is the Floaters. So let's see whose strategy pays off. I tell you what, really good start here in that north lane coming from the Floaters. They have just got great speed off the line now. They're just starting to gear this bad boy up, and look at the power that's going on. Just trying to go and put the Hungry Hippos into the hurt box, and what a job they are doing. And the Hungry Hippos, they've got a lot of work to do to try and get this boat up to full speed and see if they can just close that gap. But we'll keep saying it, it's all won and lost when they hit that third marker, and they've got to make that turn back into the beach.
Yeah, very good start here from the Floaters. Just the way they're rowing here, just a little bit longer, some good swing back together, coming out of the water, all is one there. Good momentum of the boat there. Yeah, just moving away.
Yeah, just connecting those strokes nicely, aren't they? Well, really good job here. Now just having to slalom their way through this course. They're having to bring the boat back across to that right-hand side. And this now relies here on the cocks. They are the ones that are in control of this rudder. Now, it's not a cable-based rudder system like you'll see in your traditional sort of rowing skiffs, and they are a hairpin trigger, so very easy for the coxswain to lose control. Good momentum, swinging this around now. Now you start to see the power come on that left-hand side there. And those short little catchy strokes. Now, they've got to get their timing right. Slow it back down, get the momentum going. Not bad. Door of opportunity still open, however, though, for the Hungrier Hippos. How hungry are they? Got to say, though, Floaters, theirs to lose at this point.
And a good job done by the coxswain there and the Floaters, I believe. Even the slalom points there, she did a really good job. Nice close to the boys.
Yeah, let's just have a look out there too. That sun directly in our eyes does make it difficult to get a bit of a read, but certainly not the swells in play that we saw earlier in the days, and not a lot of advantage. There's not like a wave or a runner's going to come through and suddenly give you that big pick-up and change the game.
Pretty nice fair conditions here today. Yeah, especially this afternoon. This is beautiful conditions.
Yeah, good line here for the Floaters. Boy, they've been good. Really good display.
The real hardcore coastal nuts won't be enjoying the flatness of this, but it's
no, but you've got to race in anything, haven't you? Now a little bit of a swell just picking up here, but they're so far in front of it that it's not going to catch them. Now let's see who does the running. Will it be the bowman? Will it be the coxswain?
And it should just be quite an easy hop along the sand here
for the
buzzer. Oh, wow.
And did it comfortably in the finish, and it was the athlete out of the Dunstan Rowing Club, Dunstan Arm Rowing Club, that'll get it done. Very good time, under 3 minutes. Hope you are enjoying the action. Rick Robertson alongside of me, the national coach for the New Zealand Ocean Rowing team, heading off to Italy. A couple of crews to be picked yet. And been impressed by what you've seen? A couple of athletes put their hands up?
Definitely, there's a lot of that potentially weren't even on the radar, but it's situations like these where you get to see how people compete and given an opportunity, I guess, actually being able to do a regatta like this.
Well, that's it. I mean, you can take a lot out of people on a rowing erg in a controlled environment, but then it can all change when you get into a race situation and suddenly the pressure comes on and you're dealing with some variables and how you react to it. So, you know, it's not It's not just picked in the vacuum of a lab, is it?
No, not very straightforward when it comes to coastal, but it's exciting when you do get an opportunity and people want to really put their best foot forward. And sometimes you see some of them have that dog in them, and they just want it, and it's awesome to see.
And you see athletes who sometimes are good trainers but brilliant racers, and you see other athletes who are great trainers and pretty average racers, and so it does change. And I've always been a believer in that. Let's pick teams on racing, not so much on what we see in the vacuum of a lab, or who's got the highest lactate threshold, or who has the technically the best.
And that's what I'm quite excited for this year as well. We've had probably I would like to say the best example of that in previous years in rowing is Joe Sullivan.
Yep.
And he, I think, has got a bit of the coastal bug currently, so it'll be interesting to see how that carries on from here.
Just a hard man, just a mongrel, eh? And that's what, you just go, okay, if I'm going to beat you, I'm going to have to suffer to do it.
Yeah.
And that's what you want, though. I've been lucky enough in a lot of sports to see some athletes who just seem to have that ability to take that next step on race day. Some athletes who train brilliantly, race brilliantly. Other athletes who train well and don't race as well.
It's one of those athletes, if down to one race, who are you going to put your money on?
Yep. Who are you going to have in the trenches? I don't know, is there a harder working man in New Zealand rowing than Mark Weatherall? That's one of the questions we'll put out there on social media. So getting set for, what do we got now? Is it a semi-final? Or another one of our heats possibly? Or are we back to the final? Just racing the heats. And then we'll get into the podium performances. Tell you what, it's a wonderful sport. It's spectacular, isn't it? One of the great things in all the sport is seeing the eights in action, and I think in ocean rowing it's clearly going to be the quads, but here we go. So we've got the Did Not Party last night, have just raced up against a Sure Thing. So this is the semi-final of the open mixed quad.
So that will be interesting going forward in the years for coastal as well, as currently the quad is not in the Olympic Games. It's only the men's and women's single and mixed double. Yeah. So that'll be hopefully going forward in the coming years that might get to change and bring in the quad.
Okay, so we've got the Bowman and we've got the Cox, have we here? Contrasting styles. So we've got the crew out of Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club. Well, I tell you what, they've had numbers here today. They've had an outstanding regatta. Congratulations to them. Certainly seen themselves on the podium a number of times. Now, can they get this boat powered up? Do they have the ability? So they're in the north lane at the moment.
And you see in the background there, the sailboats are out. There's some locals out on the rocks doing their fishing. Beautiful night. Very close racing here, neck and neck, coming down past the second buoy, coming up to the second buoy.
Yeah, and just with the line and the angle of the bay, actually at the moment, you're going to say the crew at the top of the screen in the southern lane are going to have the lead, and you'll see that when they get to the top mark particularly. It's one thing we have noticed. Even though it looks fairly even coming through this second marker of 3. So still the team out of Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club looking to try and take control here. Having a wee look across now. Let's see who has learnt, who understands the dynamics of these boats, who's made the adjustment the quickest, whether they've competed today individually as part of the double or as part of the fours. The handbrake goes on both crews. Slow it down, get the technique right. Really good race now. Here we go. Street fight. 250 metres, folks. 200 metres of hope. 50 metres of truth.
Time to wind it back up.
Yeah.
This is the hardest point there when you're a bit tired trying to get this big old 160 kg boat back up to top speed.
Yeah, good race though. Really good race. Now let's just have a look at the lines both crews have taken. Again, we're steering straight into the sun here and through the commentary box, so it does make it a little bit harder, but the southern lane, so we're looking out on the left hand side, or as they're coming in, it'll be the right hand side. Probably have a good line. So if it does come to run up the beach, no real advantage to either crew. Now they'll be hoping just for a little bit of a runner here, trying to pick up on one of the swells, see if they can just use the momentum here of the Tahi Bay to somehow get them across victory lane. But it is Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club who still continue to fight. But they're going to go down on this one. This is the crew in the southern lane who will send the Bellman across the finish line. Out of the Auckland Rowing Club.
And here comes the Aramaho Wanganui. Just another shout out to Axel Dickinson and what they're doing in that club this year, performing exceptionally well at all the regattas, and then being able to keep a big contingent like that to come down again for this regatta is pretty cool. They've got a good vibe, good culture.
Yeah, but I like the fact that they're on, they're in the sport now. They've committed to it. Like the Western Rowing Club in Auckland, we haven't seen them here, but we know they've bought into it. And you do wonder the advantage that will go their way as more and more clubs start to see it, start to understand the benefits, but might come in 2 or 3 years behind the rest of these clubs. But you start to build that succession plan, you start to build depth, you start to create the excitement. And you want competition for places. It's the other thing you have to remember too, those crews coming back in are steering straight into that sun now, and it is bright. Particularly for those crews in the southern lane. So now the crews are starting to come back down. Another crew here from Aramaho Wanganui. Okay, so Brooke Robertson's just gone out to give us a bit of an update, and he's going to come back and report on what he's seeing, what he's hearing.
So we've just got one last race of the day. It's been a long old day out there for all the volunteers and the organising committee, so we're down to the last one.
And what's the race that we are about to bring them? So
Aramaho Wanganui.
Under 19 quad, mixed quad A final, Aramaho Wanganui
versus Aramaho Wanganui.
Okay, so it's going to be a good day for Aramaho Wanganui, whatever happens, but I'd imagine there's going to be some rivalry. When you've got this level of depth, it's pretty hard to lose, isn't it, when you can choose 2 crews and both end up making the finals.
And we've got both coxswains lining up here in their big old yellow life jackets.
I was going to ask, what are the regulations on the life jackets? Can you go smaller than that?
Yeah, you can get those little wee...
I'd imagine that's all part of the technology. I wouldn't be
Borat strap looking little ones, you know, the ease of movement for running, but not here today.
Get the aerodynamics going as well. So here we go, last of the races of the day, the under 19 mixed quad A final. Settle back, folks, here we go. History being made at Tahi Bay. Got 4 rowers, 1 cox and a bunch of coiled springs. And a little bit of a false start, they'll bring them back. A little bit too eager here. And we do get underway. And let's have a look, Northern Lane.
Key here is to start rowing almost as the coxswain is in the boat, so you can get up and running while they sort their stuff out, sort their rudder out.
Just don't want to leave them behind, do you? No. Okay, good even start. Really good even between these two crews. Nothing in this. I wonder whether we're going to see another one of the great finishes.
Ooh, got a bit of steering issues here in Northern Lane.
And you can just see.
Oh no, we're off here.
Situation, and it's turned to chaos and carnage. We talked about just this hairpin type setup, and so the second of the Naramaho Wanganui rowing clubs.
She hasn't got a rudder in.
Is in a real bit of difficulty. Now trying to put the rudder back in, trying to make that, and at this point it's game over, folks. It's going to be an exhibition to the crew down there in the southern lane unless somehow they end up having a little bit of breakage. Now they're back on track, but what is that gap? We've already got the Aramaho Wanganui crew in the southern lane making their way up to the third marker.
Nothing to lose now but just to throw ham at it. Give it a hang. See what they can do. This guy, Coxon, is obviously struggling a little bit out there.
We talked about how they're on basically a hairpin type trigger in terms of controlling these boats, but still opportunity until this boat makes the turn. There's still a chance, but you now start to see the bow face back towards the beach, which then just a chance of slowing down, getting the rhythm going, getting the talking going. That's it. So maybe just two blades in the water initially. The third one comes in time, then the fourth one comes in time, and then we've got the boat powered back up, and they are rocking and rolling this crew, and they'll pick up this national title. They'll pick up this gold medal and enter their names into the short history of ocean rowing in this country, and still chaos and carnage from the second of the Aramaho Wanganui Rowing Club crew, and still struggling.
And the yellow blades of Aramaho Wanganui coming back into the beach.
Yep. And so, going on a little bit of a scenic tour here at the moment, deciding that they quite like Tahi Bay. Why don't we go and have a bit more of a look as this crew now comes in. They've been absolutely bulletproof. Superb performance from them.
Yeah, very tidy, clean lines, good turn. And they're just coming straight back in.
Come up on the beach.
Got a nice wee little wave behind them here. Just for a bit of fun, give it a bit of a surf. That is early prep from the bowman. She's ready. Off she goes.
She's just like, well we've got this, so I'll get to run up. I'll get to run through victory lane. I'll pick up the gold medal. I'll pick up a national title. Pretty cool day for them. Wonderful moment. Don't win too many New Zealand titles, so you do take them, and you do enjoy it, and you do celebrate it. And it might only be 10 years from now that you truly appreciate what's happened here today in Tahi Bay, as we still wait for the second of the Aramaho teams to come down.
Enjoying it so much, they want to do a bit more.
Yep, no, they just want to take a few photos out there. Now, look, in all fairness, if the rudder does go on these boats, or you haven't got yourself organised, or you're a bit jittery, then you are going to go on a little bit of an excursion.
So we've just been informed by Phil Knight, stalwart of Coastal Rowing, that anyone who'd won an event today, there's a prize down at the front there for them. Bit of memorabilia, a little something to show what you've done today. Yeah,
no, absolutely. It's been a remarkable day, a day of learning for everybody, a really just an opportunity, an exhibition, some live streaming. We've had a few technical issues and with a few things, but as I said, everyone's learning about the sport, and you imagine the evolution even over the next 12 months to when we go up to Auckland, to where the sport's going to be in 2 years' time, in terms of the way it's presented, in terms of the way the regattas are run, right through to the technical improvements from the crews as well.
And there we go, Tokyo Drift back in.
There you go, Tokyo Drift right there. You just see that little bit of, what do they call that? The old drifting.
Is that a Moulet sprinting to the finish here? That looks great.
Oh, that's one of the greats, isn't it? That is one of the greats. That man should be gracing the cover of a number of magazines.
Ice in his veins, love to see it.
Yeah, an attractive man too, to be fair.
Yeah, he's done well.
Yeah, he's done brilliantly. I tell you what, I reckon he'd dominate an after-match function, that man. Oh. Come through the field, you'd probably call him a duathlete, wouldn't you?
Fringe and everything.
Yeah, brilliant, wonderful.
It's a lovely thing to see.
He is very, very attractive man in a very platonic way.
He's given us a wave with the Moulet. I like it.
We like it too. Well, I think that is the last of our racing here at these Swift Racing Rowing New Zealand Sprint Ocean Rowing Championships for 2024.
and it's been an absolute privilege and a pleasure bringing you all of the coverage. Special thanks to Brooke Robertson for his commentary, to Mark Weatherall, and of course to the team here at Altitude HD, world class in their ability to deliver stunning pictures from this magnificent country we call New Zealand. Hopefully you are inspired, you want to take up some ocean rowing, get onto the Rowing New Zealand website, start asking some questions. If your club's not involved, tell them they need to be involved. Surf clubs around the country, we want you involved. It is an Olympic sport, it is another pathway. And again, just want to acknowledge the New Zealand Community Trust, the Pelorus Trust, Hapmana Charitable Trust, and Tom Montague Design, and of course the team from Milford. Any questions regarding investments, check the team out at Milford. It's been a privilege and a pleasure having your company.